हेलो। हाँ, हेलो हेलो।
Avec la maman de Jing qui a voyagé à travers le monde pour soutenir son fils. It's a pleasure to welcome you, Pearl, to Champions
अरे यार मैं
Paris.
कब से यार मैं
Jing,
कर रहा
as
था, मुझे
always. So
बताओ
this is
यार।
going to be my first question.
यही दिक्कत
What
होती है, मैं
makes
ना
you follow your
अकेले
son in all his
जान ही नहीं
adventures?
पाता हूँ कि
What
हाँ
are you
ऑडियो
most
आ रही है कि
proud
नहीं आ रही है।
I'm
थैंक्स।
very proud of him,
चेक करो,
the
सब
real
कुछ म्यूट
reason
है,
why
कांट
I'm
हियर यू।
following him is
वॉइस
because
आप
my
बताओ,
son
आप
doesn't
अब
know
सही है
how to pack his
यार।
luggage.
मैं
Yeah.
I think that's a
देख
pretty,
नहीं पाया।
good answer. And you know, you always need your mom's
क्या है
help,
ना,
you
ये
know,
बताऊँ
for
क्या है, मैंने
this stuff.
पहली बार
Even
मैं कर
if
रहा
you're
ना
an adult,
वेब वाला
première question, qu'est-ce qui
टीम।
fait que vous venez
I can
soutenir
hear.
votre fils comme ça à l'autre bout du monde? Et bah tout simplement,
भाई ये जो हाफ
il
निकाला है
ne
ना
sait
विकेट
pas
से
faire sa valise. Donc je
पेपर
suis
एक्स ने
avec lui
बढ़िया
pour un
निकाला है।
petit peu
वो
toutes ces étapes-là.
एसएलजी जो है वो
Second
काफी
question, we're speaking
स्पीड में
about
चल रहे थे,
Paris,
मतलब
you know, the city of
4x2
light,
था।
the city of love,
ये
but also
करते करते
the
करते
city of
करते
very good
ये
food.
ये
So have you been able to try
है
any? What do you
ये
want to try?
पेपर एक्स
We
पेपर एक्स
tried the escargot.
पेपर एक्स का मुझे
and
4
escargot
सेकंड और वो पसंद है, क्या
is
कहते हैं
really
जी।
good, and my son's favorite. And also we went to this really good hot chocolate.
देखो मैं
place,
आपको बताऊँ मेरे कौन कौन सी
PRX.
फेवरेट टीम है।
Okay.
CARETTE.
PRX has
Yeah, it's really
in-
fantastic,
then
and we are going
on
back
that-
again.
Oh,
God.
you're gonna be back again
हाँ।
for sure. Donc, est-ce que tu as pu tester un petit peu de la
पेपर एक्स
nourriture française?
है,
Aussi, on est connu pour
सेंटिनल
l'amour,
है,
pour notre belle
D2
ville,
भी
mais
कह
aussi
सकते
pour
हैं,
notre nourriture. Et du coup,
और
lui,
एक वो भी
j'ai
है,
testé les
Kenzie
escargots.
भी है,
Ching a adoré, c'est son plat préféré. Et moi,
और
de mon côté, on a
और
aussi goûté
वो
du chocolat chaud. Donc,
क्या
voilà,
नाम है
on y
उसका,
retournera,
डीमन
c'est
वन की
sûr.
टीम का मैं ना
Let's see now
कुछ
if
मैचेस
Jing
देखे हैं मेरे
brings
को,
back
मतलब
the
वो पसंद
victory
है।
on this first match. Let's get back to the game.
Chocolat chaud, escargot, not a bad palate, I have to say. Some sweet treats in there, and when you look at this game, another sweet treat for us and all the folks at home and here in the venue.
From Group A, पेपर एक्स और
6 to
सेंटिनल।
6 scoreline, Tom. It certainly caught us off guard. Paper X clear favorites, we would think, but
ये
it's
थोड़ा
been a back and forth game.
वैसा
Getting
चीज
into
हो
the
जाएगा
Coinbase
मेरे लिए,
Econ report.
हार्ड।
Yeah, no surprise
लेकिन
to see.
अब पता क्या है, देखो
Very high
सेंटिनल
up
में
on
नए नए
that one. He's been
बंदे
having
आए ना,
a
मतलब
pretty
नए नए,
damn good
मतलब
game
ऐसे
so
जो बहुत
far,
पुराने
but
से वो वाले नहीं
in
है,
all honesty, it
तो
has been this
मैं
sort
अभी
of
उसको
like
ही करूंगा कि इसको
who is going to win the round for Paper X or on
Paper
the other
X ही।
side. It feels
Paper
like
X
anybody
बोलूंगा।
can step up. Jing and
सेंटिनल
something
और
definitely
उसमें
leading the way in
Paper
terms
X
of
में
just the individual
X।
brilliance. 16 and 7, 14 and
कि
7.
टेनिस
Both
तो
have
खेल
had
नहीं
their
रहा,
rounds, but
और
yeah,
और भी
that
एक दो
Viva
चल
clutch,
गए ना,
the
अब नए नए आए हैं वो,
1v4 to start
कम
the
उतना
tournament.
देखा नहीं मैंने।
I don't know. That's going to be difficult to top. I'm sure somebody will at some point, but honestly, madness in this first half. And the good thing is, obviously, data incredibly low because we haven't seen much of it from the side of XLG other than their victory versus DRG. But they were way better on defense. So it's possible that they come in and this is now their favorite half.
Well, that's exactly what Ender was saying on the desk, right? Like he wanted to see
चलो ये गेस
how
करो आप, ये
XLG
कौन
would
जीतेगा
perform
हाफ,
on the defense.
ये हाफ
Because
कौन
yes,
जीतेगा।
this is a squad that
पोल भी
evidently
डाल
has
रखा
the
है
individuals
आपने,
to
क्या
match
है,
up. But
कौन
the
जीतेगा
reality
बताओ।
is, for Paper X on the attack, that is where they can really pull out all the stops, where they can play like madmen. And we'll look at this pistol round
गट्स
to finally give an advantage in this half to one team or the other. For Paper X, it was 4 players towards B-Long on their defensive side. They had a firing squad ready and waiting, but still, XLG took the cake.
हाँ हाँ
The same
से
in half number
अरे
2.
मैं ना, आपने देखा होगा कि
Three
मैंने
players
थंबनेल में
ready
जो
and
फोटो
waiting on
लगाई
the
है
A site.
वो सेव करके लगाई है,
Still
मुझे ना
available. You never
वैसी
know if
क्लीन
they'll
सेव
double
फोटो
back
चाहिए
in.
थी
They're using the Viper screen
थंबनेल
to
के लिए।
take themselves a
तेरा बियर्ड्स ना
lot of
सेट नहीं है ना, तो
additional
थोड़ा अजीब
space.
लगता है थंबनेल, तो इसलिए मैंने क्लीन सेव कर लिया। अभी आज
Made it
फोटो
round the
वोटो ली
back
और
line. Nade over the top is going to
थंबनेल
make
एडिट
it
किया।
very awkward for Viva in position. In fact, not awkward.
पेपर
He's
एक्स
gone down. The remaining 2 players still in
हाँ हाँ
position.
वही जीतना
Jing
चाहिए
is
भाई,
just
वही
running
जीतना चाहिए।
right. Eventually he should fall, but there's a trade to be had.
Yeah, finally it comes through.
निकलेगा
Something
निकलेगा निकलेगा गया
sneaking about.
गया।
He's gone into the spawn, and Happy Way was none the wiser.
भाई ये
No
पहला
man.
पिछला राउंड निकला था ना, तो
Last
फिर
one
ऐसा लगता है कि
standing.
हाँ
No
सेकंड तो हो
man
ही
to
जाएगा
help him
इजीली।
but himself. And a big swing to come through from Devi. He's the first to fall.
अरे भाई उधर
Now
ही
down to a 1v2.
क्या क्या
Bite-sized,
क्या
manageable,
क्या
but his back turned to something, and that will be a death sentence. He won't escape.
करना चाहिए था।
Paper X 7 to 6. Pistols 1 to 1.
Yeah, they've now taken themselves the lead in the game.
तो आपने बताया नहीं
If
गट्स
you look
थंबनेल
to see
कैसा
if
लगा
there
ये
is
बताओ
any
पहले।
sort of response, the amount of space they were able to get just off the back of the Viper screens, maybe not something you'd expect in most rounds, maybe a little bit of extra utility available in that part of the map, but it did make it quite difficult once that wraparound had already come in through the lamps to have any sort of map control or site control for XLG. A happy way. He had a Bucky on attack. Now he's got a Bucky on defense, but I'm a little bit happier to see where he's playing.
ये पुश
with it in
करेंगे
this round.
पक्का है।
Yeah, perhaps a bit more normal. As we said, whether you're in Lamps or Hookah, those shotguns can do a lot
तीन हो
of
गए अब
damage,
तो.
and I think there's good reason that PRX are avoiding those closer range engagements straight up through B long. Again, this
उनके
has
पास
been, I feel like, the
वाइपर पे
the hot
शॉटगन
spot
है,
on the
बाकी
map
तो सब पे
for this
पिस्टल ही है.
team. But it's
Oi.
not looking too good to start.
बढ़िया.
Luckily, Jing's there to pick up the pieces. Pat man down. They lose
Rotate
that
कर
fan
लेना
utility.
चाहिए.
They lose the ability to see what's behind that wall. Do they decide to still go bursting through as XLG have made the rotate?
Witnessed early the power of
Yeah.
that double flash,
Oh.
the Sky Gecko.
Here comes the
A
bucket.
guaranteed blind.
Nice
Okay.
भाई.
Oh,
अरे
okay, he gets through the bucket. He does at least
ये
a little bit of
बंदा.
damage, but there were definitely
बग्गी लेके
some
कूद के आ
weaker
गए.
weapons in hand. So
W thumbnail.
although I think the
How
Marshal's been kept
many
over a
maps
Spectre, it
left?
really doesn't make much of a difference.
Uh,
And they will at least keep
दो
themselves the
थे इनके.
rifles.
Marshall over a Spectre, I'll take that deal any day. Coming in.
कहीं ना दो कितने थे.
It depends what your plan is.
सनसेट और एक वो है. Decent, I guess.
As we move on to the next, this is where XLG, you know, all those good deeds will be forgotten if they end up going out with 7, 8, 9 rounds. We want to see them battling tooth and nail. We want to see them taking the fight to PRX here, but it's not easy. This bonus round, if you want to even call it that, it's only one Bulldog that's at a disadvantage for the attacking side. Sprays through again. B-Long, 4 players there. It seems like this is just PRX's first 15-second plan in so many of the rounds, and it does almost get them first blood. No man's on half. The nade is, oh, that's doing a lot of damage. Desperately low. He's in the open. Somehow gets one before he falls.
I'm surprised he didn't
Yeah.
just take the TP, but
Yeah.
clearly don't want to give up that control. It's something they're willing to sacrifice his life to battle for, especially when his teammate had full control over Showers already. So it wasn't even a risk, really, going through that TP with the Viper screen available as well. Forsaken, even on low HP, still brawling though.
भाई ये बंदे
45 when he took that fight, but now leaves a couple of opponents
Dream को
tagged up
लो
as
किया.
well.
Yeah, if Viva
यहाँ
walks
अकेला ही
out
बंदा
this
ये.
round with a 4K, I think we pause for an investigation. Down to 6 HP, 25 up on the shields, at least the regen, keeping him relatively healthy, and he's on his way. Smoke's already down. Mosh pit to buy a little bit of time, but the plant hadn't even been tapped yet.
I got
35 seconds, still plenty to play with for PRX, and they've sent Forsaken through to the B site. He's
Oh,
finding himself
भाई
a pick,
क्या
they can go
धड़कन
for the
भाई
TP
ये.
now. They can wrap back around,
कहाँ
but they've
plant
already
हो रहा है, ये
gone
बंदा भी
into
वहीं है.
the site.
Can Patman escape? They've had to use a smoke across and no Roger spams. That was the problem. He didn't make it into the TP in time. Forsaken had hit his timing, but the rest of the team were fairly well committed. Maybe a little bit of a mix-up in what
इन्फो
was
तो
the
मिल ही
plan.
गया.
And while for Forsaken, his only choice now is to
Save
run, grab
करेंगे.
the spike and try and plant on the A side. I don't think he has time for that anymore.
हाँ.
Too wary of where his opponents are going to be. XLG just based on, I feel like the havoc that PRX caused themselves
Maybe.
have been able to win the round.
Yeah, indeed. You know, you look at this situation as if you just stick that play towards the A side. Already so much of the utility burned up from XLG. They don't have the mosh pit to deny. Then maybe they could have found success. Great pick from No Man, considering he was so desperately low. But yeah, you start seeing players fall back, fall forward. It becomes complete chaos.
Oh, भाई ये वाला जो लगा था भाई.
Last bullets.
वो
It
गलत
was
लगा.
literally the last bullet from Raga. Ends up dropping the spike, which could have made it to the TP a little bit earlier. Not singing from the same hymn sheet here in PRX. Will they have fallen apart because of it? Still, that was the quote-unquote bonus round. Now they come in with a Guardian instead of the Bulldog in the previous, but a big weapon that is in play is the Showstopper, and it's right onto Viva.
ये इसको चेक नहीं करेगा कोई इधर.
Cheeky little off angle though from Braga. He's landed in the smoke. Well,
ये रह गया.
doesn't get rewarded for it. Does at least deny the plant for now, but with the amount of
और
space
ये हर जगह
already there,
smoke
it
डाल
seems
रखा
like
है.
it's going to be a lot more commitment in this round from PRX.
कोच गुना
Risky to
break that
rotate
monitor.
back. They've
हाँ
got
भाई
both
वो
clear
बंदा
out.
गुस्सा
Jingo
बहुत करता है PRX
cleaned
का जो
things
कोच
up
है.
once again.
ऐसा लगता है कि बहुत ज़्यादा गुस्सा आता
Going
है
to be
उसको.
a very late play coming in from something. The wraparound taking quite a while. The steps are going to be heard. He's heard Coconut, but Coconut didn't hear him and pops the ult. It's disastrous. Something's going to be right on them with No Man in the dog as well. It's a double kill. Something. It looked like he was late to the party,
Oh.
but he ends up winning the round
Aye.
for PRX. That is a great flank from the Yoru. And a 9th round for PRX as a result.
Yeah, I think with just how direct that initial take was, I don't think there was any expectation that somebody would be lurking
was so
on the
late.
other side of the map. Like, if they were a little bit quicker, that could have all gone wrong, but instead, and rightly so, they go back and they go, okay, yeah, let's try and take this one slow. Let's use the Thrash to clear out all of these risky positions, and because of it, they get caught, they get bitten.
Happy Way is having a terrible time.
हाँ वो काफी गंदा लड़क किया था भाई समथिंग
9-7. Unfortunately for XLG, that was
ये आगे आ रहा है भाई ये तो
all of their money invested. Forsaken.
ये throw करने आए ये ये थ्रो कर रहे हैं ये तो
Up against no
भाई
weaponry.
नहीं है तो भाई तो आराम से खेलो क्या पता निकल जाए थ्रो कर रहे हैं
Try and take this fight with a bucket. There's absolutely
हाँ easy
no
round था
hope.
भाई ये तो
A
easy
flawless
round
round for PRX, and any economy problems are immediately dissipated.
Here it is, the new skin, the new finisher. 3 more needed for PRX if you're having trouble.
इन्हें बोला यार
figuring out
खत्म
what's
कर दो
between
जल्दी
10 and 13.
से इनके पास
This is what we're worried
Why,
about. Right? It's
actually?
about once that ball gets rolling, the snowball effect on PRX, the individual confidence sky high.
हाँ
Something
इको
playing
था
one of the
लेकिन
latest lurks in the previous
फिर भी
round, and it working out. It's a
कई बार ना
terrifying
ये
sign
पिस्टल
for
राउंड में निकाल
XLG.
देते हैं जहाँ होल्ड
They
करने
need
पे
to bounce back. It's going to be a good time to put in their pause. I see the timer frozen, and indeed it is going to be a pause from XLG. I don't think that takes many brain cells to work out, though. They have started to slip and slide, and it's PRX who
The
seems
timeout
set
ले
to
लेगा
take this map. Perhaps not the series, but you have to remember, they chose Sunset up next. Whatever we think
Yeah.
about that, they must have ideas.
Oh, for sure. I think that it's a map that, okay, maybe they had a
ओए
slip
जो
up versus Zeta,
नो
but that
गट
just
से
feels like a bit of a weird
ये
week
जो
for PRX
हेडफोन
in
का डिजाइन है
general.
बिल्कुल ऐसे ही
Other
तो
than
है
that
देखो
confident win over T1, and over the last few months have had big victories versus a lot of top teams. So I don't think they're going to be too worried going into that matchup. And on the other side of things,
इन्होंने पहन
XLG
रखा
got
है
decimated by DRG on that map. So I think that this is, even though this is a very, very good map for PRX and maybe overall a solid sign for XLG, you also have to then consider the rest
बस
of
ये
the
है कि
group,
उनका तो
like
वो
an
बस
informed
एक तरह से उनके लिए
VCX
उसके लिए होता
Sentinels.
है
I think
साउंड
most
के लिए
people would
बाहर का
have
साउंड ना
PRX
आए
Sentinels making it out based on previous
हेडफोन
tournaments.
लगाते उसे
For
ऑलमोस्ट सेम
XLG, although a loss to PRX is nothing to be ashamed of, it's very similar to what we saw at the prior event where, oh, you lost to G2 and SEN. You didn't do bad, though. It's like, well, it doesn't matter.
Well, exactly. As we said, the pain of nearly. For XLG, that's what's going to haunt them. They come in today, you tell them you're going to lose 2-0, 2-1.
ये आएंगे ही नहीं है
Okay, fine. As long as we put up a fight.
तो ये राउंड चाहिए भाई ये XLG को ये राउंड चाहिए
You had the
At least in the
opportunities.
first half.
क्या वो पीक नहीं
Hey,
करेंगे
in the
मेरे
first
हिसाब से
half, absolutely. This could have been a 7 or 8 round half from them.
नॉइस
This is
कैंसिलेशन
the
हाँ
moment where they can't leave anything on the table.
ताकि वो
Where are those signs of
ऑडियंस का वो आए ना
rifles in hand, a lot of light shields. Ult's not really there for the defenders, but for the attackers, they've got all the info. Something's already seen these players on site. Orbital strike comes through, play inside the smoke. Flashes, pop!
ओह भाई
Even though it didn't hit,
Oh, bhai.
it surely did. We're down to a 3 versus 4. Full control for PRX with Biba down. Swarmed from all sides. And XLG have to fight an uphill battle, but the first steps go swimmingly.
That's not bad.
2v3
A couple of low players as well. The swing.
ओ भाई
Coconut
कोकोनट
has managed to bring this round into contention. A 2 versus 4 that, I'll be honest, looked impossible. Raga, I wasn't even sure if he was going to go for it, but when Coconut
भाई ये
puts that into play, there's a
2v4
chance.
था अभी
Even
कहाँ
still,
2v2 होगा फिर से
Forsaken and Divine, normally a safe pair of hands. The defenders, they're going to group up. They're going to try and
दोनों
join
ही हैं
each other, but the swing for Forsaken isolates them.
अरे नहीं 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 वो लो है
A chance once again, and the swing
Ah.
is perfect. 5 HP is all he needs.
भाई
as XLG
ये तो
win
पेपर एक्स
the
का था भाई
2v4.
ये राउंड
That is a
Starting with the kills
huge
निकले, ऐसा
win,
लगा
and
paper
we
X
heard
का
it
round
from
था।
him in the interview. As I said earlier, this is a guy that said he just wants to prove that he's got what it takes to fight against some of these players. A team who we've seen with the 5 duelist comp before, but he can match up against them. That's devastating for Happy Way. Thank God they had that clutch in the end.
Player standing.
Your scoreline
One enemy
stays
remaining.
close down to a gap of 2 thanks to this man here. Look how desperately close it was.
बोला ये बहुत
Also
ज़्यादा
good enough
इंपॉर्टेंट
for
राउंड है भाई इनको तो
PRX.
चाहिए
Gap
चाहिए
of 2. The rifles still come out on the attacking side.
Definitely seeing some of those blips. The 1v4, 2v4, PRX making a fair amount of mistakes with hefty advantages, but XLG are doing well to capitalize.
ब्रिम
off
का
of
एक्टर
them.
को मैं ऐसे पहली बार तो
Coconut
पहले मैंने ज़्यादा देखता नहीं हूँ ना मैं
with a
मैं
huge
खुद ही ब्रिम खेलता
individual
हूँ
round and
मैं
basically keeping them in the
they
match.
should
That would have been
tend
their
to post plant
economy not only wrecked, but
हाँ
also PRX being just a couple away
plan
from
किया
taking
होगा
their own map choice. They do
प्ले
have to be
डाउन होने के
careful
बाद
in
तो
this
वही
round.
डिसाइड करते हैं
Light
कि हाँ भाई
shields
अब
on
तो
every
मैं
player
आराम से
bar
पोस्ट
one.
प्लांट ही खेल
And that sniper for something. Think about the first half and how much it caused them issues. They can't afford to give this man a
लेकिन
fight.
गलत थ्रो हो गया वो
Not at all.
वरना अगर वो 11 हो जाता भाई 11-7
Lit down 140 in this to 10 HP, and it's
एक तरफा हो जाता है मतलब ऐसा रहता है कि
guaranteed pickup for PRX when the utility
ज़्यादा percent दे देते
bombardment
हैं
comes through. There's the outlaw.
सोचो
already
सोचो वो
spotted,
real हो
the decoy sent through. Flash finds nothing but it. Always the danger that that's a Yoru on his own, ready to gate crash, but now the Flash confirms that the big play is coming through. They've taken Jing out of the sky. No Man's got two. The Patman tries his best to pull it back, yet it's left all onto Divide. He's got 3 to take down. The first comes easy, but 25 seconds.
भाई दो बंदे बैठे थे ना
He might even have time to
सही
get
था
this
वो
up after the plant.
नहीं
From
निकले
where
किस
is the question? With the showstopper hunting him down, it looks like he wants to stand
गया
down. He wants to take the pick, but decides to fall back a little too late. Rarga again getting the round on the board in the final stages for XLG, and a 10-9. The signs of life very much there.
Yeah, like doubling up in that corner, it definitely seemed like a gamble. You know that if a player runs through and just maybe even gets a little bit lucky, it could have been your round over. But I think that's been something that XLG have done great so far in this match, is that surprise factor. They have been so hard to read that even when you have a full bombardment of utility, they're able to come out with an advantage. And even then, just I like him watching Coconut play. Like, even though he ends up going down in the fight versus Divide, his goal is to stay alive. He's not trying to be the hero. He's not trying to put the team on his back. He is
होल्ड कर लिया
like,
भाई
okay, let's buy as much time as possible for my team.
ये जितने भी बंदे हैं सारे पहले मान लो रिवील का है तो रिवील का लाइनअप डालते हैं ग्राउंड पहले और या फिर मॉली का हम नॉर्मली खेलते हैं हम ऐसा कुछ करते ही नहीं हम तो साइड में कुछ करते हैं
XLG very early on they pop the thrash. They see players inside of Bath, but that thrash not retrievable, not finding the impact. It's a glorified drone.
Coconut doesn't want to hold it for a retake again. Oh, the nades are
दोनों ने नहीं डाला
exchanged, but
नहीं डाला
it's Divide almost using the distraction of a teammate, and well, 3 players immediately down.
गया राउंड गया भाई राउंड गया इनका.
Definitely not seen a 1v5, and I don't think Viva is going to give the time of day. And this is what I felt like has been the difference between the two
सेव
squads.
करेगा कि ये
It feels like when
आउट
XLG
ट्रैक
win
निकालेगा
a
मुझे लग
round,
रहा
it
है
is by the skin of their teeth. It is very close.
साइड के लिए आउट
Maybe
ट्रैक
a player or
निकालेगा
2 surviving or a clutch round. When PRX win a
वो
round,
सेकंड आ रहा है यहीं आ रहा है अरे
as of yet, there's not a point of damage done.
I know it's kind of bad.
वो स्पॉन जा रहा है बोल से करने स्पॉन चेक करने जा रहा है इसको
With time ticking and spike on the other side of the map.
आया
But I agree with you entirely. In all seriousness, like PRX, like you said, they look dominant. They're taking XLG. It's clutches. It's thriving in the chaos, back and forth, trading blows. Viva will even get out of here with the Guardian. You've heard the TP. So did he. The smoke buys him a little bit of extra space. Looks like he's okay. 32 HP though. That was close to disaster. 11-9. PRX 2 away. XLG 2 behind. It still is anyone's game, but there's a problem brewing, Tom.
Yeah, this is the issue. When you have so many casualties in the round that you win. Yeah, right. I'm glad that the player
he saw him earlier.
The player was highlighted. It's like, yeah, and then he just banged him through the smoke. Just off timing.
He obviously calculated how far he could walk.
Exactly. I think he has a ruler on stage. Well,
sure is allowed.
The buy is abysmal.
यहाँ तो मुश्किल है पे.
A good chance to catch them if they do go through that having the judge investment. The problem is when you look at the tab as PRX and you see okay, how much money and you see a pit go, if you decide to go through that pit, you're insane. Now, PRX are insane.
Sometimes they,
so
yeah.
there is a chance they do that. So actually rated against them, but yeah, generally speaking, that's just not going to find the value. We have to look elsewhere.
The only
and
other
of course,
thing
you can't force stack B because you have to clear that bath wrap around.
The other thing will be the assumption of a stack, though. It's if you see that pit, you're mostly probably going to assume maybe it's just one player there.
तो हाँ इनके पास तो बाय नहीं है भाई.
Playing the odds. 45 seconds left. Viper screen definitely causing them issues before with the amount that it's been able to delay, but this time they're through it with relative ease. Actually going to commit the orbital strike. They're going to try and isolate players. Viva has done well. The problem is he has been lost. Jing again with another high impact round, and the rest of the team have plenty of time to make their way into the site.
Easy था ये. मुझे लग रहा हो गया भाई. खत्म हो गया.
XLG have managed to bring home, but this one I would really. Well, I expect a hole in the desk if PRX let this one slip.
I expect a hole in the desk from XLG's coaching staff. This feels like an overheat, Tom. You come into this round where you got
हो गया
next to
भाई,
nothing,
ये
where
तो
you're
गेम ही
fighting,
जीत
you
गए.
lose for PRX. 3 rounds in a row, 3 chances in a row to close it, and a pit and an orbital strike put through. That feels like such a heavy commitment, leaving them with nothing for this buy round.
I guess the look here is that, okay, now we have 2 chances, once with the
क्या ही कर
and
सकते हैं,
once
वो
with
भी
the
इको पे
rivals,
खेल रहे थे, बाय तो था
rather
नहीं
than
उनको पता.
having one chance to all in. I
दो बंदों पे था
necessarily
उनके.
mind it. Like, I do get what you're saying, like, especially when you're up against someone like PRX. But I do feel like there's also the thing
ये
about
बंदा
you
funny
could have
लगता है
both
काफी
result
मेरे को
and then
ये.
still lose, and then you've just given them the other.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the pit I'm not against. Orbital strike caught me off guard.
Oh, here we go.
Down one. Here goes
Oh.
Showstopper, and there it
Hi.
goes. It's gone. Raka snipes him out of the sky.
Ultimate
Caught by the flash. Won't find much else. And another popped in as Viva struggles
Oh, भाई साहब.
but finds himself too. Now, inside the smoke, he will fall. But
2v2.
he's given his team a fighting chance. The problem is, with that Viper's pit going up, they now have an uphill battle to get anywhere near that spike. That's close. But he doesn't go back till it's too late for the spam.
Yeah, I think maybe assume that he let go. They're gonna know
अब तो बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है वाइपर का अल्ट में तो.
players likely confined to this pit.
अगर एक निकल जाए ना.
Although Patman has
वो
managed
भाई
to
वो
leave.
भाई वो भाई वो लैम्प सर है वो.
The drop will be known, and it's risky from Divide, but the risk pays off, and now No Man left alone. Pit going to be dropped, and Divide is there to close it. It was a valiant effort by XLG, a fight back and forth.
मैं बोला इजी हो गया भाई, लगातार जीत रहे तो हो गया इनका.
Expected to be won, and was won by PRX.
Well, this is expected result, but an unexpected way we got here, right? This was quite a journey. XLG showing us that they've got the ability to take PRX, to push them to their limits, and they'll have to do the same on Sunset. PRX's map.
लड़खड़ा रहा है भाई, यहीं लड़खड़ा है तू.
Dude, actually
Vamos.
cannot believe you are playing already our first match.
Reason is we win Japan. We go here. We tire. Select a bit, then we win champion. Yeah, we tire, we start slow, and then after that we rocket up other truths.
अगर उसको ढंग से सुना जाता है ना, गाली दिया उसने. भाई ने. That's you mistake, stop timing pulse. क्या है ये, क्यों ऐसा कर रहा है?
different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans.
ट्रेटर को मैं वो करता हूँ, रुको.
Save money. Love that for me.
ये बेकार है भाई. सेट नहीं है नाइट बोट. आपने क्यों तो सिंबल डाल दिया उसमें? आपको ओपन कर दिया. 1 मिनट रुकना, तो ठीक करता हूँ. यहाँ से लीव कर दिया. अब एक काम करना है, मैसेज करना. मैसेज करना एक बार आप. अब सही आएगा.
System updated. We will dance together. The future of money is here.
ऐड को तो म्यूट कर देता हूँ. नाइट बोट हेट्स मी. कोई नहीं है, मैंने उसको ऑफ कर दिया है. नाइट बोट आप कुछ भी नहीं कहो जाए. अब शायद ना वो सनसेट या फिर एसेंट मैप, दोनों कोई सा मैप में आएंगे, ये खेलेंगे मतलब. दो मिनट 3 मिनट का वेट करना पड़ेगा. 3 मिनट में हम क्या करें भाई? भी गट्स, हम क्या करें 3 मिनट भाई? वेट ही करेंगे यार, लोडिंग सिर्फ क्या करें? या नॉन कॉपीराइट म्यूजिक ही सुन ले. SEN lost today. ये GX के प्लेयर्स को जानते हो आप? कैसा खेलते हैं ये GX? गट्स, GX कैसे खेलते हैं ये? मैं इनको मैंने ज़्यादा देखा नहीं खेलते हुए. Lol, I have no idea. अरे छोड़ो, अब क्या ही दे. I have no idea. वेट ही करते हैं और क्या करेंगे भाई। ये चैट फालतू के स्पैम लगते हैं मुझे, कुछ समझ आता नहीं है। ये कोई बंदा किसी का सपोर्टर होगा तो बस उसी की तारीफ करता रहता है, करता रहता है, बोलता है ये अब होगा कमबैक, अब होगा कमबैक। आपने वो स्टार्टिंग का देखा है इंट्रो इनका? Do you have any other game in Steam? हाँ है मेरे पास, बाकी मेरे पास PS है और है ये, मतलब वैसे स्टीम में अभी मेरा डाउनलोडेड वही है, बाकी मैंने डिलीट कर दिया है। इसके अलावा मेरे पास अलग से गेम है जिसको है गैदरिंग वेव्स और क्या है मतलब और चीज़ अभी डाउनलोड किया था। हाँ ब्रेकिंग पॉइंट, हाँ वो है मेरे पास। हाँ वो तो स्टीम हो गया, टाइम तो खत्म हो ही गया। I miss tense thing.
Hey guys, Mika here with Alex of PRX. Congratulations on the first map win of Champions Paris. That was a bit closer than many expected.
वही वाला, वही है।
Was it PRX with a bit of a slow start, or was it XLG doing something that surprised
ये मेरे पास
you?
खेला भी तो था मैंने।
XLG is a very good team, you know. They champions of Stage 1 China. They have the MVP in their team. Aside from that, I think both teams are a little bit nervous. So you could see like the games were. I mean, everyone was trying to take their time and relaxing a little bit, trying not to make mistakes. So I believe that now that everyone's warmed up, I think the second game will be a banger.
Oh, that's a teaser. Well, good luck to you guys.
PRX, they take map 1 here, but they did have to work for it, Ender and Doug. It wasn't easy by any means. So if we take a look at the HyperX reflex moment here from Viva, this was ridiculous.
This was absolutely insane. So No Man gets cleared down short. And then look at these shots from Viva. So quick on the adjustments. It's like one shot miss, instant reset headshot. Miss, instant reset headshot. Just sick.
Yintu, I think you said it exceptionally well. They pushed PRX. I think they had a really good idea on their attacking side. We talked a bit about the Waylay versus the Raze and how, traditionally speaking, the Raze hits a little bit more, but maybe they'd be missing a little bit of that, you know, Joker in their hand, a little like trick to try to make their attack side a little bit more.
काम करूँ कि मैं कुछ खाने के लिए ले आऊँ क्या? मुझे भूख लगी है, मैं खाना नहीं खाया मैंने। तो क्या हुआ था कि मैं थंबनेल बनाने लग गया, फिर इसके बाद फिर मैच का टाइम हो गया, तो बस मैं तैयार हो गया अपना वही कसोकर और आ गया बस।
They've given us a reason to believe why they picked Vine.
Well, I think the
मम्मी ने चावल फ्राई कर रखा, बोले आऊँ क्या मैं?
XLG really locked in the post and we're very aware of the flanks. You heard Alex talking about it. I think PRX are going
टाइम लगेगा
way
स्टार्ट
too
होने में।
often for walk-ups and going for flanks, and
अब
the
इनका
crowd
replay
here is
चलेगा।
going wild for the flanks, it sounds like. But honestly, I think XLG held their ground really nicely, and specifically Viva and No Man's Sky. You know, great game, great player. Absolutely popping off in these late rounds.
And again, I think it was, they understood their game plan was utility dump onto the site, get out there. And once you get there, once you get into a post plant, they've got PRX figured out a little bit, but they also knew what their protocol.
ठीक है, मैं लेके आता हूँ, ठीक है?
Like Viva realizing 3 people are on the flank, he drops the Brimmold, right? Just to delay, and he ends up going down, but you still see those moments where I think XLG did a very good job of adjusting to the chaotic style that PRX were bringing.
They did, definitely, indeed. This is the thing, though. If it weren't for, you know, the Something Jing duo doing so well, being able to bring this game back, it could have been, you know, even an overtime, I think, the way that XLG were playing.
I think there's a world where, like, without Something just dominating like 3 rounds in the first half and solo winning them. Like XLG could have been up 8 or 9 at the half, but it's brought down to 6 and 6 because of the great work out of something, and him and Jing just crushed.
Yeah, in the second half. Ender, I think you're absolutely right. If it was not for something stabilizing in that first half, it probably gets away from them in the first half. And then, you know, Alex was talking about it in interview. They needed to calm down a little bit. They were kind of overswinging. They were a little bit too up. But if not for something's heroics, we're talking about an entirely different half and potentially an entirely different score here.
He was giving it as well, which is crazy, you know.
Yeah, out of his seat a little bit.
Yeah, I love to see it. I would also love to hear what Havoya had to say, of course, standing by with Mika Faz ahead of map 2.
I'm here right now with Havoya of XLG. Now, that was a very tough first map. I wanted to ask about the bind pick because this is one of PRX's strongest maps. It's also a strong map for XLG, but I was just curious about picking that map, and was it because you felt like the ban on Lotus is more important for PRX?
I think first of all, PRX feel themselves better on Lotus, but also we feel fine on bind. It was just like a tough series for us, and I mean the map, and we dropped some ecos. Also, we didn't manage to win second pistol. I think if we could step up a little bit earlier, I think it could be our map. So it is what it is. Let's move on this.
Right. Well, hopefully they step up a bit more on Sunset.
Sunset is the
What are their chances on Sunset? If on bind, you guys weren't super sure why they chose this, does it get better on Sunset for XLG?
No, honestly, I mean, we were a little bit surprised with the bind coming through, but it was sort of a secret weapon map for them in the playoffs for the team. So I think bind was almost a must-win in the series, with it being PRX's choice here.
Which is almost unfair to ask, given that you're going against an undefeated PRX on bind, but I'm inclined to agree with you. It did feel like a must-win, and as we turn our attention over to Sunset, again, there's going to be a Sage. We're going to see that for the first time on the global stage, for sure. The buffed stage and kind of how that changes playstyle.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's less of a major change to the playstyle. It gives you a lot more ability to like react, put down a wall from a further range as you're rotating in or something like this to put it down. But I think for XLG, what they will have been focusing on in a lot of the prep work, coming in knowing that high chance that Sunset is going to be coming through in the map here, is when they're working against PRX's defense. PRX puts up so much of a fight into the mains, A main, B main, and I think that XLG need to be very snappy at punching these forward positions. I think having a Neon and a Yoru in your comp to take down those angles is a good spot.
Oh, it's Noman's not playing Deadlock anymore. It's going to be Noman, Neon, and Raga Yoru. I really like this.
I do too.
I like it a lot.
I'm completely on board with
PRX
this. So many different fighting tools again, to punish PRX overextending. And again, you call it overextending, but they are often dominating on those forward lines. I think also with the way that Noman was dominating back on Bond, could not ask for a better guy to be stepping into that second duelist role for the team here on Sunset.
I think this might be his 7th or 8th agent that he's played on this team.
Literally everything.
You're right. I do think so. When I saw the change from Waylay to Raze, I thought, okay, they're going to want to fight it with PRX, and I think we saw a lot of that in the first half. I think this follows that same line of thinking. They're going to want to duke it out with PRX, and that's a hard thing to do. They did it in the first half, kind of fell apart in the second half. I'm hesitant to see this on Sunset.
Yeah, and if that map was PRX needing to warm up, they're going to get scarier, right?
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be more warmed up. But there is a switch up on the side of the comms, at least for XLG, so maybe that's throwing another spanner in the works. I don't know how you guys feel, but I would love to hear what Mitchman and Tombiz thinks about that little agent change.
Well, Tom, how's that tickled your fancy?
I don't know. I feel like being a little bit more boisterous could be nice. I think Noman definitely had a few moments individually. I do fear that trying to almost beat PRX with firepower and aggression it might not work. I think it's a bold play. I do want to focus though on Happyway because I feel like he had a pretty poor first map, and he's someone that the Death highlights I like to highlight as well as one of their best players individually. He's now a pivotal part, especially on the defense and on the lurk. If he's having a poor performance, PRX win easy.
No, without a doubt. As you said as well, looking at Neon, it will be point of contact. No Man's Sky was stellar when it came to that first map.
Look at the
PRX. They think they're still on the attack side. They've pushed through in with full control. 4, in fact, you count the player towards the door of Patman, who will be safeguarding Market. But this is all about the flank game, and there is, luckily, a trap waiting for them there. So it won't be a complete surprise. That there. It just might be a bit of a surprise quite how many players Happy Wave's about to see.
Patman's the only player elsewhere, down to 1 HP already, so I have to be a bit more careful. But you can see they have switched up where they are defending this spike from, or pushing all the way around. It hasn't mattered though, the swarm that is PRX is giving them an advantage, and Device is going to start defusing. He's just going to stick behind the wall. They need to run back around over the top. They need to go, and it seems like they are not going to be able to deal with anything. It is diffused in front of their nose. Rocker, he did well, and I think Device even stopped for a second. He was like, okay, someone's going to jump on this wall, and then they didn't.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were too busy dealing with players towards main. It's a nasty little strategy, and one that has worked wonders. There was a gap on the, on the left side here, as we see it from Forsaken's perspective.
वो ready था से मैं ball करके अपना
so
dip करता
no
रहूँगा.
surprise that he was a little bit worried. And in the end, Rorga surviving on 1 HP, but it doesn't make a difference. It is 1-0 start for PRX. And we want to see XLG on the board early because we saw it in the last one. PRX slow to start. We even heard it in the comms. They called it. Let's start slow, and then we get them. Paraphrasing.
Yeah, you can't start a train at full speed. That's not how it works.
That is true. Got to pick it up. They only had to dock into the station. Speaking of conductor Alex one time, then it was plain sailing.
भाई something को sniper दे दो भाई. निकल ही जाता है.
An agent that
कभी-कभार बच सकता है.
You think is like, okay, supportive util lineup, and then he's playing contact with a sniper rifle at B made. It doesn't necessarily add up. I also love the fact that we've seen these changes to Sage, obviously making the range of that wall so much further. So Devi obviously places it 2 millimeters away from
रोकने ही घुसने ही देंगे भाई वैसा लग रहा है.
Yeah. This round, expectation incredibly low. Any weaponry drop would be nice. Braga has dropped one of the rifles, and that should be retrievable.
Nice.
Oh, good selection, though, from something.
Will be retrievable, but at a heavy cost indeed. Round goes Jing. He's down to 15.
Doesn't
need to swing as something covers that. 2-0 start for PRX. 4 players alive. Big weapon still carried through, and it's a strong start. But this round is really where we get the litmus test. A good sign early on, though, is seeing Rorga be able to deliver. As we said, he's someone that comes in, as he said as well, he's someone who comes in here with something to prove, and he's certainly playing like it.
Yeah, I definitely think so. As I said, like last time we saw XLG at Masters, it wasn't really anything to write home about. Like obviously we've seen them have a fair few roster changes throughout the year, trying to fill in.
अभी ये बिल्कुल उल्टा चल रहा है. Last time उन्होंने किया था, XLG ने किया था. 2 round. अभी इन्होंने किया है.
It's all right. I'm ready to play.
Okay.
Me against him.
Your Phoenix might be better than his. We'll have to wait.
Oh well. There's no need for that.
This purchase is definitely an odd one, though. You've got yourself a Buckingham for Forsaken. Sting is still in play. Like this is around the XOG, nigh on half to win. Otherwise, the amount of economy upgrades that there will be. Dimensional Drift only 1 away as well. Could be powerful in that post pump, but it is a wide net currently being thrown out by XLG. Well, Forsaken mentioned that he had a weaker gun. It didn't stop him taking a fairly aggressive angle.
हाँ ठीक है, गट्स ले आओ, अभी खाना ले आओ. खाते खाते कुछ देखने में मजा आता है.
From XLG. They got to go towards this site. Jing to deal with to start. Great stun, but he gets out of there thanks to the blast packs. Well placement. 35 now. XLG got to pick up the pace. Wrapping around, but PRX are flooding back into the site. 3 players here now with 1 deeper towards the spawn. This is essentially a 5 seconds, and they call for the rotate. They've dragged all these players over. And they'll make their way across mid with that smoke with ease. This should be a plant, but I'm always wary of PRX's ability to be disruptive. Something, he's in there. Only 1.
Yeah, and they managed to make it to the site. The spike was being guarded all the way through. A good redirection, especially with the Sage wall being used in towards the spawn. There was the box up top that you would have had Devi watching from afar. And now even with no man in the spawn, just waiting to try and catch them as they fall out. The fact is, though, PRX, all of these guns are going to be upgraded in the next round anyway, so they might as well try and do some damage.
That's exactly what they're looking for. You see all this deep clears of middle. The idea is certainly in their head that someone could be lurking around. Rifle picked up for Devi as well. Good chance to make these exits very costly. He will close in.
Yes, वो करेंगे.
The spawn. I don't think Jing has any chance of. Oh, actually, he might have a chance of having an impact. He goes back to Devi is shut down. Okay, 2-1. 4 players alive. That's a picture perfect round 3.
Yeah, and that's exactly as clean as it needed to be. It definitely got a little bit dangerous, and as we mentioned, like you're always going to see these sort of timing fights looking to be utilized by the side of PRX. It gets them a lot of early information. So I like the fact that with 20 seconds left, they were willing to sort of gamble on that rotation, not fearful that they'll be caught somewhere else. Even still, though, it's going to be an immediate purchase back up from the side of PRX, and I'm kind of looking at Braga here. He's going to immediately utilize that dimensional drift. Bear in mind, the only weapon he has is the shorty.
Perfect for this ultimate. 1 flash left. Oh, he's come out without one. Moving around through the smokes, but the wraparound for Patman. Quick on his feet. He'll take Raga down. Now it's Rifles, though, that they will be up against. The trick play hasn't worked. Devi's dead. Dead to right. It's even a headshot from
Devi's भागे जा रहा है.
A 2 versus 4. Can't even get the 3 out before Patman's dealing with another. PRX holding strong so far, and Happyway failing to take down Jing. Now that's the element of surprise gone for his position. And the wraparound super late from Forsaken. It's going to cause issues, but Viva seemed aware of it. The timing, though, he corrects in time, but he can't quite land the shot.
It's been a lot of moments, especially with how low some of these players are, but there's a chance, but it seems like PRX are ready and raring to go on this defensive half. A third. I have to say that the AWP placement
वो बढ़िया round निकाला था, लेकिन ये हट गया.
In the early stages of that round, which is wonderful. Like you see this attempt to play into the back of the site, and he's just denied all of it, just keeping hold of that control.
Yeah, it's the fact that he's able to walk into spawn to be safe and then back out with his smoke, right? It's so much value delivered as a result of that. I'm not sure what's being said there. I love these guys. The energy on the stage is different, and 3-1 up. Energy will only increase as these rounds keep going their way, but PRX, deep play, caught by the stun, caught by the paranoia. Jing stuck in the corner, and they know it, but in goes Devi, happy to help out his buddy, set him up for success. Forsaken's down elsewhere, but Jing looking the wrong way, will be dropped by Nomad. We're back to a 3v3. Spike still secure for XLG, and this map, it doesn't get any smaller. The less players to defend it, this should be an advantage for the attacking side.
3v3, yeah.
It feels like the first 15 to 20 seconds of the round lead to those early battles, and then there's a break in the action. I do feel like XLG throughout this matchup so far have actually done quite well to deny a lot of these plays from PRX. I think it was even Nomad
timing हो गया.
Stun immediately to try and slow that push. Now with 50 seconds left, early rotation.
वो फंस भी गया था ना वहाँ पे, उसका चढ़ना गया था.
Up top, but he has been dealt with immediately. Nomad doing well on this Neon. Spike will now be planted.
मुझे लग रहा है ये XLG का round है ये.
Snakebite stops falling back and stops Happyway from helping out, but now it's faded. Happyway on the angle, looking for the fight, finding it, and Nomad tripling up. That's what we needed to see. XLG won't let PRX run away with this as they push up to 2.
Yeah, I was definitely a little bit skeptical with Nomad going onto the Neon. I think definitely a role that he has played quite a bit in terms of that individual brilliance. I think we saw some of the skill in the last map, but as said, even some of the reactive stuns he's putting out, willing to sort of take a bit of a gamble, take a risk versus these players, and the timing was then in his favor, but even just winning, some of the fights that maybe he necessarily shouldn't. Not even flexing while he does it. 3-2. Economy of PRX has taken a hit here though, a pistol for something. Although at
economy उनका अच्छा नहीं है. Half shield पे.
Like a detriment.
Well, PRX, think back to the last map when they had that astonishing, I think round 5. Bunch of
they are giving a good fight.
Maybe the most dominant that they'd looked. For XLG, ulti's available. They need those safety nets. The rotates.
Oh, भाई दो गए.
You have a Hunter's Fury soon.
भाई ये जब बंदे घुसते हैं तो पूरा एबिलिटी डाल देते हैं. बंदे वहाँ दो बैठ रहे थे मान लो अगर वो भाई एबिलिटी नहीं आती तो इनका राउंड था ये.
The weakness, blood in the water, but Forsaken still standing strong. Team fight from No Man though has managed to pull this back to a 3v3, and with the ult pop, he's got a tough fight up against Jing, and he won't win it. But with Forsaken going down, the numbers keep going back and forth till there's only 2 men left standing.
The 1v1 that leaves Sova's on either side. Risky position to and because of that, something is going to get away with it. It was kind of as easy as that 1v1 could have gone, but that was, yeah, I felt like that. I
हुआ कहाँ भाई वो उठा मार दिया उसने.
I feel like that was it. It was just one kill, but all on different points of the map, like timing to catch out Patman, the drop down avoiding the fake out, Jing winning the battle versus a slightly shaky No Man, and then coming all the way down to the 1v1 at the end is PRX to keep their lead, extend it a little further. But there is still investment here for either side. In fact, both teams' economy here is on the brink. It's only something that has a few extra credits to spare, so a winner of this round, it could be worth a double.
This is going to be so punchy. Could even have a Hunter's Fury off rip coming through from Viva. They want to get aggressive. They want to play this one fast. You can already see Paranoia burned by PaperX early to try to slow them down. Jing goes in swinging, won't find much, and TP from Coconut. He's deep in their spawn. They are making so much pressure towards this A site. He doesn't crumble under that pressure to start, but finally he will come crashing down. A 4 versus 3. Res possible for PaperX, but the positions of those bodies, it doesn't make it look very likely. Happyway's got beautiful timing, but the shots don't land. Luckily, Rarg is there, picking up the pieces and leaving something alone and trapped in with the enemy. He can't even get out till that wall fades, and he will be cut down to size before that happens. Great round from Happyway after a little shaky of a start.
Yeah, like he gets the job done, but I think also the hesitation there is that he realizes how much value his position holds. He goes swinging wide, guys. They can potentially be isolated on the side. Instead, him staying alive is much more of a burden than.
कवर में होकर प्लान करने चाहिए था वाला जो आप कह रहे हो करना है ना.
And this sort of Happyway I wanted to see.
आज वो वहीं हो सकता था. अगर वो कवर में होकर प्लान करता तो.
But the guy is always good at having those backstabs, always good at sort of having those multi-frag rounds. And I like the change of pace from XLG. I said so far, I feel like even in the last map, they called a decent game. Like, it didn't look like they were getting outclassed.
And the important thing there is, right, PaperX, on that A-side hold, not only do they have numbers, but they have the wall behind them, so they're not even worried about a mid-flank coming through. Everybody is focused on that choke point, and Coconut being able to go into the spawn makes that much more difficult to do. The guys on site can't just swing out wide and hold a short fight. They can't just look for the elbow duel, because they'll be shot up from spawn potentially. And you have all of this. That very much felt like PaperX getting a taste of their own medicine.
Back
to a low bite.
Goodbye.
See how slow and methodical being on the other side. Saken has been able to take that first fight. Now the move away is somewhat to sell a ruse for something, but he's going to be able to hear any of the steps as they rotate. Still got this aggressive position from Jing. Bear in mind, he does have the showstopper available. Probably won't want to use it immediately, but no, never mind. He's going to go straight in, and the steps were faked out. That was Raga's utility that has baited the ultimate, but now they go back towards something. Are they going to check the box? No, they're not, but it's a bit whippy. Not quite connecting. Divine now, the next Happyway just the danger seemingly slipping out of the round. And what could have been incredibly costly ends up with still 4 players standing.
That Guardian save कर ले
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है. From the previous map where PaperX is finding so much value with these weaker weapons.
खेल नहीं रह गया नहीं भाई कैसे खेलूंगा आपको बताया नहीं मैंने.
He didn't have that much of a weaker weapon. He had the Guardian.
खेलूंगा late खेलूंगा शायद मैं.
He's recovered a rifle, a chance to do more damage. Surely the round win is already
I'm starting to question that.
It could be an ace, but the problem is you've got Viva deep playing with that. Forsaken now only has that ult to deal with. He now knows where his opponent is with the Hunter's Fury. Surely decides the fate of this round. It's already activated. It might seem early, but the time on the clock is already so low. Forsaken goes in, pops it, goes for the stick. He might have time. It's going to be desperately close. The spam coming in from Viva doesn't get there in time.
Oh, bhai, point 0-2. Oi, ho gaya tha lagbhag.
Blink and you miss it, but that margin of error swings in XLG's favor.
You know earlier where I said it might take a while to beat that 1v4. We almost just had it beat
जो भी है
it,
उसने
and
भाई
it was
गन निकाल दिए
0.02
सारे.
that made it not. That's absurd.
I can feel myself swallowing my own words.
But I'll be honest with you. You doubting Forsaken in this clutch, I'm a little bit disappointed.
They have Hunter's Fury post plant in a 3v1
with
Spike planted ages ago.
But Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'd like to argue with you, but what we just saw means my point's invalid.
Oh, that was so desperately close.
0.0, that's ridiculous.
यार मुझे ना अलार्म बंद करना.
You can see the confidence.
क्या बोल रहे थे आज नहीं खेलोगे? अरे मैं खेलूंगा लेकिन वो टाइम का भी आइडिया नहीं है कब तक खेलूं.
PRX are able to gain. Jing could be expecting to be challenged. He's going to spot nothing outside the A site, and because of that, it's allowed for an immediate rotation for Forsaken to get back into B. They have definitely been red, and in fact, Jing can now just lock them in.
Smoke up, it's decently deep with that drone. Oh, it didn't see him. He's gotten inside the smoke. Forsaken. Oh, it's beautiful from PRX with Jing wrapping around.
भाई ये क्या राउंड था भाई आते खत्म हो गए तो.
Slipped through the smoke. It's been a problem. A couple of times you've seen that finesse from PRX and being quick on their feet, able to get especially smokes, poison orbs, it doesn't matter what it is, but able to get that positional advantage in some of these plays. Even still, a round gap of only one.
It's definitely been a different match to expected, but still those moments, Jing still performing.
हाँ, बढ़िया राउंड था भाई वो. तुरंत ही खत्म हो गया.
This one is, it's not looking great, is it?
No.
4 sheriffs, an attack side Bucky. Makes a bit more sense when it's on the neon. Slide in, get real close.
Oh yeah.
पहले close आने तो दे उनको. आने देगा तभी तो मारेगा Bucky.
Gameplay. We'll see if No Man has it in the locker.
आ गया.
Already one going to his teammate, and there you go. That's a Bucky onto Jing. This fast-paced 1-2 punch of the duelists have not only got them positioning, but it's also got them in with that weaponry. And the bigger danger as well is, okay, sure, you had yourself the ultimates. Hunter's Fury might not be able to cause damage. No Man gone, rifle dropped, drone already being sent through. Araga just immediate on the headshot.
Not hit by the drone either, he sticks around. Divido, the one to punish him. The res available. There's a player that can be res. There it is. Patman's brought back. Even numbers. And it gets Coconut curious. He swings out looking for the duel, but now they'll go pushing into him. Viva down, and it's Happy Way against 2. But he's brought it to the 1v1. 6 HP. A headshot needed, but it's Divide jumping with the shorty to close this one out. A round that should have been PRX's. They will just about get it. I'm starting to doubt myself there.
If they lost 2 rounds to time with that close, that would have been madness. But unfortunately, the ring around the rosy, the only man falling down in this case was Happy Way. Nice shot from Rog. In fact, an excellent round from him in general. Making this one competitive. I feel like No Man actually walking further.
Stop that, बढ़िया था.
Rather a little away from it, but you understand the panic. A nice attempt, very low by a round, and Happy Way definitely.
I think he was doubting it as well.
Well, he has just watched the spike go off at 0.02.
Yeah.
So you can kind of understand
Time
why
out.
he's nervous, but not quite as close.
Yeah, the flashback's definitely hitting hard there.
Yeah. XLG.
6-4. XLG, they've called a timeout here on their attack side. That's their first one used, and indeed the first one of this map. It has been a pacey set of rounds. I've liked, as you've said, the direct approach. Even here, they had sheriffs, they had a Bucky. We started out, it doesn't look too good, and it comes down to a 1v1 with
mixed it up a lot
as
well. I think that's what, whenever I see a team that can only like dive or only do executes, I'm like, okay, this is an average team with maybe great coaching staff, but it feels like a lot of the sort of slower rounds with mid-rounding, I've been impressed by XLG, and you take away.
अगर ना ये XLG ने मुझे ऐसा लगता है अगर XLG ने वो कर दिया ना 6-6 कर दिया तो ये पेपर एक्स के लिए हार्ड हो जाएगा ये वाला.
You go into the second half, you're happy. If this ends 8-4, I
ऐसा
think
लग रहा
most
है.
people will have a lot of faith
लेकिन
in
अगर
the
6-6
attack
करेगा
side
तब
of PaperX
वरना
to be
पेपर
able
एक्स
to
निकाल
close this
देगा.
one out.
Well, touching base as well before we get back into the round, just on Happy Way, someone you highlighted as he had a tough, and the desk highlighted, had a tough map previously, and look at him now, 11-7.
Very
He's
good.
been there on this attack side in the previous round, almost ended up winning it out on time in the 1v3. Well, Rarga's going to wait for his teammates to break that wall open. It's going to limit how far he can get. He can barely make it to the backside. Instead, he's going to tuck in default. Hunter's Fury coming through, fired in deep from something, clearing out these close corners on the site. Not finding any tags, but delaying the push.
It didn't really allow for much space to get back in either from the side of PaperX. They're waiting to move as a unit. Batman does have ult, but unless they really need this space, it's going to be tough. The Vigo's a little bit ahead. They were still setting up utility on the remaining players, and No Man has been able to take that close contact and put them into spot, and especially with
ये ओमेन तो बिल्कुल लो ही है 2v4 चल सकता है.
get past the trip. That's why nobody's looking in this direction. If this smoke fades, he might just have himself at least one freebie, but he's looking for more. He's going to take it all! Forsaken!
ये क्या था ये क्या था?
And another on the board for PaperX.
मैं होता तो मैं मार देता साइफर को, लेकिन क्या बंदे वेट किया, मैंने उसको मारा, इसको मारा फिर.
As you said, camera placed deep on the site. They're worried about the retake from Market. They're worried about early contact for the player over on that box and backside. And instead, he smokes main, so they think,
Bhai, crazy.
Obviously not coming from here. They want to block this line of sight. And the timing could not have been better. That round was forsaken.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The timeout making no difference.
Sit down.
And one round left to play with. For XLG, 7-5 still possible. We'll move to the defense where we've had our questions. The answer's not far away, but will they be?
ओह सोवा का लाइनअप था भाई.
Correcting the score line.
हमने लाइन बुलाया था मैं ट्रिप तोड़ने के लिए.
By 4.
This is where the last round really could give them a little bit of wiggle room. We've said that it's been a closer affair than
भाई ये तो निकालना पड़ेगा इनको भाई, ये तो निकालना पड़ेगा भाई. 8
If it ends 2-0, ends 2-0. They'll still be yet to win a map at a VCT international event. Maybe after how close the first one seemed, they might feel a little bit hard done by for that, but it won't change a thing. Already you can see some of the vulnerabilities, and more worryingly, it's that showstopper Viper's pit on the other side. Like, there's so much to play with in this final round of the half.
Oh, the showstopper! Jing! That's unbelievable! XLG put it all into this around the correct wrongs of this round, but that has come falling apart. An explosive entrance into B main from Jing. An 8-4 locked in PaperX, doubling the score of their opponents in that first half.
Just absolute insanity. Like, it just came down to a lot of those contact plays and Jing managing to get it done. Nonetheless, it's a pretty big recovery. We'll see if XLG can turn it going into the second half.
इजी हो गया. दो मिनट नहीं 1 मिनट. ये नया वाला गाना है ये जो आया था अभी. चला
Welcome back, folks. The halftime concluded, and it's time to get back into the game as we look at the Coinbase Econ report for our first half. And, well, it has to be said, PRX, they should be leading in terms of the stats, 8-4 up.
Yeah, for sure. It's been one of those games where there's been a lot of crazy things, and a lot of it happened just in the last couple of rounds. If you've just joined us, you've missed a lot. I think we had a 0.02 spike exploding with almost what was an ace for Forsaken. He then decided, okay, I'm just going to stick to the 4Ks for today, come back behind and eliminate the whole opposing team in a retake. And then the next round, Jing decided to get 3 with a showstopper at the very beginning of it and end it before it even began. For XLG, this now comes down to a play of resilience. Like, can you turn the tide? And I'll be honest with you, Mitch, I think it starts with a pistol.
Very much so. A loss here. Send PRX skyrocketing into the lead. A 9-4, probably 10 on the board. And then they're already on the home stretch while XLG trail, clamor their way back into the game or attempt to. I like this early play. Similar to what PRX did. 3 players, walkabouts on mid, 1 late towards A, but it's pressure on Happyway. He can't overextend and go down. Just falls back. Looks to punish anyone over aggressing and hopes that this flank can find a lot of value. But PRX look like they want to play aggressive.
Well, this is where the wall causes issues. You're going to block off one avenue and then try and pressure the other. The only thing they really need to worry about is the flank, because they've sectioned everything else off, and actually, no, they're looking the wrong way. Completely the wrong way. They've been foiled by their own plot, but there's still a couple of players standing. Jing, Forsaken, not in the best of positions to try and deny this, but that time is already ticking. Only somebody just getting onto the spike. They need to try and wrap back around, and that's exactly what Forsaken will do in this match. This man can do no wrong.
Oh, his impact has been outrageous. That pistol round was slipping through their fingers. The flank that should have been expected. When he found his 4K from main, there was at least a trap there giving them some security on the other side, but PRX had no reason to believe that that space was clear. They get caught off guard, and oh, it's just so nasty.
All I'm going to say is he's already got a bracelet on one arm. I think he's looking for a bracelet on the other. If he keeps this sort of performance up the entire tournament, I think he's going to be dual-wielding by the end. This man knows how to put up MVP performances. And well, map number 1. He always said that he never played was Brimmy. He started playing the Brimmy, and it didn't look fantastic, but stick the man on an Omen. He's having a ball. And well, I said it was almost imperative for XLG that they get themselves a pistol. 9-4 down, their opponent's map choice. PRX going into the attack half. When they have shown strength on this map, that's where it's been. Solid victories on that side versus Sentinels, Fnatic, T1 more recently. And it was a defensive side defeat when they struggled versus Zeta. Everything is set for them to now take this map.
What's a good stack from XLG. 4 players on the B side, 2 of them with Sheriffs. The other on the polar opposite of where this hit's coming through. A lot of players from PRX, though, covering this plant. They've got numbers even after the barrels run, or the mags run dry. Something with a nice shot over the wall, and it looks like a lot of the danger already dealt with. No man traded out, and that's really the story of this take. Even if one player lands that first shot, PRX flooding in like this, they've got the numbers to back it up. Finally, it will be divided close, and 10-4 on the line. But this was not the round XLG were fighting for. It all comes down to round 15. Rifles in play, both sides.
Yeah, well that was the investment of the last round. It was mostly into stingers, a couple of rifles. I also think this is the point you'll make a lot of the time when it comes to Sage. Like there's been critique a lot through history of this agent, but one thing it gives you, especially on a map like this with a lot of different elevations, is sometimes you don't know the angles you're covered or not. And that's about as free as a kill as you're ever going to get. Because let's be real, there aren't many teams that play with the Sage. Okay, a very aggressive early start to the round, but it is No Man. But impressed so far with him on the Neon. And he started off strong again.
Well, yeah, it's No Man and Jing both trying to get that early contest for this corner. And even with the Boombot backing him up, Jing can't get it done. Forsaken, I think heard that cam activate, certainly now did. He knows it's there. He's calling for it. And we see the pings that he wants to walk on through. Has to catch a timing. Even with that smoke, a TP will be heard. He'll be seen walking through.
Yeah.
Nice shot by Noman.
Yet
again, delivering.
That's
unlucky. That's a wonderful punish. What is going on with something here? And a swing from Noman that gets punished. Something's got three. And I think Devi is about to go down. He's trapped in the corner with a sliver of HP. But in comes his old buddy. Something here to save the day is for them. An ace from something. An XLG from 1 foot in the grave to bury deep behind round after round of PaperX success.
I cover कितना बढ़िया दिया वो बंदा उसको मार रहा था मैं वो आ गया उसको
I feel like there were 2 players in elbow. And I don't really understand how he's walked out of it alive. Oh, they're just isolated. Okay, fair enough. He gets 2 bites of the cherry. It's incredibly clean, though. An absolute headshot machine throughout the round. And I don't even know if he reloaded in the middle of all of that. It was always going to be one of them, you felt like, to take the first ace of the tournament.
इनकी PaperX की जो stage performing है ना, stage मतलब कि जो जीतने के बाद ये वैसे करते हैं.
Looking for another bracelet, maybe he's looking for one that goes with his keyboard.
Crowd को या opponent को. तो XLG में कैसा करनी थी?
11-4.
Pressure में खेल रही है ऐसा लग रहा है वो.
A timeout for XLG. Oh.
At these last few rounds, it hasn't even felt like the round 14. You're talking about you're on eco. Round 13, you probably should have won, but Forsaken clutches it out.
Yep.
Round 15, you probably should have won, but you get aced. Yeah. Like, what are you going to say? Oh, we need to play get together a little bit more.
Don't let Forsaken get a 4K. Don't let something get an ace, and we're good. And that's the thing, I feel
it's
like...
It's crazy that you retired as a coach in 2020. Or was it 2021?
I didn't say retired. I'm still open to offers.
Oh, okay.
I'll evaluate in the offseason.
Maybe when Alliance come back, you'll get another job.
That's the only way. Well, I'm happy where I'm at for now. Let's put it that way. I think I'm better suited, hopefully. But for PaperX, 11 rounds on the board. XLG in a position where this is really a rock and a hard place. Do you fully invest now? Do you wait? They're going to come in with 2 Guardians, mostly keeping some credits for the next. Nice opening from Devi. And this should be a relatively easy round. That was one of the Guardians that he took down, though. The main punches that they're packing.
Okay.
Full blinded up. Patman still looked like he was close to taking that kill.
Yeah, that's a pretty hefty upgrade for Noman as well.
Given the Coconut.
Willing to risk it. But also, Forsaken's been caught TPing. This is putting them in a good spot. Bear in mind that Spike can't hit Devi would get him his ultimate online and likely bring back someone who's been terrifying if it even gets to that point, because
you will not kill my
they've already got an advantage.
Yeah, worth putting it in, obviously, in this position. If something can fade back, this is where you see your Sova play in main. Most of the time, Hunter's Fury for post plan, but no, they want to fight. Of course they do. This is PaperX we're talking about here. What's going on? Is that fight? Devi closes it out. That came down to a 1v1. They needed a 3K and the rest to get it across the line. But you know what? A round's a round. 12-4 now for PaperX.
और क्या हाल चाल आपके
रतीश? That was like, it was just like, at this point you can feel like they are just vibing with how aggressive they're being. TP into the side with basically nothing alongside it. A complete and utter whiff, running into a smoke in between a wall, so there's only the tiniest of angles. And yeah,
both whipped so badly.
That is a nervous smile if ever I've seen one.
I aced like 2 rounds ago.
Yeah.
Well, here's
and it's popped the Hunter's Fury immediately.
It's an early one, and it's Forsaken going deep on the back of the Chaos. Viva, good for the trade, and Noman doing the same. Numbers light on the A side. Noman's the last point of defense, so he'll fall back. Won't continue the aggression. Well, the rotate had come through. Viva, who started over here towards A, went back to take that kill and spawn. Drones out mid, clears it, and they're comfortable now that there's no more pressure on A with that deep control coming in from Noman. There's nothing on mid. They weren't looking. They weren't walkabouts. So the B sites where the hit should be coming through. They'll keep in 2-2. But Happy Way and Coconut, they're the ones that have a chance to keep their team in it here and now.
Cage immediately used. Going through all of this utility. Feels like a little bit of a risk. Paranoia even being thrown through as well. So they're going to know that there's a couple of players here at least. Curious to see if PaperX still opt to actually execute in this direction. They're throwing in more utility. Boombot to clear close.
35 seconds.
Whoa, wall
Now
go,
we're
wall
limited
go,
on
wall.
options. We gotta go, but the spams through the smoke. They'll take down Divine and the choke point. The shock dart's fantastic, and the swings
Oh,
are
bhai,
even better.
ye XLG bhai,
XLG with
mazak
a
nahi,
round
badhiya nikale,
win.
bahut tagda.
Still trailing by 7. They gotta take this comeback
Mauka hi nahi mila
one
inko, bhai.
step at a time.
That's a good round from them. Something to note as well is it really does feel like the Sage wall, how far you can get it now, actually makes things really interesting, because Divide put that wall in from inside main. Like, he was just like, I might as well give it a go, just try and give us a little bit of extra space, but it feels like it goes incredibly far. I don't mind the buff though, because I feel like a lot of the aspects of what people use in this work before were basically boosting themselves up. Brings a slight bit of tactical element to it. Well, a weak buy, but potentially a much faster one. I like the kill trips though.
Great trip positioning.
Unexpected.
Jing hit that. Happy way down. Jing revealed in the corner. He's got backup now as they start to float back out. No man looking for market control as a deep late play from Patman will be attempted, but there might not be anyone left to flank. Jing's already got 3.
He's still going.
Coconut's being watched on the flank as Jing looks for his 4th. He won't find it, but they'll clean up anyways. 13-5, 2-0. PRX looking lights out on the second map as they claim their win to open up champions here in Paris.
Fact is, you can see that individual form, especially on their own map choice. Forsaken something, performing incredibly well. Jing joining the party towards the end of it. And in map number 1, seeing both Jing and something still performing to that degree. I will say though, I feel like there are silver linings for XLG. Map number 1 especially, I think they definitely look like they could compete, but for a couple of clutches here and there, and who knows, I think going into that lower bracket match, there's going to be more opportunities, because not everybody plays as manic and as crazy as a PRX does. Nonetheless, it is the expected result. We're one of our top seeded teams coming into the tournament, 2-0 victory, and well, I don't think anybody will want to match up against how they're currently playing, especially some of the stuff Forsaken is doing in the clutches.
Yeah, we saw signs of life, sparks of hope from XLG, but it is PRX coming in as the favorites and playing like it, especially on map number 2. They were a little slower to start in the first, but they found their rhythm by the end. And I like that they played against a team who was willing to, at times, match them on their own playstyle. They mixed it up. They didn't make this easy, but we saw just how deep the bench of individual skill goes on this PRX roster.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen almost everything. Multi-kill with a showstopper. We've seen an ace. We've seen a 1v4 clutch. Like, it's been an enjoyable series. I think most would have come in and expected that this would just be bullying, a bit like map number 2, but I think the XLG have shown they could probably do some damage though.
Des PRX pour une interview, something. Come here, come here. I need to speak to you about this first win in Paris. So first of all, bravo, congratulations. And the first question I wanted to ask you is, this was the first match, but we already see such a high level from you guys. You guys were shooting, but there were 2. So who impressed you, let's say, in the XLG team?
For me, the most impressed player, obviously, it's Frarga, because he is my close friend. So, yeah, and overall, we start slow on bind, and I guess it's just like bound to happen because we came from Korea, jet lag and stuff.
अगर मुझसे पूछा जाए तो वो
overall, it's nice to win
है
the
उसने
first
बढ़िया
game.
मारा मेरे को.
Yeah, we could see that definitely. Donc qui finalement qui t'a impressionné chez XLG, c'était le premier match, mais on a cliqué des deux côtés. Et ben j'ai envie de dire Arga, c'est un pote à moi, j'étais trop content de l'affronter. On était un peu slow sur bind, on avait un peu le temps de prendre le rythme, on était un peu jet-lagué par rapport à la Corée, mais voilà, toujours très content de gagner forcément. And I'm speaking to a champion here, you know, an AIM champion, MVP from Stage 2 with that gold keyboard, winning Toronto and stuff. So I wanted to know, like, do you keep on setting like such high standards individually on yourself, or does it matter less, you know, to carry when you have such a great team?
I mean, I don't really think we have pressure after we won Toronto in stage, just because like we also understand another team scared of us because we are playing well and our form is great. Especially after stage, we show it, and then yeah, there is no much pressure.
Pas de pression. Du coup, la question, c'est est-ce que tu continues de te mettre un peu la pression individuellement? Est-ce que tu sens que tu as besoin de carry avec cette équipe ou à l'inverse, c'est plutôt le team play qui prime et bah il dit, moi la pression, je m'en fiche un petit peu, on gère ça, on est en équipe, les gens commencent à avoir peur de nous et c'est ça qui est le plus important. Thank you so much, Ilya, for your time. I wish you the best of luck for the next match. On souhaite bonne chance à Ilya pour son prochain match and we're gonna discover in a few minutes who's gonna win between Sentinels and GX. Stay tuned.
अभी ये इनका हुआ था पेपर एक्स का और XLG का हुआ था वो एक में से एक ही इधर जाएगा
We're like
और एक GX का होगा तो ये कैसे वो XLG शायद
I kill one, I heal you, I bro.
कौन है
No man, stand up. Good, minus 60. I'm racing, I'm healing.
हाँ अरे हाँ एक MDR भी बोल रहा था मैं
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save
ये है
money.
total
Love that for me.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
आज का ही है उसका टाइम पता नहीं सेकंड मैच में टाइम देखता हूँ हाँ इसी में देखता हूँ ना मैंने बता रहा आपको ये है सेकंड मैच अपना 18 और कितना जाएगा फिर ये 18 को कितना 6 बज गए 6 और उसमें फिर 3 घंटे जोड़ेंगे कितना हो गया 6 3 9 9:30 बजे 9:30 बजे के आसपास ये टाइम कितना हो रहा है
Gives you wings.
टाइम कितना कहाँ देखो यार साढ़े 9 बजे होगा टाइम बताओ भी कितना हो रहा है मैं टाइम देख
Choose from thousands of realistic voices to use in your content. Change the
बस टाइम कितना और बताना एक बार अरे ये दिख तो रहा है हाँ दिख गया अभी टाइम है क्या बात है तृप्ति आज तो सेक्सी लग रहे हो क्या थैंक यू एंड हेटर्स यार 1 घंटे भी क्या करूँगा मैं कट्स 1 घंटे क्या करूँ भाई मैं इस बीच में क्या करते हैं ये बताओ बस मेरे को अब इतना वेट थोड़ा करूँगा मैं प्योर गेम खोल लूँगा इसी बीच में मैं
time to dive into our second match of the day. That is right, Giant X versus Sentinels. I'm your hosting, so I've got Ender and Doug here with me again, taking suggestions on what their duo name should be.
Have you gotten anything good?
I've got a couple of
टाइम लगेगा भी
like nothing groundbreaking.
अगला नेक्स्ट गेम स्टार्ट होने में अभी लगभग 1 घंटा लगभग 1 घंटा है क्या करें बता जल्दी से वो गेम नया वाला गेम ट्राई करेगा पता नहीं है कि क्या नाम है
I don't think anyone really did. Like, you didn't expect them to make champs.
No.
Yeah. This is a team that won a series in kickoff.
भाई आइडिया दे यार मैं ऐसे बोर नहीं होना चाहता फिर मैं क्या सुनता रहूंगा इनको मैं तुम बताओ ना क्या करें
in order to qualify and be here, and somehow they did it.
It's such a good story, and I think for them to, you know, obviously go through the rough parts that they did at the beginning of the year and then do as well as they did in stage 2, I think is the perfect platform. Yinsu, it was you who said it earlier. Once we hit the champ stage, literally anything can happen, right? Any team can go on a run, but also for a team to come into this stage with the momentum that they do have from stage 2 has the potential to bode well, but they're facing some demons on the other side of the stage.
Oh no, he's playing. Demon 1's not playing today. I think he's playing day after tomorrow. But if you look at this graphic, you were talking about this, Ender, just now, but the thing is, you don't see 2023 here, but 2023, they essentially needed a miracle to get to champs.
Right.
They won LCQ flawlessly without dropping a single map. Cloud and his teammates at the time, alongside Pipson, they made it all the way, and now they've just done it again, because like you said, the only way they could have made champs is a miracle.
Yeah.
Quite literal miracle. When
ये खेले बता दो chat.
they were dropping out like flies. But they made it all the way here, and Pipson even tweeted. He had some pretty strong words to say, because he does get dunked on. He's an easy target, you know. He's been around for a long time.
Yeah, everyone's calling him the worst coach. Like, what's going on?
There's also a really famous clip of him when he was playing back in the days, because he was a pretty good player as well, where he just was like on no man's land, and people clown.
No, he was in the last
series.
ये ना वो म्यूट कर देना अरे कैसे होगा इसका वॉल्यूम बहुत ही है ना वॉल्यूम कहाँ से ऐसे आवाज कम नहीं यार वॉल्यूम कम कैसे करूँ बताओ भाई ये अब इसको तो टाइम लगेगा भाई नेक्स्ट गेम स्टार्ट होने में सर्वे समझिए बताओ ऐसे की बहुत सारे गेम है बहुत क्या डिस्कनेक्ट क्यों हो रहा भाई रिकनेक्टेड सेक्शन चैट बताओ ये पहला राउंड था कैसे उतर रहा है यू से वो करना होगा। अरे अरे शिट जाना है। अरे इधर घूम इधर घूम। अरे भैया इससे तो कुछ और खेलते हैं, बोरिंग सा लग रहा है थोड़ा। रुक क्यों गए? स्टार्ट होने वाला 7 मिनट में। छोड़ो यही देखते हैं।
On the other side of this, though, Doug, we're living in a generation where players are looking up to Bang, and you were there when he first started.
I was actually just thinking that. It's crazy that I've worked on this game for so long that now Bang is one of the players that people are looking up to. I remember when he like first hit the scene, he wasn't talking to anybody, he was super shy, didn't really know anybody. The impact he's made on this game is insane. You think about another youngster who has hit a very similar trajectory that was just on the screen, it was Zekken.
Yeah, I mean, Zekken is going to be a really fun matchup to watch as well. You like the Groovy and Bang matchup. We've also got Zekken versus Ara, where Zekken, also a young kid, but by now has been proven a veteran and so skilled on the international stage. Of course, thinking all the way back to Madrid, but this is a matchup we got to be watching.
I mean, there's definitely stark differences with them, but I also like the similarities in the way that they play. On that neon, you know, I think both of that their best. If they turn up and show their best, this is going to be one of the best duelist matches I think.
Oh yeah, it'll be really fun. But I do think the differences are where it's very interesting to me, because when I think of Ara, I've been really impressed specifically by his play with the operator on defense. He's a guy that is going to be often saving in the early rounds so he can get that online as early as possible. Whereas Zekken does not op. This guy avoids the op like the plague. So in that sense, they're completely different players.
Yeah, I think as far as that goes, I think some play style personalities might be a little bit different as well. I think when I think about Zekken, I think about, again, a player who's been around for a long time, who's playing under the Sentinels banner, that has incredibly high expectations. The fan base demands it. I think the community demands it of them as well. This feels like the tournament where Zekken, for Sentinels to really do this thing, has to take over, and take over like he does domestically, take over like he does when he's besting a bunch of other teams, when he's been able to best duelists on the other side of the stage that have challenged him a little bit, but I need to see a lot out of him this tournament, and I think it starts against this rookie on the other side of the stage.
I like it every time we're like, we need to see a lot, he always delivers. He's like the one you worry about the least.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time he didn't deliver, to be honest.
He will deliver. But for those of you that don't know too much about Giant X, I have good news for you, because it's time to get to know them a little bit more. Mika had a chance to catch up with them and play a little game.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and I'm with Robinho, Cloud, and Flickless of Giant X. And in case you're wondering why they're all facing that way, it's because we are about to play Quick on the Draw. That's right. So, not familiar with this? It's pretty simple. All we're going to be doing is I will be fed a prompt, a certain word. I'm going to be drawing my special interpretation of that on my board. I'm going to be passing it over to Grubino, who will try and guess what the prompt was, and then he'll give his own interpretation, pass it on over to Cloud, and then we'll get down the line to Flickless, and he'll have to guess what the prompt actually was, okay? So, let's see what we will be drawing today. What is it? Okay, I've received the prompt. I'm a little worried about this one, but okay. We have 15 seconds to draw this. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, wait, hold on.
क्या है?
And
क्या है ये? Paris है.
Right, I'm outside. What is this? You have 15 seconds to try and make this out. Timer starts right now.
Okay, I'm going. It's easy. It should
ओ भाई बढ़िया बना रही तो
Last 3, 2, 1. Can you please show the camera your interpretation of this? Respect, respect. All right. Now, Cloud, please take a look at this prompt we have here. Yeah?
Okay.
All right, timer starts now.
Opa. No, no.
You need to understand. No, no.
And 3, 2, 1, boards up. Please show the camera what is this. Yeah, sure.
What is the flag?
What happened up there?
It's cage. I don't know.
What happened up there? All right, Flickless, please turn around. What is this?
Eiffel Tower.
Eiffel Tower is correct. What do you have on your board, by the way? Please show the camera that.
Buy the GX bundle, of course.
The GX bundle. I think because you got it right, we do have to buy the GX bundle. Everybody out there. Looking down the line, by the way, we'd like to see our own interpretations. That this is mine. I have tourists. I have tourists on mine.
Groovy is looking good to that.
Yeah.
Cloud, I don't know what flag he did.
Yeah, what happened there?
I don't know. One lane missed.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining me on Quick on the Draw, and congratulations, Flickless. You got it absolutely right. So I guess that means we gotta buy the GX bundle there. So thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buy the GX bundle, indeed. I like that they've got that on their jerseys. But of course, we do have to confirm that Aura is playing today. I think there was a bit of a talk on whether Waylander had to step in, but the roster is locked. We will see Aura on stage, and I think that is ultimately great news for GX
Of course,
fans.
yeah. I mean, and also just for us, because now we get to see Aura versus Zekken. Like, that's just nothing better than that.
Yeah, and I think one question I want to ask you guys about SEN is earlier you said that it was a fraud finish, you know, in Americas. It doesn't portray just how good they've been. So sell it to me. How good have SEN been really in Americas?
Well, I mean, the truthful answer is they did get beaten by NRG, but they also have been consistently the second best team in Americas throughout the entire year. And I think that is especially important heading into a global event as prestigious as this one, where you are going to be challenged, where there are going to be teams and a lot of players showing up here for the first time. The Sentinels team has plenty of experience when it comes to that. And I think even just from hearing the team and Kaplan talk about the adjustments they made and how they're reacting to their loss against NRG, they realize the mistakes they made, and I have faith in them to bounce back and be one of the heavy hitters here.
Yeah, I mean, they walk into playoffs undefeated, right?
Yeah.
And then they deal through everything through the hard group. They played G2 early on. They dealt with Cloud9 the way they needed to. They come into playoffs undefeated, and then they lose to NRG, as you were mentioning. I think if you were to zoom out and ask for a team with championship aspirations to lose, that's like the perfect time to lose. You lose, you get that out of the way, you learn a lot about what it is that went wrong, you learn a lot about yourself, and obviously this isn't the first time that they fall at the hands of another team, both domestically or internationally, but when you win as much as they did in stage 2, it's easy to kind of push your way through, so I do think expectations are incredibly high. I think that loss was right time, right place for them, and I'm excited to see how they do here.
What went wrong? What did they have to fix? They have had a lot of time.
They have had a ton of time. I think they just ran into an NRG that hit stride and hit spark in a time that, like, nobody could really stop. I mean, they rolled over everyone except G2, right? And so when you've got a team that hit stride and hit strike the way that they did, it's really hard to best a team like that. And I think that it's, I mean, they got bested. I don't want to call it unlucky, but NRG just played out of their minds.
So what I'm hearing is GX have a chance?
I think they have a chance. I mean, we need to see the form that Sentinels show up in, but I think me and a lot of people, even though Sentinels are coming in as the lower seed relative to Giant X, people
that's crazy.
No, that is a crazy thing.
Yeah.
But it's also a situation where people are going to come in and they're going to say, these rookies from Giant X, you know, they had a great stage too, but now it's been a little bit of time off. Can they carry it over to the international stage? There's always going to be those levels of questions. Plus, we're in Europe.
Yes.
And Sentinels win in Europe.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. That is actually true.
They also
that's just a fact.
They win in NA too.
Yeah, but they
Not
win.
They win in Europe. They win.
Do you know who doesn't win in Europe? EME18s. But for now, let's hear what Zels's, what his thoughts are on SEN's group here in Paris.
You're in a group with Giant X, XLG, and PRX. It's a toughie, but you guys are an incredible team, without a doubt. How are you feeling, buddy?
Listen, you're gonna make Rob hate me, dude. Okay,
Yeah.
like he's never gonna send me to another group draw again.
Why? You think that you're the jinx here or something?
Maybe. You know, not, actually, our manager Kez is a jinx, so and he's here. Rob,
Okay.
You can blame him later.
But, okay, that's who you direct the blame
That's
to.
who I'm blaming. Yeah.
Well done,
yeah.
well done. Way to divert blame. Super
I mean, our
responsible.
group is it's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's
It's
okay.
alright, you
It's
know?
okay.
I love how everyone else they sound like baby Bonka, and then Zelsus just had to go and do this. I don't know if he's like acting or playing up to it, but he doesn't seem confident.
No, and I don't really know why. Like, I understand you see PRX in your group and you're freaking out because it's just like, okay, getting out first seed is really tough, but I don't think this is as crazy a group as he is making it out to be, and I think really this game against Giant X is going to be the test for them.
Yeah, I think so too. I think there's a good chance they lose to PRX. This is the line, right? If they're going to get out of this group, they have to be Giant X. We just saw the other team play, and so we know like this is really their make or break in the group.
I mean, this is where they should feel a little bit more comfortable, right? They could have had PRX as their opening opponent, then that would have been really, really tough for any team to go up. So against a GX where 4 of them have never stepped on stage in a global stage before, Sen, you should be a little more confident if you're a Sen fan.
You come in with a big experience advantage, and I also just think that knowing the way Giant X play, this is a team that plays a lot of similar setups on repeat on the defensive side. It's not until really you see the operator coming online for R that they get a little bit more fluid in where he's going to be playing for the team, and I think a guy like Kaplan and the brain trust there with John QT is going to come in and be ready to dissect these setups.
अरे भाई टाइम खत्म हो गया जल्दी स्टार्ट करो यार.
Hey, don't you underestimate Pips and Waylander and Cloud. Don't you be one of those people.
I'm not underestimating them. Their setups work, but they do have, on the defense side, they do tend to go back into the well that has been working for them.
I can't stress, I mean, I'm biased, but I can't stress enough just how much I love this GX team. I was telling you guys earlier, they kind of give me 2024 kickoff like Heretics vibes. You have one guy who's really experienced in the IGL. By the way, Cloud, IGL, been playing for 5 years, is 21. That is outrageous how young he is. And then you have 4 kids that are just excited to be here. They're just happy that they get to travel. They're happy they get to play against opponents they never faced before. It's really wholesome. I love every single one of them, and it's really difficult not to root for them. Because everybody rooted for Heretics last year.
Yeah, I mean, that's wholesome, right? That's feel good. But then we're also playing for a trophy. Right, and there are often situations where a team like that feels really good, and they're happy, and they're wide-eyed, and then they run into a buzzsaw. And then who knows what happens?
Sentinels the buzzsaw in this situation.
If they're playing at their form, would you disagree?
Not necessarily, no.
Also, Tom is disowned forever. Like, I better not catch you in Berlin. Like, he's dead to me. He literally is dead to me.
I mean, we'll trade Sideshow for Tom.
Deal. Actually, deal. I mean, who's gonna notice? Like,
honestly, so down.
Who is going to notice
That's
if we
crazy work. That's
we take Josh and you
crazy
take Tom, though? You two predicted Sen. Why?
Because otherwise Rob Moore will heckle me.
I'm fearful.
I'm fearful.
Celsius, you, me, we're gone. The kids are out. I don't know what happens after that.
You're a sellout? You sold your soul to Rob Moore?
No, but I also just believe in the Sentinels team.
He struggled, yeah.
Look, even Groovy believes in Bang, you know? So.
Yeah, Groovy I think believes in Bang, but I don't know if Bang might underestimate Groovy. That's I think in these scenarios, it is very easy to underestimate your opponent.
I think with Sentinels going in as 3rd seed here, I don't think they're underestimating anyone.
Underestimating, yeah, underestimating. And I do think you're right. You kind of can't, right? It doesn't matter how good you are in stage 2. You've got this team that, again, is your litmus test. If you want to make it out of this group, this is the team you have to beat. And they have aspirations to be playing a couple of Sundays from now, so it can't end here.
Why did you predict Sen? You didn't say.
Because I think when they're playing at their best, their world.
I
genuinely believe it. I think when they're at their highest form, they can take down anybody. The problem with them is, internationally, that has not always been the case. I think they've struggled in the past, and I think there are a couple of star players who have not delivered against the likes of PRX, against the likes of Fnatic, and I think that has to change here.
They struggle to beat teams with G in their name.
Well, guess who did beat Fnatic? Giant X. So, here we go. is enough of us yapping, and it's time to bring out the second teams that's going to be playing on this stage today. Without further ado, join me and welcome Sentinels and Giant X. It's not often that we have 4 players make their debut on the global stage, and it's going to be champs that we see them on the side of Giant X. It's going to be very, very tough for them today. They're going up against Sentinel. Some of these players have been playing, I think Zelsus has been playing longer than the other 4 players put together, which is absolutely insanity. But looking at the map vetoes here, what do we think?
I mean, Corrode to start things off for Sentinels has to feel good. This has been an absolutely lights out map for the team. Up until they ran into some Odins on NRG, but I think the way they approach this map, and especially the way they dominate playing around mid, no one really in America has been able to consistently
and I think if you take a look at Sunset, think about how long they have been successful on that map. Yes, they hit a couple of bumps in the road, so to speak, this year. Not as proficient as they had been historically, but this is also a very comfortable map for them.
But Sue, tell us why this also works for Giant X, right?
Are you asking me to cope, or are you asking me to be realistic?
Be real for me.
I'm gonna be real. I just want to shout out Lembo real quick because I saw him with.
Okay, shout him out. Get that out of the way.
Everything that you can hear. I don't know if you guys can. What you can see right here is Lembo in the front leading the charge, because there's a lot of SEN fans. Every single venue we go to is packed with SEN fans. So if you're the GX players on stage, you got to feel good that, you know, your boys and your girls have come out to cheer for you.
Especially because no matter where Sentinels show up, there's going to be fans in the crowd too. So it's a serious fight out there.
Everyone else in the arena right now are SEN fans except for them. Literally everyone else.
But these guys are rowdy. No, it's sick.
What did you ask me?
I was asking because we were hyping up the Sentinels. Oh, they get to play Corrode and Sunset.
They have a very, very similar pool here. I'm surprised that Sen are sticking to the Ascent ban. I thought maybe it would be a little bit different for Champs. But GX, they're not going to hit this map. They love Corrode, they love Sunset. They're also very old school. Mini is being very critical of the way that they prioritize so much Breach in EMEA. I don't anticipate that changing. I think they have a very strong identity, which is they don't care for the double duelist. They don't care for what other people are doing. They're going to stick to their Breach. They're going to stick to their Jet. They're going to stick to their op. And they're just going to set R up for success.
And I think that is something that can be effective against Sentinels. Sentinels usually play a little bit slower of a game plan, especially when they're playing double smokes plus Senti type compositions on the attack side. They can slow things down, try to take mid control, pivot back and forth between the sites. I think when you have things like Breach in the mix, you can try to disrupt a little more.
Also, you can tell that West side, I think it was Flickless, or they went to the merch shop. Like, they've never been to the merch shop at a global event before.
Right before they needed to get on stage.
And they just bought hats, they bought caps. They were like, we're going to wear it on stage. It's so wholesome.
I think another player that I do want to touch on very quickly that we haven't hit on is Narrate.
Yes.
Narrate is also making his Champs debut. Narrate's a player who, you know, we talked about it domestically a fair amount. You go back to his kickoff tournament, and he's crying backstage because he didn't play well against Loud, a series that they still won, by the way, and he's grown so much up until this point. This is the apex of his year.
Yeah, and you know, when I was talking about how Groovy wasn't winning a lot, it was partially Narrate's fault. When they faced each other in EMEA, Narrate was incredible. So he's going to know what to prepare for. But here we go into Agent Select. What do you guys think?
I mean, all things considered, no big surprise here for Sentinels. I think really that this game is just going to come down to whether or not Giant X can beat out Sentinels in the mid-fight. The attacking side, Sentinels run over that, and I think it's really hard to deal with.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have a bunch of layers to how they fight around the middle of the map, as we've seen. This feels like a tone-setting map for both of these teams that
Yeah.
should, on paper, have a chance to kind of make it out.
नहीं नियॉन की जगह पे
Giant X, they changed their comp. I didn't think they were going to change anything coming into this. Obviously, they bring in 3 different agents. We didn't see before. They don't have the care anymore, which is what Flickless was really... They were relying a lot on Flickless' care.
But I do think the fade is going to help them out immensely for the spam and all the info you grab.
I can't wait to jump into this map. Hey, Cuba, by the way. But also, hi, Uber and Wyatt. Welcome to Paris.
Great to be here, Yinsu. Thank you very much. Already it's getting loud and proud down there in the arena. So it's great to see the GX Ultras turning up because we've got a team who is hitherto untested at the global level against the Sentinels roster who are still trying to live up to the legacy of that roster last year, the Tens and Sarsi dynasty.
So far this year, they qualified to Bangkok, but they bomb out 7-8. They make it again to Toronto. They do better. They make it to 5th, 6th, but yeah, they're yet to get that 4th place that they got at Champs last year, and they're yet to get a trophy as they did in Madrid last year. Still hunting that greatness that this organization is known for.
Change of comp here for GX. Last time we saw them against TL at close 13-11. They were on a Cypher still. Westside has opted to go over towards Device here instead. It's Sentinel starting on the attack side and already want to pressure A with a split.
Second, now moving forward, getting a little bit of information, wants to play off that Prowler, which does get the connection. All of Yard is now under the control of Sentinels. You can see Gravino fast on the rotate though. 4 GX players posted up.
Some stall here. You'll notice, of course, Westside is tucked there over by Pocket. And for now, Sentinels slow things down, but they are at a clock Wyatt with the drift across the map by Flickless.
Gold cover gonna go down backside, Westside. 2 on the anchor from elbow.
Big opening here. Sentinels realize they're priced into this at this point. With Westside out of the picture now, they're going to have to commit, but a Paranoid's going to slow them up in further, and this has brought time for Flickless now to turn up in A main. Sentinels have decided they've rattled sabers enough here on this A side of the map, and they're slowly pulling out.
This B site is entirely vacant with Flickless pushing through B main. It allowed all of GX to rotate over to A, post up with the entire team. But now, trade-off, SEN are going to get that free plant on the B side, but you have to favor GX. Being able to take this retake down, it's just going to come down to competent trades in this 4 versus 3.
Zen can still set up here and at least take a tower position. Naturally, an 08 will post up in elbow. They're concerned about a Rappy coming from spawn side, but all of GX now have announced themselves, and that's Grabinho. Not solo, they're a top mid. Flickless not able to take a trade though, and Zekin from that tower spot. That Ghost is starting to sing out. A lot of good damage. Ara knocked down to 15. Zekin able to slide across now, but it's Flickless who's exploring the site itself, but GX lock it down. Ara and Flickless, the 2 players coming up from tier 2, are the ones to make the impact in the pistol.
Both those SEN players just forced to swing out on the spike tap. Deleted. Despite Bang getting that isolated 1 versus 1 kill on the controller opposition, they're still able to eventually win things out. What a play from Westside. Lovely anchoring from that elbow position. And it was Flickless' willingness at the beginning of the round to push all the way out of B main. It just allowed GX to stack up on that proper site, find the early advantage.
Sentinels had honestly timed their exit from that A side of the map to perfection. As soon as Flickless rotates in from B, he doesn't actually see them get there. Not the opener Sentinels were looking for. But again, their attack side's been pretty darn good on Corrode. It's the defense side that's raised a few eyebrows in the past. Here's Zekin trying to challenge early, slide on out McLeod, deals with him as Westside will remain in that pocket spot.
Zelsa's going to go ahead and grab that orb. I'm interested in seeing what Westside is going to bring on this Vice pick, because throughout Stage 2, he was running kind of his patented Cypher on this map, and he was locking down that B site with some very creative setups. But GX have very much so indexed into the meta of this map. We've been seeing more globally. We've certainly been seeing a lot of in Americas. These are agents that SEN are definitely going to be prepared to play against. They've got a lot of experience against them.
Delsa's likely an attempt to sell something more at A. Doesn't just draw out the shield wall, he commits and is easily picked off. Not the most inspired way to try and catnip GX over at A, but it does at least allow the Sentinels to set up. They've not gotten in. Flickless looks to kick them at arm's length now as we head into the last 30 seconds of the round.
SEN should have
any
damage here, but I do believe they're able to kind of min-max the orb situation and
तीन बंदे पीछे से
on
भाई
the two sides of the map.
गया
West side likely
गया
going to clean up these last two players. Go a little bit
भाई
all good. He was the man just with the ghost. So all of the important weapons retained for GX into this bonus round effort that'll be coming up. Of course, an outlaw early for Aura. So proficient with the scoped weapons. That has been his bread and butter. And such a crucial part of the success for GX on the defensive side that they play.
I really enjoy watching GX on defense in general. Westside, obviously, fantastic anchor player, really dependable, and where the map allows for it, GX love to push up, get some info, super active on the defense side, even trying to set up these little pops early. This is where that'll be put to the test node. Sent into a buy, looking for that mid-control early, and they've smoked it off heavily.
That standard haunt thrown up top by Narrate Prowler through your critical pieces of utility for getting up mid. This early link control, bit of damage exchange, bang, real low. Zekin as well.
Westside has fallen back to elbow out of that pocket position, but might even... I thought about reposting towards the gate crash set up here. Flickless, though, is down. That's a pick over towards top mid. He just goes for an exploration, and Bang was holding the line already.
And look at GX at the top of the map. They're now concerned about some of the gaps that are open, but SEN have just been biding their time, waiting to get into this A site, which is now totally devoid of any anchors.
Also, great presence in A main still for Sentinels here. An off angle by John. And they'll be able to drift over. This puts GX in a bit of an awkward spot. Gravino has been so dependable in this controller role. Will have to find a way in himself here.
Cover going out.
Smoke over towards pocket. That is at least going to eliminate that as an option. And also let GX start to get into the side itself. Second, waiting. Prowler, though, eaten up. Close range. He's going to relay vault to try and get the space. He's low down to 45. The paranoia here comes on through. Westside and Cloud look to step up. Second will be first up and last out, apparently. Gravino hasn't really been able to move from this position at all. Sentinels draw GX out of A with that pick in mid. Take the side for themselves.
I do love how Zekin plays that situation, feeling the pressure of multiple GX players, retaking through that main area of the site. Loses some health, doubles back. A paranoia comes through from Bang to assist them. Prowler as well, then reposts on the angle. Even a little movement adjustment for that second kill. Really lovely stuff from him. Not too much damage done from GX on that bonus round. So SEN stabilizing their economy just a bit here.
Once again, it's the same setup over towards mid. Both the fast lane and the Viper were committed. Gravino playing close on the other side.
Yeah, this time GX are ready to contest with this paranoia.
Prowler's holding him out.
Multiple players, yeah. Prowler going through, but Bang crucial kill.
Around to use the paper mache walls to his favor, though. Takes Bang down now. Wants to try and challenge mid off the flash. Not much to be seen there, but Flickless is able to take care of Zelsis. And that's the control, the B side of the map secured.
This is GX saying you're not going to be taking mid for free. What an adjustment from Aura. A gate crash if he does need to escape, but wow, actually just pops it as a fake immediately that he's gotten back out towards that B-side link, but he's staying posted up.
Here's that proactivity on defense for GX, but this time it puts him right in crosshairs. Ara at least is able to respond, again emerging from the top mid spot. He's already had 3 kills in the round, locking mid down, causing that spike to go loose, and leaving it all up to Zekin.
Those remaining SEN players, numbers dwindling away because they just have too many angles to cover.
A double face here is easy to put together. Zekin has to expect that, yeah. Either Ara or Flickless will get the job done. 5-1 for someone who's feeling a bit under the weather recently, not even scrimming. He's hit the ground running.
Debut global event as well. I love this adjustment from GX. Good call from IGL Cloud. They've been giving that mid space for free. SEN have been happy to take it fast. So with those Yoru flashes, some of our own initiator utility, just repop onto them, refight for that space. Really, really love that decision from GX. And now SEN, some fear is going to be instilled in them as well. When we have those walls up in the mid, there could be flashes coming at us. They could be swinging through on us.
Curious about how these, Zelsis lurks mid to late round have been looking so far. Flickless has been hard to shift on that B side of the map. Zara something up close and personal this time, a little more than he perhaps bargained for at top mid. Now 3 players in link. Surely GX pop from here.
Well, yeah, they want to re-push. Steel guarded as well. SEN routed, running down mid, but Bang caught up top, so is Zekin.
Confirmation though, as Westside steps in the mid. This is under the effects of Steel guarding, by the way. The classics ring out. I've never seen a better endorsement for the bundle than that. And the A side is open for Sentinels.
A cool, proactive idea from GX to try to refight into the mid. But with Sen being able to escape towards the bottom and then, you know, re-swing out, that is
I don't know,
madness. How on earth does Zekin get two?
Well, they have
one onto the first guy coming in who's trying to clear, see where people are at. Sure. How on earth does he get a second off that?
At the risk of being a little facetious, the crossfire setup for Sentinels was pretty good in top mid because they're obviously able to push all the way up to the arch at the very top of that part of the map. I think that's something we've got to have a look at here. It has to fall apart for GX. They look like they have the Prowler out wide. They have the opportunity. And they lose to vastly inferior guns in some pretty sharpshooters' hands.
Well, they're certainly feeling confident. I'll tell you that. They have not come into this game with nerves.
But if you watch GX, right, you've seen this a lot. This is something they did to Fnatic in that series that really made Fnatic uncomfortable. There wasn't this time to set up. There were these thrusts coming out from defenders at really inopportune moments for them. Very disruptive.
Straight up won a 1v1 against Scrivinio on that swing. That is crazy.
So still Garden didn't really have the impact I think they were hoping it would.
You're right. That is a very GX-coded play, though. They love to use an ult on defense to activate some kind of very aggro play. Sen are just going back to the well, seemingly. They wanted to go up mid, but this time it's just a little bit more of a bait, drawing the attention and a reposition towards this B main side, and GX are going to find that out when they pop out of the smoke with the flash.
Not a costly re-clear in terms of util for GX. Somewhat in positioning, right? They now have to make their way back into B, and if they don't beat the timing, they're in trouble. Now, no one's going to be affected by this Nightfall. Flickless, though, does step in, and the Steel Garden is active this time against GX. Bang with the Paranoid. They're going to have to hit this at some point, and Zekin gets in there with the Overdrive. A player at top mid on the other side of the smoke, and it's very clear where Flickless was standing. He is hit with that seize, and all of GX now getting mowed down. Coming out of top mid, even at long range, Zekin down Ara. 3 for him in the round. And another 4 posted by Sentinels.
Zekin at global events this year has just been a monster. At Toronto, he was out of control. If he gets right back into that form here at Champions, this is going to be a potent Sentinels team. GX take a massive risk trying to get back into that site during the Steel Garden. Flickless goes in. That is a bold play.
Give me a fist bump. Let's go.
Crazy bold play, and they're punished for it.
And Sentinels can sort of guess how deep GX have gotten back into that side because of the info, or the lack of info that Nightfall actually provided. And then they've got such a massive inherent advantage. And Zelsus off the rip finally wins one against Flickless here at B, but he has some backup.
This is just a sharps round for GX, so can't really fault Flickless for trying to go for something aggro.
Again, this is
it's all of GX going for something aggro, which it's really felt like every single round so far. Nice shot from Cloud. Does deal with Zekin.
John gets a lot of damage on this corner. In fairness. The kill.
West side बिल्कुल
low है GX. Okay, man, those regen shields really getting pushed their limits for John. He is going to have to give a lot of ground here and try and play at arm's length. He's given a lot of map control here to GX, but all of Sen are entrenched now in the post-plant scenario at B.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, they should just be trying to kill John here. But
thank you.
एक बंदे के पीछे पड़े हुए भाई सारे.
Well played from Sen's IGL.
I like the look from Grabinho this game, but he's not been able to get on the board in a gainful manner, and well, that's going to remain the issue. Sentinels post another one here, and this is that economy now for the North American squad starting to develop.
That was fairly important for John to keep that gun. I mean, it does just put Sen's economy in an absolutely out-of-control spot now. They will not be on an eco anytime soon. Uphill battle for GX in that regard.
Enemy remaining.
And so to some degree, it does feel like Sentinels are trying to tempt some early movement out of GX in these rounds, right? Take some space early, give it up, see if they re-clear, see how much they invest in re-clearing. Use it positionally or fight them as they try and do so. This time it's over towards A, that's where the presence is, but there is a poison orb inside. Sentinels aren't going to advance too much further than this for now. You'll notice they've left that shield wall in their wake, so likely looking to end elsewhere.
We're finally seeing Aura pick up that operator. It's so critical for GX.
Pivotal to his play style.
Yeah, success on defense, both for him, but for the team in entirety. You know, a lot of their defense success really comes around playing with the AWP and then forcing those attackers into Westside's sight where he's so fantastic at anchoring.
Doesn't see it, doesn't check the corner. Danger abounds. Westside, he takes his opportunity and he converts on it. Yeah, fall as well. Perhaps some more doggy vibes. Crossing of T's required there for Sentinels. And they have crumbled in a screaming heap.
He is such a stunningly consistent player in scenarios just like that. Playing in anchored position, Zelsis is going to be able to pick up this one, but still, how can they wrangle this back? Time is getting quite low, 30 seconds remaining. Spike isolated top mid. Why not go for it? They have infinite amounts of money right now, but...
There's a Haunt shot out. Phone spotted. Now we're going to start spamming, I suspect. RL's with the hold that line down. John is left alone against 4. That wall heavily perforated. The damage starting to come in. An auspicious number of health left here for John. Only 6 seconds left in the round to maintain his weapon. He'll wait for a step up, caught in the siege, decayed to 1, and dispatched.
That's that AWP getting online, and then just kind of forcing. You can see SEN, they want to play towards top mid. They go right into Westside. Displays some lovely patience there. Picks the opportune timing. Crosshair placement is excellent. And that's what a lot of it comes down to for him when you watch it. Crosshair placement is just genuinely impressive. Always in the right spot.
Really like what I'm seeing from Westside this game. Flickless also been really asserting himself on the big side of the map and successful. Philsen have started to figure out a couple of ways to best him.
Second does take a bit of spam damage. GX heavily indexed towards mid, towards A, as they have that AWP controlling the B side.
ये बंदे सेम जगह पे नहीं रुक रहे हैं, मतलब कि जो opponent पे defend कर रहा है,
they give it up, wait
अपनी
for
position change करते जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि
cut noise perhaps look for a way on A. There's a shield wall there in A main, which has not been uncommon in this game.
I mean, right now there's no reason for them to believe that SEN aren't going to, drift towards either maybe up mid, but likely towards A at this point. Now all of that Vice util towards A is actually expended, so that's nice for SEN to get out around the minute mark on the round.
Ara playing forward on B here means it's pretty hard for Sentinels to feign B presence at all. He's set up with a gate crash and get back to elbow. Eyes on West side here, someone who we've been tracking very closely as the top performer already in these 8 rounds. Poison Ob will obscure that somewhat. Sheer wall now triggered and SEN are going to fully commit. So they got 4 players here heading over towards Yard. Which is the Omen left back towards mid. Here's the Nightfall coming through. Narrate deals with Cloud. That's the eventual peak into mid dealt with. And some elbow control being assumed now for Zelsis. Slow and steady. There's a relay bot catching on to Gravino. He's struggling in this game. Narrate doubles down. West side out of the picture now. The force facility, the A side's been cleared. And Flickless walks headlong into an off shot.
That was simply the perfectly placed recon bolt from Second. That connected onto both anchoring players on their re-entry after being stalled so heavily by a really significant ultimate that Cloud threw out. That connected onto everyone coming through that link side. They had no chance of getting into the site. There was a paranoia thrown on top of that. Which perhaps Gravino is regretting for not saving for a re-entry, but did think they were going to maybe pop out of that smoke, so can't really blame him, but would have been nice to have for that second wave.
In general, just the evolution of GX on this Corrode map has been satisfying. They've been criticized, I think, maybe for sticking to their sort of Sova breach guns too heavily on a lot of maps in the past. I think the adoption of this Yoru gives them coverage of a lot more of the map, and also some pseudo-initiator capacity, right, in terms of his kit. Not too shabby from them. Remember, Sentinels have a 74% attack side win rate on this map recently. Typically, they run teams over here. The GX staying in step is a very good sign.
And that is really the thing about GX in terms of their comp choices. They love the double initiator still, and it got them on the best run that they've had all year in Stage 2 to make it to champs. But now that they're here, they're switching up towards the more meta double controller, at least to begin here on Corrode. Opsil for Aura. Flickless does have that Viper's kit, which could be thrown down on B at a moment's notice. So.
Still Garden also active on both sides. That's been a pretty key component of the util or ultimate heavy rounds we've seen on Corrode so far.
Do you expect if SEN make too much noise over on this B side, that pit will be thrown down immediately. They have the opt control over towards A main. This should be a challenging round for SEN.
Yeah, look at this forward posting up here in A main by Ara. This is... I think we heard that shot ring out. This has made a little bit hard for SEN to get this part of the map under their control.
And it's key for them that they try to exploit some of these lanes in mid, knowing that pit is in B main. Kill from Cloud, just spam, I believe, yeah.
Might have been off the back of some of that util either way. Second now falling. That is mid presence completely neutralized. That was a peek out from A short. Now where do you go? SEN are running out of options. They did draw the Viper's Pit out onto the B side of the map. Flickless felt like that was an appropriate investment. And elsewhere, there's no penetration here for Sentinels.
GX just do a great job of finding those kills in mid, the only really open lane that SEN had, and now they're going right back into this pit. Zels is with the
Please
attack.
check that corner this time.
This is something he's been picking up a lot more recently in stage 2.
Okay, they're going to try and seize maybe clear out. Yeah, this pit, they've got a catch there, and again, it's Gravino side of the corner. Pit down though, Flickless inside of a corner inside the seize, but Gravino nicely done with a recovered operator. Deals with narrate, and this puts John in an impossible situation. He'll just hope to walk away with weapon intact.
Gotta feel good for Gravino. Get online, get on the board. Couple crucial kills to close this round out. It's nicely done from him. GX able to tie things right back up. You can see the effectiveness now that the operator is online for Aura as well. Even though he hasn't been racking up kills with it, it's just the map control that he's getting is even impacting the game, right? That is
apropos of nothing, Wyatt. Cloud has just gotten a
bit unfortunate.
The inkling he should spray.
What a shot from Westside. He's so good, man. He really is talented.
Yeah, I've become a bit of a fan of this GX team, I think, watching them. I love those teams who want to push up for info and defense, get active a little bit, take some risks.
Aura again is posted up towards that A main side with the operator all the way towards back B. He needs to get over there quickly, and he just may need to. Steel Garden is going to canvas the entirety of the site. Flickless isolated in there with just a shorty.
Yeah, Steel Garden out in response, but this does really slow Sentinels down. Do they want to imply they've been affected by it? Pull out your secondary.
I mean, that does enough that Flickless does get his gun back in time. Ready to fight towards Link. Second tower.
What? That is a nasty one. Gravino able to cover at least, and now swinging into 2. It's Bang deals with him. Did catch the pocket player with the paranoia. It's shocking to me that there's even a trade. Nicely done for GX, and Zelsis is ducked out of position. Traded though, west side off the map. Now player inside elbow, and Sentinels have the pre-plant Viper's Pit in play.
Then caught by that Prowler, knows it's time to just get out of there. This dimensional drift trying to spot players out for Cloud, but with Aura isolated, no value to be found from this ultimate.
What's the play supposed to be for Aura? Yeah, I think discretion might be the better part of Valley here. Play off the side, hold the up. Still another round left in the half. Maybe get yourself a freebie if anybody steps past the line of scrimmage.
Really has no choice but to save. Look at the status of the cash for GX. It is dangerously low, and there is zero chance he'd be able to win this post plant out in this 1v3 with the pit down. I honestly though, if Zekin doesn't get that initial kill, that absolutely absurd neon slide kill, round looks totally different. You have to imagine 9 out of 10 times he's going down there. He's jumping out to create space and draw the crosshair away from his teammates. He didn't even have his gun out.
There are 2 GX players on that corner, and if the paranoia doesn't hit one of them, as you see there, this is disastrous. This is very bad.
Criminal. That is a criminal. I like this from Westside as well. That was nice. He, you know, with the wall going down, he pops a flash, he isolates a 1v1.
Tables are hot, gentlemen.
But from there, he's not able to get any assistance. You know, Heaven was smoked off where Aura was at. Good effort, but
Sentinels seem pretty satisfied with progress so far in this map. Oh, there it is.
भाई इसकी ability पे लगा उसको लगा ही नहीं.
Not to be Aura. Flatten second and now is able to fall back further.
That is Aura going onto that angle late. The attacker beats the timing of the defender in A main, but he's just so fast that it did not matter. That is a display of just the sick reactions that this guy has when he's playing with the op.
Now, he's over in that mid position. Gate crashed here after that first pick in A. 3 players of Sentinels here grouped out trying to make their way through short. This is not being actively checked by Grabinho.
वही आ रहा है अब गया.
Nice time for them to get on in. R&R needs to spend a shot, get back through the wall. It's going to get that top mid control over. The Sentinels have struggled to fight for this part of the map. It's been very expensive for them, and they don't really want to force the issue there. Still trending in that A direction one.
They draw a lot of attention towards B. Good paranoia from Rubinho will stall things up. But Sen maybe allow for a rotate timing. Well, rotate is gone now. Westside at least with a pretty swift trade. Sen still need to deal with the anchors here on this site from GX.
And they're still on the clock from that rotation in through mid. It's Cloud with the Guardian now to give a quarterback good counter himself. And that's Rubinho for 2. What an important anchoring moment for GX. Just the Sen looked like they'd had the local player advantage. Beautiful on defense this team is. Really enjoyed that half. Sentinels here more stately open to the Champions campaign.
A real neck-and-neck game at the moment. Sentinels, who are typically very dominant on this corrode attack, get stalled out just enough.
We'll be back, of course, with more of this first map between Sentinels and GX after a few.
एक मिनट EX cooking हाँ जो मैंने आपको गट्स बताया ना टाइम वो टाइम तो तब था जब अगर वो तीसरा मैच खेलते लेकिन वो 2 मैच में जीतते ना PRX इसलिए वो स्टार्टिंग में ही हो गया पहले स्टार्ट हो गया अच्छा कल किसका मैच है किसका देखो कल NRG का है और EDG का है और इसका है फिर दोनों टीम को उतना मैं जानता नहीं ये तो G2 है ना नहीं
Spirited affair already here between Sentinels and GX in their opener in Group A of Champions 2025. Corrode was the map, and as was discussed on the desk, a lot of overlap between these two teams' map pools. Ended up only having, what, Lotus eliminated, Ascent, I think, taken out of the mix. Bind obviously not going to feature. Of course, coming back in with our Coinbase econ report, someone who we really had eyes for was Westside, controlling that top part of the map really well. Obviously is able to tuck in a corner with a stinger, find 3 kills to really derail Sentinels at times. Definitely someone worth looking at. Zekin here, though, at Globals has been the silver bullet for this Sentinels roster.
Yeah, his entries that he was finding were pretty astounding. That sliding kill with the Phantom was absolutely outrageous. We'll see what he can accomplish now that Sentinels are switching over towards this defensive side, where last we saw them on Corrode playing defense, it was against NRG in the lower bracket final.
I tried to bleach my eyeballs after that one.
Yeah, they got 1 round. They went down 11-1. So, doesn't really need to be said that they need to put on a much better performance here against GX. I mean, this is their map pick, by the way. They picked this map, and that was their last showing on it.
I remember that was Bang had 1 kill at halftime in that game. Naturally for a bit of showing here, Gravina with a classic though. Deals with Zekum with all too much ease. Doesn't even take any damage in that exchange. And that has already opened the possibility for GX on this B side.
Narrator's got a pretty forward position in mid, but with the wall dropping, going to retreat a little bit towards Link as GX need to rotate towards this A side. Cloud has been posted up in a safe position, just to wait out any aggression that may have come from Sen, but it did not. It's been safe from them right now on this pistol round.
Testing A main now. Near Viper ball to keep them at bay, and they're going to step over that. A Razor Bind there and Flickless.
Nera just walks out into the open angle and it's left John alone.
Oh! John's about to find two. Shot the ball from John QT. A stunning three-piece that has now given Sen a chance to come up for air. And Zelsis steals with the spike carrier. A round that felt all but lost there. Salvaged by the captain.
I suppose Nere feeling like if he goes out, they wouldn't expect John to be behind that box as well. So sacrifices his life. And
yes.
John, he definitely made the most of it.
They never expect the second player to swing alone.
But listen, if there's anyone that can win a 1v2 right now for GX, it is Westside. He is white hot.
Macros confirms no presence in the side after the fact Westside has pulled back now, though. Giving this position away. Smoke thrown up here. Bang will be waiting within its depths now. Zelsis already got it to half, and Westside gets a frosty reception when he ducks in. Sentinels after a rocky start. 3v5 at one point. Able to take a second half pistol.
That's such an outrageous series of kills from John. The second one, the adjustment to the jump connects the instant headshot. That is sick.
Ara literally jumped to try and allow the other player to swing in. Maybe the spacing could be looked at there for GX, but it's hard to feel like they did anything really wrong there.
Idea's not totally aligned there. I mean, if Ara just swings out normal, he might have just gotten the instant trade. So fundamentals a miss, and John hits some unreal shots to exploit it.
Classic SEN move here. The force into heavy stingers after winning the pistol. Something that sort of changes the dynamic of the bonus round quite drastically, but allows them to buy up pretty healthily.
The SEN have absolutely loved doing this. They just have the one Bulldog for Bang who's posted up towards A main.
See it on this map a lot from them as well. Even on the attack side if they actually win that pistol.
Yeah, it is typically on attack that they've favored this buy. Couple shards for GX, see if they can get anything accomplished here.
Oh, Zekken very far forward, but this is being checked for. This is about to be ugly. Oh my goodness, the rate bails him out. Zekken has the wherewithal to pull out the classic and go for some right clicks. Oh yeah, classic NA sting around, I suppose. Those unaware, that's a thing.
And then when you lose the stingers, well, it's not too bad. It's not the biggest hit to the economy. You can just buy more stingers. Yeah. So you're fine. That is the North American
hailing
way.
From the land of plenty. Just buy more stingers. Great setup here for Narrate, though. It ends up being a crossfire as GX know. They know Zekken is in that corner. They look to dig him out, but expose themselves to that off angle. Not even Ara can bail them out.
Well, let's see what the plan is here from SEN. They are going to make a pretty fast approach down mid, it seems. As GX work both of the extremities.
How much longer can they take this early mid control when we start to play the spam game? That's my question. Something they got owned by NRG on, with Brock just spraying them with an Odin.
One nice little benefit of playing the Yoru against SEN. You know that you're going to be able to use that clone to just trip the Vice wall. So that is immediately
super free.
Yeah, just off the map for Zelsis.
So change of tact here for GX. Flying off that B side of the map, which is far more loosely held. It is only John. By elbow now with a stinger, so not at his effective range. Likely would leave this open for retake.
Should have the molly for a little bit of stall, and Zekken is actually posting up towards that link. Dodges out the paranoia.
All right, in the site, Grabinho also TPing across, very much like Lotus here, as those two are able to get a bit further ahead. Into the site, rotation coming back through, spawn here for Sentinels, and a position taken up in tower. But remember, these are just stingers, with the exception of Bang's Bulldog.
There was really no opportunity for SEN to flood their players not in position. Zekken continually just smoked off. And now on the re-entry, they're going to have to deal with these thorns on the ground.
Yep. And no steel garden, no nightfall, none of that sort of accoutrement, so to speak. In we go, Zekken up first, banged out as John and QT step in. No one to trade there for Ara, but yet it's Narrate with the Sheriff to step up. Cloud, you think will be dug out of this corner in a few moments. Economically, this is massive for Sentinels. A very cheap bonus with 3 stingers in play. And we're going to have a full retake on the B side.
Just a 5-on-5 full retake. Zekken gets a lot of distance with the fast lane up coming out of Blink there.
It's a backbreaker for GX.
And Grabinho just steps into the open. to try and find the kill onto him, not expecting that a player would be right there. I mean, Bang gets an absolute free one on account of it. John out of his seat.
As you should be.
Yeah, what a round to win. Inflection point in this map. Yep. Honestly, this is where SEN might be able to just run away with the rest of the game.
And it's honestly an uncanny amount of these stinger bonuses we've seen Sentinels be successful on, even domestically. But able to have a proof of concept here and an international, gonna feel good for them. Again, they want that mid control here, but they're being pinged out. It's actually Garino spotted by the horns. And an easy pickup for Zek through all this smoke.
All the GX players, but just Sheriffs are caught in the corner. What? Come on, man.
बस मार यार भाई क्या
Give me that white ripper PvP,
That's not
bro.
how the game is supposed to be played, bro.
Baby. Oh my goodness. Tough round, of course, for GX to walk into.
एक राउंड नहीं निकला उसका, एक राउंड नहीं निकला भाई, चार लगातार.
When I was playing the
what happened to the game, I love.
was devious.
But what is to stop
activity from Zek?
What is to stop GX though from scouting out this early movement? Because they are thrusting down mid, right? In theory, you could spray them down. You could control a competition of your own, ping them out with your, your Fade Initiator. Surely that's an option here to answer this, like early pusher.
Really, outside of a couple of those early fight rounds from GX, mid has belonged to SEN this entire game.
Kings of mid, as we call them in NA right now.
Mid is so critical on Corrode that is just going to continue to give them the upper hand throughout.
The joke, Rob Moore, please don't tweet at me. Obviously not the ending to stage they would have liked. And everyone expecting them to step up here. So far, not so shabby. The mid control, again, that GX does not contest in the early part of the round. They're really only interested in the extremities. So Zekin's gotten pretty deep.
Rotate now from GX over towards this A side. Have to pay attention to Aura, of course, with that dimensional drift. Can collect all of the info towards A. And if Cloud gets just one orb, we'll have the Nightfall as well. He has the spike right now, so maybe we'll see a scenario where this dimensional drift allows them to get the plant down, and then they can Nightfall to win out in the post plant.
Ara in shot there, concealing surely a massive chin. Very chiseled. And beginning with the dimensional drift, and now sees the Nightfall come out. Cloud caught out of that timing. Looks like Ara's going to commit to the sights. And it's packing by Bang, who'll happily occupy this pocket position and play off second where it even needed. Another three-piece.
भाई हो गया भाई,
for the young gun. Another flawless for Sentinels and 2 rounds away from a map take.
This control of mid is, again, just so influential. The pace that Zekin is able to just get right over into this A site and fight off that Nightfall, catches one. Look at the teleport from Bang. That's insane, the adjustment. I mean, we rightly so talked a lot about how good Westside was anchoring. Bang is also on the anchor, one of the absolute best.
And it looks like the key there for Sentinels is the dimensional drift that comes in from Ara. They know he's close by, and they just windmill slam that Nightfall onto the attackers, catch them out. Timeout here for GX. They've not had any control this half. They've not won any rounds, of course. It started with their loss in the pistol, and then a very unlikely loss in their first gun round against the triple stinger Bulldog Sheriff by. They need to stabilize, they need to settle. It's moments like this that really put teams in international debuts to the test.
Down by 5 rounds. Every single player on SEN effectively money capped right now. They have ultimates to play with. The game is within SEN's hands to take. This first map, their pick of Corrode.
Coach Pipson just trying to re-establish what the parameters should be for this GX attack side. And maybe at some point, they've returned to trying to fight for mid a little bit. But they tried it once so far this half, and it caused Grabinho to get pinged out by a Horde and picked off instantly.
To be fair, that one time, that was just a buy where they had some lower weaponry, but they're just ignoring mid entirely again. They just want to hit this B site with the ultimates, it seems.
Okay.
Maybe some kind of cheeky Grabinho teleport behind with the Nightfall to cut off the audio.
We've seen Ara get into that B site with a gate crash. There's been a TP forward. They've always got their own past that layer of stall util that we're seeing from John here. And you're right, Wyatt, you called it. Nightfall comes on in. They want to fight for this here. Razor Vine already popped out on the side. Zekin is there already. And he has got an overdrive to work with. Straight through the pit he goes. Contact Grabinho. High voltage warning should be on the label for this guy. Not quite the ace, but still, well, it's a show-stopping performance.
Bang cleans this up. 12 rounds for SEN, one away from the win.
Again,
Second is coming into these sites to assist the team anchoring. These straight up hits from GX
20
are
kills.
getting absolutely stomped into the ground.
Because
The Yanks are arriving on time. What a, that was hot. Very cool as well. Zekin gets in, gets that first. I mean, this is beautiful play, but again, it's this lack of any control of mid that is allowing SEN to just rotate so fast, flood in, support their anchors.
3 big ultimates up in that round for Sentinels, right? They've been sitting on those for quite a
Go
while.
to the
They've
hell
been getting
in
a
the
lot of kills, having a lot of success on this defense side. Far Cry, from what we've seen domestically from them, looks like they've tightened the screws a little bit here. Horn does ping out Grabinho, though stuck inside that corner. Aura's already gone down, and Zekin tries for a flamboyant slide across mid. Sentinels encouraged here to slow the pace down a little. Finally, they've given some mid control over.
And why not go for that if you're Zekin?
At this point, he's fielding himself.
Yeah, just a little bit of
Is
confidence.
this
Flickless,
Dead Wise
unfortunately,
Phantom
peaks.
is good?
It's the 2 SEN players who've taken full aim.
Dead Wise Phantom is good. मैंने को पता नहीं
Well, Cloud
बढ़िया
gets
ही
on the
होगा
hay. Unfortunately, it's in a body bag, and
भाई
narrates slots in
और
4 to kick off Sentinel's campaign here in Paris. And a slow start, conservative. Looks like they really wanted to get their best.
पीछे नहीं होगा कि भाई इसमें round
Into that B site with a gate crash. There's been a TP.
Bang cleans this up. 12 rounds for SEN, one away from the win. Again, it is just the pace that Zekin is coming into these sites to assist the team anchoring. These straight up hits from GX
20
are
kills.
getting absolutely stomped into the ground because the anchors are arriving on time. What a, that was hot. Very cool as well. Zekin gets in, gets that first. I mean, this is beautiful play, but again, it's this lack of any control of mid that is allowing SEN to just rotate so fast, flood in, support their anchors.
3 big ultimates up in that round for Sentinels, right? They've been sitting on those for quite a while. They've been getting a lot of kills, having a lot of success on this defense side. Far Cry, from what we've seen domestically from them, looks like they've tightened the screws a little bit here. Horn does ping out Grabinho, though stuck inside that corner. Aura's already gone down, and Zekin tries for a flamboyant slide across mid. Sentinels encouraged here to slow the pace down a little. Finally, they've given some mid control.
main push कर रहे भाई वो
And why not go for that if you're Zekin?
At this point, he's fielding himself.
Yeah, just a little bit of
You know,
confidence.
reverse.
Flickless, unfortunately,
Sentinel.
peaks. It's the 2 SEN players who've taken full A main control.
ने मारा था
Well, Cloud gets onto A. Unfortunately, it's in a body bag, and narrates slots in 4 to
I
kick
should
off
start gambling
Sentinel's campaign here in Paris. And a slow start, conservative. Looks like they really wanted to get their bearings early on Corona.
Red Bull gives you
तो सेकंड मैप है सेकंड मैप अपना वो है क्या कहते हैं ओह ये का अटैक में प्लान नहीं आया हाँ सही कहा आपने तो अटैक में कोई नहीं पाएंगे एक तो भाई भले एक गेम निकलाओ एक राउंड के 6 आ रहे हैं लगातार पहले तो इन्होंने बढ़िया निकाल लिया था चांस चांस नेक्स्ट मैप वो है ना कौन सा
This is also a very comfortable.
sunset है अगला EX good at defense but attacking not worked as well and हाँ मतलब भाई हुआ ही नहीं एक राउंड नहीं हुआ भाई बट एक राउंड नहीं हुआ भाई ये देखो अगला सनसेट है अगर भी वो उसमें भी अगर मान लो वो जीत के GX जीत के फिर अगला आएगा फिर ये हेवन। मैं चाहता हूँ कि G जीते एक टीम, और फिर जब 3 वाला होगा ना तब मजा आता है। ऐसे तो कोई एक तरफा जीत गया, लेकिन वो होता ना कि एक उसका है और एक इसका है, और फिर 8 तो बचता है कि हाँ तो जीता वो गिनूंगा, वो मजा आता है ज़्यादा। तो परफॉर्मेंस थोड़ी वैसी रहती है टाइट, हर राउंड को वैसे लेते हैं फिर ये। तो अभी टाइम लगेगा। हाँ मैं सुनो, मैंने ना गट्स वो खोजा है यही कि मान लो जब वो हो रहा होगा ना ब्रेक होगा, तब इस बीच में से कुछ भी कोई सा भी गेम खेल लूंगा। ये सबवे सफर ये खेल सकता हूँ। काफी वही टाइम चलेगा अभी तो।
I love the little Cuber. Mini Cuber is very, very cute. I also love the way the Sentinels were playing on Corrode. And speaking of, it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment. This one goes to John QT on the pistol round. I mean, this should have been, GX should have managed to close it out in a 5v3, surely.
Yeah, and this is coming in at a 6-6F. It was close, and then John QT does this in a 5v3. They're down numbers after...
खेलना चाहिए, हाई स्कोर मेरा अभी इतना है। और भी गेम्स है, ये लेवल है ना, लेवल डेविल लोग खेलते हैं, मतलब काफी वीडियो है, वो भी मतलब खेल सकते हैं। वही खेलूँ क्या? वैसे मैं तो सोचता था ना उसके अलग से एक वीडियो बनाता, लेकिन कोई नहीं, तो हम दोबारा से भी कर सकते हैं, क्या दिक्कत है। यही ट्राई करते हैं, अभी उसको टाइम लगेगा उस गेम। प्लेयर 2 यहीं से शुरू क्या मैंने कल प्ले करना। टू प्लेयर्स से क्या होगा? हाँ आओ फिर आओ, फिर से मतलब ऐसा ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं क्या? अरे यार इसको रीस्टार्ट कैसे करूँ? टू प्लेयर में अगर मान लो मैं कर देता हूँ तो कैसे आओगे आप, मतलब टू प्लेयर में ऐसा कुछ है ही नहीं इसमें शेयर करने का और ऐड करने का है। Oh, I think two player has to play one PC. अरे बस अरे भाई मजाक रही है ये, तो ना छोड़ देता हूँ इसको, आने देता हूँ। क्या है कुछ वैसा है जो क्या है चल ड्राइविंग का।
Losing those
news for Giant X and EMEA fans would know that map 1 loss is quite common, and usually this is because you guys need a little iron things out.
नहीं जंप खेलूं यही मतलब राउंड हाँ मेरे को आराम से आना चाहिए तेरी मैं जंप बटन के लिए स्पेस दबा रहा हूँ भाई जंप के लिए बटन तो स्पेस दोनों से हो जाता है हाँ अभी तो मतलब स्टार्टिंग में ऐसा लग रहा है आसान है अरे शिफ्ट हो गए तो तुरंत भाग जा रहे यहाँ यहाँ आते ही जंप करना पड़ेगा मुझे रेडी रहना पड़ेगा उसके लिए क्या है तो ओए पहुंच गया अगले राउंड ये पहले देख लो उसका क्या चल रहा है आ गया आ गया आ गया छोड़ो
You have to be very worried for what he does in mid, especially on the defensive side. Giant X needs to be shutting him down on those walks to tiles or the boosts up just on that mid ledge on the right side.
Yeah, and I know Grubby didn't have the best start on map 1, but he is an absolute menace on the defense sometimes here. His paranoia timings are fantastic. He's not afraid to get aggressive as well. I'm sure Sen's going to know this, so I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to be able to abuse this as well, because Sen, Uber and Y on the verge of starting their champs run with a 2-0.
I'm sure Yinsu, they'll be very pleased with that. But, yeah, we're aware of the narrative of, you know, GX struggling a little bit at the start of these series, although if you watch the Fnatic game, you wouldn't be aware of it. Sentinels, however, going to a map like Sunset, which, by the way, obviously great map for GX. It's probably their home map. They've looked excellent here. We kind of thought Sentinels would too this year, right? In 2024, this was absolutely one of their go-tos. It looked fantastic, and it made its way back into the map pool when Toronto kicked off. And we did not see that same level from Sentinels here on Sunset, and since then, they've not really made it their own yet, I feel.
Yeah, they've been very mixed in terms of the results here. GX, however, have not been mixed. They've only lost this map twice, both times to Liquid,
right? Yeah.
And outside of that, they have 5 wins on it. This is absolutely their best look. We're getting Westside on that Cypher where he thrives right now on the B anchor. A lot of damage through onto Bang. Gonna need some support. Going to need a flood.
I think they know where Westside is right now. And look at this. They've inserted Zekken onto the site. The rest of Sentinels have actually pulled out. Zekken might have an opportunity here to really ruffle some feathers. But it all really remains to be seen on what the landscape looks like as this dark cover clears. He'll stay tucked in. Re-smoked to be main, and Cloud diligently is looking to clear this corner very carefully, but Zekken is not looking towards his left at all, just kind of hedges on the right side. However, Grabinho flattened it run over by Sentinels, who now can accelerate into the site and start to set up for a post-1.
Unfortunate that GX lose a player immediately after that with some nice awareness from Cloud to pick off Zekken, the initial first kill. Zelsis ready to flash, maybe to fight towards spawn, but no, Sen going to call that off.
Because of the one-way likely.
He's just playing right now with that fault line towards Link when GX try to get back in here. They do have a good amount of breach util of their own to do so.
Zelsis still holding onto it. Veins starting to emerge on his forehead now. Patience, patience, and release. It's onto the site now. Ara the only player in, though, and it's staggering. The spacing of players has really thrown Sen for a loop. The narrates some sharp shooting. It's just not remotely enough. And a 4v4 retake. GX looks sharp.
GX are really fantastic at playing around their breach utility on this map. This is still the map in the pool where breach is very much so relevant. It's the only map in the pool where
Same
Breach
वही हो रहा
actually
भाई
has
ये
about 50% win rate against non-Breach comps. So it makes sense that both teams are playing it here.
Good up, Ara, nice.
Zelsis swings from that box on A side, expecting there to be more players behind Ara. But actually GX slowed things down. Ara goes ahead, and they've still got 2 players tucked on Link, who later emerge, and the timing completely throws them off. Also, Ara just knocks heads together on the site. 3 kills for him.
It's a map, by the way, if you haven't seen SEN for a bit, where John is back to playing the Cypher, just straight up one-to-one swapping with Zelsis, who's now picking up that initiator, playing the Breach. This is something that SEN have opted for since Toronto, going back to John's old role where he had so much success in 2024.
Oh, okay, and a rare miss from Ara there. Actually allows for some of the mid-control to be assumed by Sentinels. They are, of course, on nothing but the classics.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to make any investment after losing the pistol when you know you're going up against Aura on defense. 100% of the time he's going to have the
full armor.
Yeah, you need the full armor every single time you're going into that initial buy round.
Oh, no.
Inside the site. This is awkward. Very awkward. Flickness able to get through though. Zekin for a moment. Thinking to remain towards top mid, but now it's going to be a large flood across here into market. West side not able to find anyone. Some damage on Delta, but the looks of things, and Zekin takes the fight to him like a bat out of hell. It ends up being a trade of backside. West side for one, but John gets in there with the classic. Flickless overwhelmed. Sentinels running in numbers. And Acrobino with the Bulldog has to salvage the situation.
Wow, he has the ghost right now. Probably can't recover. A gun goes in. Zelsis just
not
ready
good
for that.
Here's Grubby though. A little more than a 1. Much needed, and Sentinels on nothing but classics. Once again, shilling the bundle. Get that top mid control and go market very quick.
चलो सही है कुछ तो अलग हुआ लास्ट टाइम
GX players just not synced up at all here. Aura is caught in alone. Westside spent a bunch of time just spamming through that cage that was thrown in market so Sen can cross the site. So he's a little bit late to getting in to actually help Aura, who fully commits, stays, tries to kill Zekin on the slide.
For no reason. I didn't even yell at them. I didn't even.
And from there, I mean, GX, they just really mistime their players coming into flood and assist. They're essentially all isolated in ones.
I don't hate this position from Cloud. It's so dirty. Zekin walks up into it. And so GX will take that kind of blood early in the round. Nicely done by West side.
Stunning shot.
And this is GX for you. So active in these early rounds. So proactive. Looking to work the map. Push up for info. Take risks. And it's given them the edge. Even if not the rifle drop there in B main.
Now Westside hears all of these players running forward. Catches one with the cam. GX are trying to be fast on this. Rotate. And Zelsis isolated. That relay bolt forced narrate back or he would have been caught.
Frustrating for Zelsis. He certainly would have felt stranded there.
West side जो है ये वही
As the rest of Sentinels pulled the plug. Now have to try and work the map with only 2 players up. Narrate considering a double back here. Someone who's been very vocal, Wyatt, in saying that when he can contribute more to the ideas of this team, he feels like the game goes better, but he struggles when he's not performing well to have that voice.
Aura takes this contact, but that haunt ensures that Westside's position, I think, will be revealed. I couldn't tell if it broke out if it was regardless. Sen do not want to get into that B site. They know there are multiple players there. Yeah, but what options do they have?
They've had no mid-control at all, and Gravino is able to scope up in time to deal with John. And simply, he will pull back now towards the middle of the map. Oh, nice line by Gravino. A fantastic thrifty from GX. And again, Sentinels try the same thing, burst the pace onto that B side, but very heavily disrupted by the breach util of Flickless.
They're able to, I think, throw the guns around at the very end there too. Maybe get Flickless one? I couldn't tell. They were trying their best to recover all the weapons though. That was a great relay bolt from Aura, who was getting into assist Westside so fast on that rotate.
We lost against Eco.
Eco.
Can't blame the guy for being pleased about that. It feels like it's so hard to get bored.
Give it back to Zelsis a little bit. He stood up for their ego.
But he didn't know what to say, really, did he? He just sort of stood up. Gravino, wow, they're having problems standing on their feet right now, Sentinels. Cut down aggressively. Gravino's able to push up here, and Flickless can only go 1 for 1. Still, the Sentinels committing all the remaining resources to that elbow part of the map. Zelsis limping away with a recovered Phantom. An 8 in the chamber.
A shot from Cloud. Very quick with that reaction. Sen just go for the NA Stinger Rush, but GX a little bit too stacked up towards Elbow with the much better weaponry. They make light work of that.
That's how it looked off the rip. The ping is very good. It's a freebie for Gravino.
Shoot
the dart, boys.
No one ready for that one.
Can't navigate all of that util pretty effectively.
Yo, shield down, sit down.
Yeah.
Sit down. Shield down?
No, a little sit
Shield
down.
Shield down.
A little sit down. Well, we're getting into mid pretty quick. R's been able to pick up that operator quite early. And the buy for Sen honestly isn't great because they committed a fair amount into that Stinger round. They didn't get kills. They didn't, only a couple. They don't get the plant, obviously. So the armor, not ideal. Bang with just the Guardian.
And on Corrode, as soon as they knew that Ara had an operator, they stopped playing his parts of the map. They avoided him entirely. This time, no, not the case. They've got the Neon, of course. He can take this space aggressively. But Ara's going to repost up in this corner and might have a timing.
The danger is where Aura's in a location, you want to go elsewhere, and then you're running into the site that Westside is anchoring, and that is where he's at his absolute best, especially when he's playing Cypher.
They do have the option, of course, to try and play top mid, pull the rotation through, and all just get gunned down, apparently, by GX. Man, that's going to lock Sentinels out of the round. It feels very hard to bounce back from that. What, are you going to go back to the side that Ara's still posted up on?
Very cool from GX that they pivot into that high-low setup mid after assuming that Sen will be rotating away from A. Aura's reposted up towards Elbow, so then they're ready to just gun them down midway through their rotate. They read the situation well, and they, as a team, will always do something proactive around that on defense, even if it is just setting up, a high-low open face like that to get the man advantage.
I'm always really impressed by the sheer number of different set plays that GX can put together on defense. It feels like they've always got something. Like Pipson has them drilled to a T. But this team, right, who in this form we've only seen since, the end of stage one? They won one game of kickoff? One game in stage one? Now they're at champs?
Yeah, they were 7th, 8th in kickoff, finished 9th, 10th stage one, and now they're at champs. And that is also a testament to the impact of bringing in Aura and Flickless right at the end of that first stage. They make away with 3 rifles, saving on that prior round. Invested so heavily into this one, of course. They have that Nightfall to play around from Narrate, and they're just but one orb away from getting that Rolling Thunder for Zelsis.
Okay, that was a TP across tiles by the looks of things by Bang. A smoke top mid here. This is already drawing that potential high-low setup across for GX, leaving A pretty lightly held.
But they're okay with that. It's Aura with the operator posted up. He's getting all of that information just by existing there.
Safe pair of hands for sure.
This drone heading into mid is going to at least spot out Zekin. These dark covers are going to need to be cycled yet again from Bang up towards top so Sen can safely maneuver around this area of the map.
That's the second one being used. Of course, to be able to use a third should be required.
Now, it looks like Sen at some point, do they just want to see if someone is over towards A? Are they going to make noise and then try to pivot back into a B split? I don't think they really made any noise towards A just yet.
I think Zelsis wants to probably find a fault line opportunity when it comes back available, but Zach is going to go straight into market anyway. It sees the trip, clears it.
No, he gets killed. Wow. Sen are trying to pivot into some kind of crazy A split right now. A smoke is placed top left mid for Zelsis to maneuver in. Aura still has this operator not spotted out.
Dangerous there, very dangerous, but Bang goes for a diligent little shoulder peek. Aura, those asking for more, and there's no opportunity to trade it back. Flickless may have fallen. That's a breach util gone, but most of it was already expended to the favor of GX now. We've got 12 seconds left in the round. Sentinels accelerating here. My goodness! Threatening to break the sound barrier. They hit that A side. And GX get drawn out into the town square.
What an insane execute from Sen. That's a crazy pivot back towards A. Making it seem like they were going to go through market, then they smoke top mid for Zelsis to kind of re-flank up top while they're going through main. That was madness.
Ara's set up here ends up being what? The trade is to play here from Link. Narrate has his crosshair set already. for that emergence out of elbow, and SEN just send it. They got no other choice. John is...
Wow, he went crazy.
Yeah, he's disgusting in some of those moments. I think the pistol three-piece as well back on Corrode. Another moment memorable.
Yeah, he's
for
had
John.
some insane individual plays so far today.
Cloud did not look pleased with how that round went.
I cannot believe that they won that out. Because second goes down immediately in market as well.
On Sunset right now, it feels like GX kind of locked down the entire map. They've got really good setup there in market. It catches out second. Ara's posted up on the A side of the map. Pretty reluctant, I think you are, to push into that kind of setup. Especially when, you might have a Prowler available to you or something like that. Seems like Sentinels just took that situation in their own hands. Raw gunplay on that A side allowed them to open it up. But that's not something that's replicable, right? That's not exactly a core strategy or heuristic that you're going to lean on over the course of this attack side. Sentinels need to make use of this timeout, which they've called.
Yeah, and to that point, yeah, it's Kaplan calling the timeout despite getting that round win. It did kind of feel like a Hail Mary that they just threw to win that one out.
I mean, that is very much just trying to make the most of what you have left. Bringing the lemonade recipe out here to Paris, I guess.
last round
to replicate rounds like that.
Now we've seen from GX when they have a Hunter's Fury, they often like to send it into spawn just like this. R will push down Robinho through mid. This is something that SEN need to be prepared for. It's a play that they like to activate that they've used in EMEA.
Zelsa's got battered there by the Hunter's Fury. And Robinho winning in tiles is huge. It means that GX don't have to worry about
the spike is down in that corner. SEN are getting sold out by the dark cover. Paranoia going through. Or in an isolated 1v1 though.
They have the Rolling Thunder to get A-main control back. That is absurd. A counter one comes out though. Flickless lets it go, but it's Robinho who eventually falls by the wayside. Sentinels have not got off the starter's mark in this round, and Zekin's not there to double up. Now trying to elite play off this aftershock. Zelsa's got his, and it all falls apart. Talk about a team who likes to be assertive on the defense side. GX,
that is a classic GX play right there.
Keep them coming, baby.
They love to use an aggressive early ult. This is an exact round out of their playbook that we saw them use to win a round against Fnatic, for instance, in their matchup in the playoffs. This is what they excel at. Their strat book on Sunset is absolutely as dense as it gets.
And Sentinels have definitely seen that. Kaplan has definitely seen that. It didn't really seem to prepare them for it either way. What a nice look there for GX. Here's a fault line that'll force Cloud off the line, and in theory, allow the cross back, but Robinho finds a perfect window to punish that rate. And again, early in the round, SEN have been knocked down to 4.
It's good to see Grabinho really getting into the game here on map 2. I don't think that Corrode performance in any way is representative of the normal level of play that he is offering to this GX team. And he's starting to come to life here when they desperately need him to stay in this series.
The buy here for Sentinels is tragic. They want to try and work the map a little bit, but they've got nothing done over at the B side. Ara is there with the op. They've sort of sniffed that out, I feel.
Rubino is still just posted up on this dark cover angle and knows he needs to get the hell out of here with his overdrive on the way.
Is he TPing? Yes, he gets out just in time. But he's TPing into the relay bolt. Flickless though, sharp shooting, gets himself set up. Backside. And crucially, Bank's still in play, so need a smoke to come back online for him as 30 seconds are left in the round to probably cover up, that spot in spawn. But Ara has had time to get here with the op. John, he sprayed through smoke. Realizes Flickless is there for the taking, and Bang maybe doesn't know the lay of the land before he TP's in like that.
West side,
another throw for John, but not enough for Sentinels. That's the 6th round to hand for Giant X.
How dangerous was that, though? The spam to the smoke from John was crazy. He is on one right now.
That is a very insightful shoulder peek for Grabinho.
This just never should have been that close. 4-on-2, he gets the 2K just spraying the smoke. All right.
Hey, you got to be feeling good here. Tough first map. Much improved on Sunset. They're going to thrust down mid again. They're going for it. Sentinels barely get out of bed before getting clotheslined. Ara finally taken down, but once SEN cannot get 10 seconds into the round with 5 players wide. They just can't do it.
This is just another play out of the GX strat book that we've seen from them before, and no team seems to know how to stop them. It's just the combination of their initiator util, the push down mid, a push through B main. There's a fault line that comes through B main that canvases all of bottom mid for Aura to fight. And then there's that recon up top. It's just, they run the same plays and it just keeps on working.
And here's a neural theft for John. Sees all of this at top mid.
The second baited into that swing, and I mean, why not? Cloud was right there using that drone, obviously. Just good that he had support from Flickless for that instant trade.
Zekken doubled his entire kill total in that round.
2 3. Breeze.
Quiet outing up until this point.
But I'm here.
Big noise. Timing is going to.
Why?
That's value for ammo, isn't it? Flickless X round 3. GX 5-round lead. These guys really lock the map down.
This is just where they're at their best. It feels like even if you prep for the rounds like this that are going to be thrown at you, it just doesn't even matter.
Dude, the util comes in perfectly for Aura.
This is just what they are best at. Look at how all of that util is placed on the map so perfectly. And it's a...
Yeah!
fault line that comes from B main that just gets the entirety of bottom mid into lower tiles.
He will slow down. Like, this is so well drilled from this GX team. They set Aura up for success so often. And this is a hand wringer for Kaplan.
This is stuff that SEN, I think, are expecting. They absolutely should be. They knew Sunset would be in this pool. They're not going to ever take it out, and it's always going to be picked by GX. So they've seen them run this stuff. They know it's going to come eventually, but it's another thing to actually have to deal with it in the moment.
I guarantee you, both coaches knew the exact 3 maps that would get played in this series when they came in.
Yeah,
I think
their map pools just have so much overlap.
Yeah. But these teams definitely behaved as you would expect when it came to the veto. So now Sentinels have to generate some momentum here. GX are locking them out of the map, and they're not doing it passively either. They are assertive, they are proactive, and they are more than happy to get into the face of America's number 3 seed.
Now Aura's picked up this Outlaw, knowing that everyone on Sentinels is just going to be on the light armor. He'll be controlling that B main side, and the rest of GX on account of that can really put the emphasis on stacking A together.
Gravino here is going to be forced back, timing not quite on his side, but the paranoia came out enough to act as a relief valve. Flickless might try and work his angle with him. Not affected by the C's, but sprayed down as those bullets were intended for Gravino.
That was very, very dangerous for Flickless. He was getting stalled up by those bullet tags, slow movement. Whoa, this is crazy from Aura. He's all the way out of B main.
Yeah.
Holding the exit. So, okay. I mean, GX, they know where SEN are hitting. They know that they're going A.
I mean, this is just breaking conditioning for Sentinels, who probably just aren't used to being in some of these positions. Aura, in no hurry to push off that. Full trust in the rest of GX to lock this A side of the map down, but it's to where push comes to shove. Zekken gets onto the side behind the box, but the aftershock came through, and Cloud swings for the fences. 2 kills cleaned up, now Aura decides to get a little active, catches Zelsis out. Timing certainly works in his favor, and Westside will step in when needed.
Nice.
Flawless round, and so many metrics there for GX. Untouchable on this defense side.
Yeah, they really do a lovely job of just fighting together on the site when the hit comes in. And Zekken getting stalled up in the back box. That was essential for the win there. And obviously Aura just getting the entirety of the map controlled by that Outlaw, flanking out a B main and holding their exit. Yeah, that was somewhat important too. Just a comprehensively great round from GX, who are running away with their pick.
Yeah. And Sentinels are struggling to adapt why they've not found a gear that suits them against GX.
And Aura has actually kept this Outlaw, does have a few 125 HP targets.
Zekken and John, though, they're the ones with armor. John can have some confidence pushing into this.
Much faster from SEN. They're going for that three-prong site exec, splitting from multiple sides.
Now, how do they deal with the anchors, though? Westside's going to be dug in here, but Narrate steps up with the Guardian. They know, yep, Prowler confirms. Westside in the corner and only gets his one. Stinger goes to work for John. And a Nightfall now to catch the players rotate in. 2 pings at Boba. Tells the whole story for Sentinels.
This is a pace adjustment from SEN that GX were not expecting. Ooh. Crucial win from Grabinho.
Ugly stuff with the Stinger, but util in hand for when Narrate steps up to the plate. And now it's on Cloud and Flickless to make their way through a smoked out Boba. Money, damn good for GX, and it might be worth going for it, but they are caught off the site. Cloud wants to wrap around, has a lot to say across the stage so far this game. He'd love now to show some bite with the bark wide. Nice swing. That second down. Narrate steps up, and Cloud might just be him right now.
Oh,
hi, Johnny. Flickless is more than happy to put him out of his misery.
Unbelievable retake from GX. It's Cloud just able to isolate. He gets that 1v1 against Zekian, ready for the swing from Narrate next. He is going insane on this map.
That is really nice.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. The desk touched on it. By far the most experienced player on GX. 5 years of play, and is yet only 21 years old. And has to be the leader of this team. And I love that we're seeing him give it back to SEN.
Yeah. Oh, is he indicating we won a 2v3 against you, I think?
Like, Zelsis stood up after they won round 2, and since then, Cloud has just been giving it to him.
It's a 7-round gap between these two teams. And look at how far back Sentinels are playing early. They're expecting some nonsense because Hunter's Fury is active. Cloud doesn't give it to him, though. Not in that way. SEN will be allowed to work the map here.
round निकाल देना
them being given more rope.
बहुत chance है इनका जीतने का GX.
Hell part of the map here for GX along with top mid now that pressure's
बहुत chance
coming.
मतलब ऐसा मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ क्योंकि SEN
after just
attacking बढ़िया खेलती है.
all-star performance from Zekian on that map 1. Here on map 2, he has been completely nullified by this GX defensive util. Has really had no opportunities for clean entries.
No ping though being set up just yet. Looks like the Sova Dart comes in a little late.
Flickless has maneuvered his way into the site, ready to throw out some util,
go.
but SEN are ahead of it.
All right, gets the jump on him there. It's going to be a relay bolt. Narrate just stuck to the ground, transfixed. Watches the sword fall. And there's a Hunter's Fury that Sentinels are waiting on. In the last round of the half, Sentinels are unlikely to put much of a scratch on Giant X. Spike is heavily within enemy territory, and John has to stand. Face the music.
I mean, look at that setup that they pivot into so quickly. Flickless set up to fault line through main. Off that, the Hunter's Fury gets significant damage through. Makes SEN scramble in their positioning. They have this double setup in elbow. What can Sentinels do here? Honestly, what can they do?
Sick. Honestly, the protocols have been incredible, and so many different set plays here for GX that have just kept Sentinels off their balance for the entirety of this attack side.
This is GX at their best, without a doubt. It's on this sunset map, and it's with this play style.
Let's now send it over to Lou, who's standing by with GX co-streamers Lembo and Sandra.
Et je suis ravie d'accueillir à mes côtés 2 stars espagnols. À ma droite, Lembo. À ma gauche, Sandra. 2 streamers Giant X. Guys, Lembo, Sandra, what a pleasure to welcome you here in Paris in those beautiful jerseys, supporting Giant X, of course. And we've seen that on map 1 it was a bit tough, so who can you count on the most within the players? You know, when times are a bit difficult, to bring up the vibes in the team.
I think our little Westside, because he's the clutcher of the team.
I think that's pretty solid too. What about you, Lembo?
For me, Flickless is so important in the communication, and his calls are winner.
Du coup, sur qui est-ce qu'on peut compter finalement quand c'est un peu compliqué? Ils ont perdu la map 1. Qui est-ce qui remonte un petit peu l'ambiance dans la team? Et bah, du côté de Lembo, c'est Westside et également Flickless qui sont là. On a le facteur Westside pour les clutches et aussi pour les calls, on a Westside. Donc on va ensuite pouvoir leur poser la deuxième question. I wanted also to ask you, because we know that French and Spanish fans are very passionate, you know. So what do you think about our French audience? How are the vibes so far?
I think Spanish and French people are the most enjoyer of the esports, the more passionate people cheering for the teams. We saw in many events the blue wall, and wow, it's excited to see them.
Really beautiful fan base, right? Donc on voit que les Français et les Espagnols sont tellement passionnés à propos de l'e-sport. Ils adorent ça, ils se déplacent pour les fans, etc. Et donc, qu'est-ce qui t'a impressionné finalement de la French audience? Et tout simplement, ils sont motivés, ils sont là, ils font du bruit, notamment le Blue Wall, les fans, Carmine. And now, let's see if GX can take the win on Sunset.
The energy in here is great. I think something special about coming out to France to cover some Valorant. They have a legendary crowd, so we know that. It's only going to get more lively, I guess, over the next few days. Let's talk this match, though. Coinbase Econ report for you right now. And a couple of players we want to highlight. West side here. Remember, the Econ rating, it's a metric, right, that we measure with the amount of damage done as opposed to how much is spent on your loadouts here. So almost 2K down to the West side, 88.1, which is really quite high. This guy's been really rock solid, man. He controls that B side of the map.
Destroying Bang so far in this game in particular.
Everyone has been, unfortunately.
Yeah, but he is obviously on the defensive side at his best. But now that we're heading over towards the attack for GX, honestly, it feels a lot like the defense in the way of they play incredibly fast. You know, compared to the average in Europe, they plant the spike 10 seconds faster than all the other teams in stage 2. They send it. They have so many crazy fast executes where all of the utility sequences are perfect. All of their timings are hit. They're really incredible on this map.
Yeah, it feels like against GX, you have to kind of beat them on an individual basis. And that's been hard to do with all this usual slanting engagements in GX's favor. Big stack here of B main set up for Sentinels. That allows the West side to be extracted early, but there's Cloud standing tall. John at least controls any ingress towards that Boba area. And there's Zekin tucked in his corner. This is a pretty conservative approach here for Sentinels, but they are getting torn apart a little. Merraid lit here by the bolts. Leaks finds Cloud as he gets around the corner, but he's gone low.
Wow, Flickless able to dodge that out.
Now he got into the sights. Spotted out by Flickless though. German unable to win that last engagement. Much needed pistol round for Sentinels. And it looks like nothing more than grim satisfaction on their faces. They're still reeling from that first half.
Yeah, I like their decision to go for such a heavy B fight. GX do like to go for a lot of splits, so they can just isolate a couple of those players in main and then try to refight elsewhere.
One enemy player standing.
Last few bullets there from the right. Important round for him. Some confidence for the young gun wouldn't hurt.
Second trying to keep the spirits high there. GX, no investment on this round 2. Maybe if Narrate can collect a few kills, Sen could work towards an early nightfall.
GX been pretty proactive here, getting some information about mid, but that Tiles corner's been pinged already, and it'll be Bang to take contact.
Conversely for GX, if they can try to maybe around the world get the orbs, they can get towards that Rolling Thunder early. They've been able to get Flickless the one so far.
Economically, Sentinels never really able to get in the game on the first half. That's evidenced by Zekin leaving it with 4 kills.
Except for when they win the eco on round 2 and then get subsequently eco on round 3 and the economy is cooked.
Yeah. Pretty slow, very default coded look here for GX, of course. Hoping for something to be offered up by Sentinels, who are pretty patient. But they're definitely more lenient into the B direction. They'll have anchoring presences here, including John once more ready to shut him down from Boba. Prowler from mid. That's now cleared. GX basically contained by this util usage and now hitting a paranoia as they try and get out of market. John's there, Bulldog sings out, good damage. Cloud on the side, somehow able to win these very unlikely scenarios, but Ara is contained by Bang. Matches his freak, so to speak, and Cloud at 19. It's caught on the site, Bang knows he's coming and is trained on that corner. Still not enough to get him out of there. Cloud getting some pretty ridiculous 1v1 moments. And that'll be Sentinels convert on the pistol 1.
GX will be super happy with that. They get the spike down, they get a couple kills, and it's Cloud, who's now 1 away from getting a Hunter's Fury. That's easily going to be the first ultimate that'll be used in this game. You'd have to imagine, right? Not too bad for them.
I think this team has drawn criticism from some of the attack side calling. He's maybe sort of less experience being pointed out, but Yeah, this is not the start that we're looking for on the attack side anyway. Now we get to see a little bit, though, of what's cooking, what's under the dome for Cloud. You mentioned that Hunter's Fury just a whiff away.
Fault line set up if there's going to be some aggression from SEN towards A main. The GX could go for a bit of a refight here. But it's just a safer cross setup for the Sentinels defense at the moment.
This fault line likely set up reactively here or to set Ara up.
And now they can get more aggro with it, especially with that drone getting the information.
Okay. So it's good reactive fault line that comes out from Flickless just to stop SEN pushing up. They really don't have any deep elbow presence. Look at them pulling back on A entirely.
Yeah, they're slowing things down, getting into elbow right now.
They don't really have information of top mid Sentinels here, so at some point they're going to have to start looking over their shoulders there at Link. Just giving that part of the map up.
Honestly, feels uncharacteristically slow right now for GX. Hoping that someone from SEN will maybe overextend. That Prowler's going to get the information on Aura in the corner.
I'm looking for decisive calling on this execute from GX. Waiting until, of course, some of that key util cycles back.
Yeah, they get that fault line back up, and now it's go time.
Aura onto the side, runs in and narrate first. It's going to be Bang, no credit with the kill. Bang gets ahead of that dark cover, and now the Paranoia comes out late. Gravino thought he had the drop on narrate, but he couldn't have been more wrong. The raid eventually falls, and there it is. Nice little flash through the smoke. Little two-piece from GX now. Assume control of the side.
Westside peeks out, might be able to catch him. Second.
Timing.
Gets the opening with the Outlaw.
Relay bomb might make things hard on the side. That's John downed. Westside sharp as attack, folks. And Cloud will hold his ground there on the side.
For 8 right now.
मुझे लगा था
We had 15 rounds of play.
That is an outrageous stat line. Thought it would be hard to beat seconds on map 1, but he might just do it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, some interesting classic moments as well. The first couple of rounds kept him in the game.
I love how Westside repositions for those fights there. Gets that kill on Narrate, then immediately gets back to play off contact so he can swing Link. Really intelligent stuff from him.
Going from, you know, bottom of the table in stage 2 to literal world caliber should be studied. GX, it's unreal how they've come alive. And now we're finally getting to see what they're made of in the second map of the series.
John has the trip set up for backside control. We'll see if they try to make their way out at all. Second, no, John does get that catch.
Yeah, Ara in the corner. Still a lot of side control for GX. Now they are deep. They can anchor in the post plant. Grabinho very mindful of a sort of off-timing push out of Boba, though.
And Elsis, he does have that full kit to get back in. Narrate's still with Prowlers to play with the C's as well. They have all the tools.
Hunter's Fury, though. Cloud going to try and preempt this now and spots out Bang by the looks of things back towards spawn. John tagged out, has the dodge away. Some damage done. Sentinels are against the clock. Need to get in here. Stinger there for Celsius. Looks like fault lines avoided by Flickless. He tries to get ahead of the game, and so far not too shabby, but Second is up on the side and demanding some attention. Brought down by Cloud, and Narrate's got to step up in his absence. Does Bang. Someone's going to do it. And Flickless puts the round to bed. 12-4 for GX. Just dominant on Sunset.
If SEN can't get it done there, they can't get it done at all on this map. It feels effectively over. GX one round away. They're in a 4-on-5. SEN have all of the initiator tools to get back in. Full kits used from both of them, and that's still not enough. Even then, Flickless not in the ideal position for that 1v1.
Doesn't matter.
Adjustment wins it out. Mental play from him.
I feel like Haven is such a wild card map to look towards our third here. Sentinels have to put in some extra work there. When GX get to control the tempo, they look head and shoulders above.
SEN just had no inroads on this map whatsoever. And it feels like the second they find some kind of advantage, GX just absolutely stormed them in the round, and it is done. Their game plans on this map are just genuinely fantastic on both halves.
Ooh. It's going to work mid again. Pretty underboard. Sentinels here. Zek and Dobbs should go out, look for something. The setup was there for him.
Yeah, cosmetic stun. Just one taps him. Cool. That is crazy.
8 and 16.
And now after pressuring mid, GX is going to go back, meet up with the rest of their teammates in B main and try to close this game out.
Two pretty one-sided maps back-to-back if this round goes the way we expect it to. Some volatility has been introduced into this series. Okay, TP there from Bagnet, gets him set up in Boba nice and early. Johnny's in the corner, and Ara not able to fully clear it. Still suspicious, mind you. But John will have the drop on the side. Cloud with the plant now. Going to be forced out of the cubby by that arc shot, and John's going to have to get active. Another Cypher Cage set up. He does not want to show himself. I get it, but Ara Cloud already racking him up. And John eventually falls. Delta's P's in, gets one, but that will put him to bed. And Sentinels will let the keys in the car. They didn't turn up the sunset, I'll be honest with you. Invisible. GX absolutely flattened
Lotus map आएगा. Lotus कह रहा हूँ.
Straight out of the
Heaven.
gates.
X map.
It's a code hanger that leaves the American squad absolutely reeling.
360 CS for Cloud, who drops 23 for 9. That is an outrageous performance from the IGL for GX. Their gameplay on that map was phenomenal on both sides. The game plans that they had coming into this
map well, to talk about here, we'll go for a quick break, then we'll bounce back, and the analysts are going to get us ready for a map 3 decider in this opener.
Yo, say nice try. Oh, we lost against Eco. Yo, shield down, sit down. Oh. What are we doing, boys?
Hello, Flame. कैसे हो? Hello.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back. I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Are your Valorant esports instincts next level?
This man is a big player in big games!
Prove it. Put your game sense to the test with the all-new VCT real-time prediction game, Shotcall. It's a Twitch desktop extension available exclusively on official VCT broadcast channels. With Shotcall, you and your friends will be able to call your shots, score points, and earn rewards. Here's how to play. During the official champion streams on Twitch, open up the Shotcall overlay on screen to make real-time predictions by answering questions. Whether it's predicting a Forsaken clutch or correctly calling a site rotate before it even starts, you'll score points, climb a live leaderboard, and have the chance to win prizes. Play along seamlessly with Shotcall's built-in notifications, or open the extension in full to check your progress and see how other viewers are guessing. You can call the shots during Valorant Champions Paris starting on September 12th. Tune in, try it out, tell us what you think.
Flame, आप बताओ कौन जीतेगा? PRX या SEN? X मैप जो है वो है हेवन का. दोनों का 1-1 है. जो जीतेगा वो जीतेगा. बताओ. गैस करो. तीन मिनट तब तक खेल लेते हैं. मैंने ये वही ट्रिक लगाया है इसमें कि I got you. Eight seconds.
In true Giant X fashion, they don't look the best on map 1, but they hit back hard on map 2, which means we will be going to a map 3. Cuba not having the greatest time, but he is telling everyone to buy the GX bundle. Let's go! I'm not biased at all. Go on, join me. Join me.
You know what? I'll admit when our team is bested. We've been owned. I fear.
And holy smokes, were they bested?
Yeah,
it looked brutal. I mean, there were so many parts of the game where it felt like you had a lot of these players who historically do step up when things look bad. John delivered. He did his best, especially in the first half, to drag them over the halfway line. But everything after that was just rough.
And and there's a reason why EMEA fans are so excited about Flickless playing Initiator agents. He was so good on Breach. It actually annoys me that they took him off of it for Corrode. You never know what could have happened. But this is just classic Flickless playing at his best.
I mean, I think Flickless util was absolutely on point. I think the combination of him and Cloud, what they were able to do in terms of like the combo of like their ultimate plays coming online, just the sharp shooting, especially out of Cloud as well.
He had 3 Breach ults.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, in what,
insane.
17 rounds? Yeah. In 17 rounds, that's insane.
But so nice from the team, and I think it all started on the pistol round for them, on a nice retake. Then they lost round 2, and we were like, oh no, this could be ugly.
Right.
But still, the Westside Sheriff is just the best of the game, gets a couple of kills up in main and there, so it ended up equalizing the half for them. And just continues to prove how good Giant X are with the pistols.
Yeah, and there was something about watching that round play out where you saw the first pick by Giant X and went, I don't like this. This has bad feeling written all over it. And sure enough, that bad feeling never really dissipated. It never really went away.
And then I think we ended up seeing them get to run a lot of these set plays. Later on, a lot of these aggro looks here. A little crunch maneuver, taking the Neon through main. While Groovy goes down into tiles. And I think even once they froze, right, they didn't fall out of space. A lot of teams would take that fight and fall away. Giant X just stuck to their guns up in there, and it was this brawl that came after that initial fight that went so well.
Yeah, and I think there were 2, maybe 3 big looks like this, but then they also had a bunch of these little like micro traps at the beginning of the round where Groovy farmed. He had so many good moments. This is the second one that I'm referring to, where they were very intentional about taking the fight to Sentinel's doorstep, and they couldn't find a way to navigate around it.
And what I love about these rounds, so we just saw round 7 and round 9. And it's both of these early aggro plays. The calling from Cloud I love, because in round 8, it's when Sentinels played that painstakingly slow round where they almost lose on time. They plant with like 10 seconds left.
Oh yeah.
And it's surrounding that Cloud goes go, go, go.
Yeah, well, let's not live in the past because we're heading to Haven. This is going to be the decider. And again, GX have such an old school way of interpreting this map, and it works.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And I think matching up against Sentinels that have started incorporating the Viper, that's getting a little bit more popular, at least in America. What this game is going to be, to me, is all about A main control. Usually Breach is an agent, and with the Neon 2, you can dominate the fight over that space. But the Viper wall that typically you're going to be seeing John QT put down is going to be that one that slices through a lobby. And I think there's going to be a big test whether or not Giant X can prove that they can force out Sentinels from that space early on. Otherwise, it gives Sentinels so much control over the map.
I think on the other side of the map, you'll expect Giant X to take control of C long a lot. Yinto, I think you were the one who were mentioning it. They're very comfortable with the flash dash, or the slide, I guess.
Yes.
But that idea of establishing control early on, very similar to what we saw in Sunset. The thing about Haven, though, is that it's a 3-side map. It feels a lot bigger. There are less places to get.
What the heck is going on there?
Oh, I would love to know. But all I'm going to say is, GX, if you can hear me, they're going to go B. They're going to go B. Be prepared for B.
Hubert the
yes, Uber and Wire, please give us something normal.
Save us.
Okay, well, I don't really see the problem with trying to provide Cubit with sustenance. That is pretty reasonable. I don't think he's got the anatomy to down a baguette, which is fine. Maybe puts him at a disadvantage out here in Paris, but hey, at least Kaplan is trying. to feed the guy. I think he'd like to see more Sentinels rounds, though. I think that would be very beneficial and sustaining for Cubit. Very few of those at one Sunset. I understand he's looking a bit emaciated, a bit starved. Sentinels, look, I mean, I'm going to talk about that last series of their playoff run in NA. They looked dead. They struggled to bounce back from the beating they'd suffered. Sunset looked just like that. So do they have what it takes to dig deep here and show us a great haven?
A map that we haven't seen much of them on in stage 2, but they have gone to this double controller comp. Aura, does he dare swing? No, dark cover. Zekken wants to go in, though, off that recon.
All right, men at the door. Zekken bypasses them entirely and then decides to get on out, drawing a lot of attention. And now they're going to make the dive here through Garage. West side flattens Zelsis all over him like moss on a rock. No chance to recover. And the side swarming with red.
Yeah, just a Sheriff bullet penetration going through default box. Now 2 players from GX ready to face onto Zelsis. He doesn't want to take that duel right now, though. He can just take things easy, slow down.
Coming. That paranoia doesn't hit Narrate, so he can stand a bit of first to the action. Not Gromino on Flickness again, surely not. It's the Polish player alone. Zelsis waits for him to step out into the sun. Still, a mildly furrowed brow for Sen's fans. That could have gone either way.
But that was an interesting little round. I mean, that's a pretty classic move on a pistol. Try to sell that B fake with your Neon who can get in, get out, pivot into the C split through Garage. Drone tags on the west side, and then he's lit up back box. Cool.
Has Zelsis shot?
That's a nice part of having the Sheriff, though, on these pistol rounds, is that you can actually shoot through that default box.
How does Gromino put that quick 2-piece together? Dangerous as always, but Sentinels at least get their pistol. That's what they came for. Nice little pivot there into C.
So we have this gamble sack from GX that is based on this paranoia from Gromino. If there's noise long, going to throw that out, and 3 players are ready to swing. But it seems like SEN are probably going to be dodging that unless they go for the late C split again.
I don't know if Narrate liked what he saw off that recon. There was no Al drone used on that C-long position, though, so tough to spot this out. But with the spikes being left, very much a default look for Sentinels, and they are so... I mean, I think Cloud has kind of put the fear of God in them here about turning up in random places on those eco rounds, so Sen have to be... They have to spend that much more checking these random corners, clearing really thoroughly.
Yeah, they've gone ahead and worked all of long, completely silent. After that, drone was early, second caught, but quickly gets that shot off of down to the classic.
No stone unturned for Sentinels on the safe side of the map. Zekken barely gets out of that one alive. Now, though, GX are going to have to play the A-side retake, always difficult, with nothing bought up. They do have all the breach utilities to spend, but the gamble stack does not eventuate.
Zelsis even waiting on this little wrap through B. I have to say, it's tough for me to kind of rank where SEN are at with Haven in terms of their map pool right now. You know, map pool was something that Kaplan discussed heavily as an aspect of the game that they need to work on heading into these global events to actually get a trophy. And they played Haven twice in the second stage. It was against C9 and 2G in the regular, season part. They won both games, but just a very small sample size. So I feel it's very hard to evaluate where they're at the moment. For GX, they've had moderate success. They're sitting at a 3-2 record in stage 2. Beat Na'Vi a couple times here. So it's really tough, I think, to try to match this up.
And I think also we've got to take this map into context of the rest of the series. What we've seen so far from GX when they get that lead, when they start to build that momentum. They look to be really good at just strangling you out of a game. On the defense side, though, we've not really seen anything special from them yet. No real set plays, but this is the kind of round where they should start to rear their heads. The Sentinels, of course, still have a Stinger Bulldog Outlaw in the round.
Zelsis does fully invest into getting that Vandal. Early recon, certainly going to be broken. Cloud taking the opportunity to spam through that standard A-long dark cover that SEN can use to claim this space easily.
So far, and this is small sample size of rounds, GX are a little less proactive. Again, it's a 3-site map. You're spread a little bit more thin. Losing a player on the extremity hurts a lot more than it would on Sunset, for example, where there's almost always someone else to back them up. Even like a 2-1-2 or even a 3-1-1.
Eyes are down.
SEN have maneuvered all the way back to this C side, which was vacant. Westside wants to get in backside. Will anyone actually be here in time to assist him, though? He wants to break the recon that might come in on that top left side, but it doesn't. It's just a drone, yeah.
Okay, well, they've got presence, though. You'll notice that he's been joined by Grabinho. Plenty of GX players here now. They're going to be loose. They come around the corner. Zekin, no tracks back and then forward. Almost had the better of Ara. But the guy is a little too quick with it. Westside, backside, caught out. And Cloud, not inside. He is still making his way over. And has the unenviable task of making his way into C from defense spawn side.
So GX are able to rotate everyone into backside. SEN really slowed things down, but then eventually I do feel that that kind of played to their advantage. They get a lot of clean fights at the end there. Cloud even caught by Narrate. Lovely little kill, and is now just one away from getting that Hunter's Fury in terms of the orbs. Bonus round converted for SEN. Yeah, it's this late recon comes through. And GX, they really, feels like they kind of try to overfight there, you know, with that double swing coming back default. And it sends patience getting into the site that does pay off. Getting that recon thrown back sight after the drone had given them front sight.
PTSD? That's a deep cut, John. Any knowers? Okay, so sending out. Pretty slow. They work seat slowly enough that Ara's able to get in there as well. GX maybe just not ready for that tempo.
Now on this round, GX looks like they maybe want to explore down mid. Try something more proactive, which has not been the case for them so far on Haven, in contrast to the style that they had on Sunset.
I'm not surprised to see SEN waiting for a push out of mid, for example. And actually, GX more interested in trying to allot the correct number of resources to the side that they think SEN's going to land on, as opposed to trying to get early info pushes. They're not doing any of that so far. Again, the weapons don't really maybe allow for it. But they've made a gamble stack that looks unlikely to pay off for them. And honestly, that lurk wall over on the B side of the map will keep a few of them there.
This game as well, I will say it's an interesting clash of styles with the two approaches here to Neon. Westside has made his way into this backside, but should be cleaned up, yeah. It's this double controller with the Viper that has really been the trend in Americas versus the very classic approach to running Neon on Haven, where you're running double initiator with Breach and Sova. And I think a lot of people do have concerns when they see teams picking Breach on maps that aren't Sunset right now. And I do think that's valid, but GX have shown a real proficiency with that agent still, where their sequencing of utility is really effective. The timings are usually impeccable. Honestly, they're certainly going to have to be if they want to win this map against SEN, who are going to be at 4.
I think the KJ choice over the Cypher is an interesting one to examine. The turret lets you usually on the attack side watch for any pushes out of Garage, and Lockdown is pretty awesome to force retake circumstances on that A side especially, which is so hard to get back into. But GX here don't really see any way to make an inroads on the map. Cloud always seems to just particular way late in the route. No, it'll be GX perishing to the blast.
Hit the
ground running in their second buy route.
All right, let's see if GX can finally stop this run of rounds the Sentinels have been on. Winning both the pistol and the bonus obviously gives you a crazy advantage in the series. The economy has finally gotten to a place where Aura can pick up that operator.
Okay.
We definitely highlighted that on the previous 2 maps, how that is really a linchpin for this GX success on defense. Him just being able to control space somewhere so they can rotate elsewhere with the rest of the players. Now it is a little tough at times when you're playing against this Viper. Having to deal with the wall does make the angles on A bit more difficult to work around.
I definitely feel like the texture of the game changes drastically when Ara has a scope weapon in hand.
All right, that trip front sight going to be broken by the shock dart. Drone in first from Narrate, similar to what we've seen before, a slower approach.
Drone then recon has been the cadence. Backside, we're just going to see some of those corners cleared, and Sentinels have seen or not seen enough.
Yeah, they want to slow things down. The rotate has been drawn very fast towards C. They obviously saw GX willing to do that on a previous round when they sent that sequence of utility on the C site. So now they're going to maneuver their way elsewhere. I think this is some really good calling from John. This B site is pretty open. Cloud wants to get in there.
Dangerous though. Yeah. Knew there'd be some utility draw over. Cloud extends onto the side. It was ultimately a fake for SEN. Something that's been in their wheelhouse a lot in the past. GX though, convinced that was for real, and they get punished for it.
They have just been baited into all of these angles. Aura is absolutely going to be saving this off. Really excellent calling there from John, I feel. Just activating that same early util on C that drew all the rotates on the bonus round that they converted on. He's able to catch this kill onto Aura.
It's free, man.
But then drawing the rotates, pivoting to B. But then after they're delayed by that aftershock, they turn around. All of those GX players who were drawn out, baited out, they collect the kills, pivot to C where they've left Zelsis inserted deep. This was a really excellent round from SEN.
And also a decent time to make the fake play on B happen. Still the GX, maybe that's something that also has come up to them in VOD review, because it is something that SEN likes to mix in. Just a point of tension in this game where, for whatever reason, they are convinced that it's worthwhile committing on. And they underestimate their opponents. Big punish as a result. Cloud definitely a lot quieter in this map. Now needs to get the troops rallied as Pipson is going to dial in and see what needs to be fixed in this timeout.
What's made GX so effective on defense is their ability to call rounds where they fully disrupt the plans of the attackers. So far, that just hasn't happened.
No, they've been trying to gamble stack sites.
They've been trying to gamble on some of the eco rounds, and they've been trying to flood on the buy rounds. We saw that on the bonus. We just saw that on this round, too. They all tried to flood back C, right? And so far, that hasn't been effective. It's just resulted in John having free reign across the map to lead his team and execute the plans perfectly.
How safe is it, though, to be pushing off these sites as individuals or duos for this early info, for this disruptive potential? There's been no defensive pops, right? There's been no sort of very aggressive early round movements here for GX. In fact, they're not even working the map much for information passively.
At some point here, I would like to see them do something active towards mid.
I think we're going to get it
mix
now.
That in. And yeah, I do think they're going to do it here with this half buy that they've got going.
Now, there's no KJ turret set up to see this.
Oh, wow. So that's a recon paranoia with a stun from Aura into window. All of SEN, though, they're stacked up towards this C side. Site is going to be totally free.
He's bang.
Yeah, him teleporting up top while Zekken runs in so they can double face back Site, but it is not going to be held by a single GX player. It is indexed in that mid play.
Yep. I like the set play and give a lot of map control over, allow to contain, but there's no pressure coming from C long because there's KJ util that can obviously read it as it comes.
This round is as good as done. Nice shot from Zekken. The side was already
he's back.
On such low HP.
Aura and Cloud. Don't have a lot to say about this round, I suspect. Just as likely to disappear in a puff of smoke. Set up inside Garage here, and once again, there will be a player late in the round for Sentinels trying to punish this. But no one's looking in Zelsis' direction, and yet Cloud whips on him. Pretty unconvincing stuff for GX there. Set play attempted, no result yielded.
Certainly not mad at the attempt, though. I want to see them go for plays like that.
Yeah, but how does that condition them now?
But a little insult to injury is that Zelsis, even at the end there with a kill and the death, now has a lockdown for this buy round. They have the Hunter's Fury with the lockdown to put GX on an eco again.
GX have to play ahead of that lockdown potential. They still have an op to hand, I would think. At least the option to go for one.
Maybe if, Cloud is one away from his Hunter's Fury, so that's the natural counter to the lockdown if he can get an orb somewhere. This time, SEN, they want to go very fast towards A. Teleport cross from Bang, but he's caught. He's stunned.
Okay, well, Sentinels conditioned to a little bit of a slower early round from GX and don't really see the mid pop from them in the previous one, so think they can still play in that fashion.
And there's a stronger A fight from GX. I do like to see that, but this is a good response from SEN. They have gone so quickly towards this C side. Can GX flood in to support West side now?
West side Tux gets the perfect drop, and Zekken is lit inside that cage. Too easy for the Cypher, and finally West side gets himself onto the board kill-wise. John, not the timing would have hoped for, I suspect. And now Narrate. Unsuccessful in trying to crack the remainder of this C-side open. Finally,
nice round, bhai.
Giant X get on the board.
Signs of life. I like how they played that round
from
start to finish. It's that A fight, very aggressive, fault line comes through, recon into lobby. It was on a round where SEN wanted to go for an A fight of their own. They are completely caught off by that breach util. And then GX recognizing that there was that fast pivot to C coming. Westside gets all the way deep towards Plat, gets the cages up, allows his teammates to flood back in. That's a perfect defensive round.
A good example of how that util perfectly facilitates.
And now look, they want to get aggro towards mid again. It's that play from before, the relay bolt, paranoia,
and
the
takes the space back though. He's there in the second Wyatt. Ara brought down. Just impales himself on his own sword by the looks of things, but there's that Hunter's Fury that comes off for GX, a big part of their early aggressive play. Zekan's got to get across the window, lucky to be alive, but could still be spammed down. Scorpino wants to push up outside of lobby. Chaotic early round, leaves Sentinels down to 2.
Yeah, Westside stayed fully committed out of Garage, caught off Celsius, and now the neural theft
buddy.
Reveal these remaining 2 players. It's a 1v1. Oh, second won that. Round looking very different. A crucial pickup for Flickless. GX, they have to convert this.
They got all the info. John can't get anything done outside of the purview of GX. They know it all. Now, those thin walls may be his undoing. Flickless wants to step up. And John doesn't have the mechanics to answer. GX up to 2 rounds. Finally, we're starting to see some of their personality from EMEA's number 2.
Surge of energy coming into this team after an absolute drought. This is the play they ran on that prior half by. This time, SEN were in the region they needed them to be towards window. It's that Hunter's Fury that Cloud throws in to get the trade when Aura goes down. Hits Bang as well, brings him to half HP. And they're pushing out of A, and they're pushing out of Garage. That was that play exactly as intended.
And Aura considered,
as they drew it up.
Aura considered picking up an op a couple rounds ago. Opted for the rifle. The GX haven't really needed to play the passive line hold game. They want to brawl and do it again.
They want to fight for this A lobby. Very hard. Gravino gets the first. He gets the second even.
This is where that came from. Zelsis was cut down in the corner there, and Bang is revealed, able to take 2. That's all he's going to get. That's the best he can do to give John a shot in this round. The money starting to dwindle. It's getting a little low for Sentinels as this consecutive round they've given away to the defenders.
GX, they are the team that can just suddenly capture the pace of the game and take it over. Feels like these past 3 rounds have been faster than an entire buy round from the beginning of this first half.
John here has to keep it simple. Not surging out in that long direction. Has to make a correction here for Cloud and he's in mid-air. IGL seals up another round for GX. And like he said after the first, 5 more to go. Well, they've managed to cut this lead in half.
5 also the number of ults that Sentinels have coming into this next 5. But hell, they've had a lot of them for a while. They haven't even had a chance to use them because GX are just sending it on them.
You think Bang is trying to find a way to play in response to this raw aggression from GX? And it kind of amounts to him cowering in a corner while his team gets mowed down, and him with trigger discipline able to take 2 and then not convert any further. It's got to be a timeout here for Sentinels.
Yeah, it was a cool position to get into, but then with SEN continuing to fight in lobby and just getting shot down by Grabinho playing down there in short.
We are getting what we asked for, though. We wanted to see GX disrupt Sentinels in these early rounds.
Yeah,
push up, make it hard for Sentinels to work the map passively, and then make a pivot into a site that they could divine was being less populated by defenders. They just have to keep this up now. This is good. As Sentinels are the ones that have to pivot now. They need to start expecting these early round push-ups. This is likely to slow them down, which could also work for GX if they realize they've done this level of conditioning to the attack side.
Yeah, I mean, what, 5 minutes ago, we felt like this was about to be a SEN walk in the park. They were up 6-0. Every round was so effortless.
Yeah, let me tell you.
And now they're forcing the timeout.
Cloud is reaching up to put the collar on Sentinels right now, so they better have their wits about them. 5 ults, though. It's a good number. See a round here or there, 1 out purely on strength of those alone, so we'll see.
And now it looks like GX, they have to play to go down long. There's going to be a recon going in towards that. Seaside of spawn, fault line, relay, down, and John is just stuffed into that corner on account of the util. You know, they know where he's going to have to reposition to.
Sentinel's obviously planning a pivot based on where that spike's been left. Celsius needs to stay alive for this lockdown to be a factor in this round. But he has to know Westside is playing close. Wins it out. That's an important correction. A flick to the head. That downs the enemy Cypher. Now this A side starting to crumble. Crack for Grabinho. Emerges with 2 very important kills. That is going to put GX to the shot in this round. A real one now as Ara gets close, wants to challenge it. Bang, cannot keep up. It's too pacey. Headshot, no dink onto Ara. Doesn't slow him down for a second. Slides in. And the overdrive will claim the final frag.
Second wanted to use his own ultimate, but while activating, is just rushed down by Aura.
Yeah, he's lost it now.
Who opens the round, closes it. It starts off another early round active play. This is just what makes GX GX and such a cool team to watch. John is isolated on that C side of the map. He goes down. And then, of course, SEN feel like we just need to accelerate into A. Also, massive credit to Gravino, by the way. That 2-piece he had was so sick. And without that, the round is lost.
And it's crazy how frequently he is doing that. Even in these, like, eco scenarios.
Yeah, again, and started so slow, map 1, Gravino, but he didn't let it get to his head. He has stepped up both Haven and Sunset.
Some part of the map, Ara has been taking liberties for the last 4 rounds in a row, and it's no coincidence that those have been defense side wins. SEN have also lost a little bit in that ult battery now. Still have a lockdown. They just have them now to get to the stage in the round where they can slowly work the map and set it up, and this won't spot Ara out. Honestly, this is an insane spot to be set up.
This is crazy. There are 2 Sentinels players right now.
John's going to die to this. Surely. John, please! Oh, he just doesn't know what hit him. Narrate there under extreme pressure as well. Zekin trying to respond, but if Ara gets out of here, this is masterful.
He can just leave. Look at the A site, by the way. There are 2 SEN players in there. How has that happened? GX were fully expecting a C-side hit.
But they're not going to get to cross for free. They've got to get past Cloud, and then final boss Ara is waiting there towards mid-window.
This is so bizarre. I mean, look at
30
SEN
seconds
on the map.
Time is short, bang, deep into spawn. Ends up being a 1-for-1.
They still need to get the spike to his side.
They're going to be Ara, they can't get past him. Second slides in, and he takes matters into his own hands. Spike recovered, but a pivot, a wise one, across the map will send them to C, a site they've got little info, but can sort of guess that it's bereft of defenders. Zekin has to stick this, no choice.
Caught by the trip, doesn't matter. Going to get the spike down. Now, how do Sentinels position themselves here? Lockdown thrown on default. Yeah, GX, they really don't have an opportunity to break it, and Zekin wants to take the space that it's creating.
Doesn't want to over-push there. Cam dealt with. Delsus also has to play a little bit slower.
Yeah, now GX, they have to think someone could be positioned in Garage right now, surely.
They're not checking for it. No one's... Okay, Westside is watching it. Will see the barrel? Yes, wins it out. They leave second now. Oh, God, you hate to be in this spot. Has to play long in the post plant. Tough to really spam this down. Gravino on Spike, and Zekin's not 100% sure exactly where he is. He's going to have to spray through, and he gets there. The Red Bull clutch gets the Vibe Merchant on his feet, and much of SEN sitting in the crowd.
You've got to be joking. No one from GX can connect the shot, and Zekin sprays them all down.
Jeez, they needed to come up for air, though, didn't they?
I mean, that's how this run of rounds for GX ends. They're in a 3-on-1. They got the lockdown out.
Oh, they needed a bit of magic, Quiet. A drought of it. Ever since round number 6.
Kaplan made a gesture like, I'll take it. Not how I wanted it to happen, but I'll take it.
Yeah, well, this can just be credited to the individual. That's just fine for SEN fans. Now, they're still in that Hunter's Fury. So if they ever get to a post-plant, which has been tough, hit. GX uncharacteristically played this round slow to start with. Bang, same sort of bait play. Onside, Paranoia, but Ara's there to check if it's the real deal.
That immediate bolt thrown down so no one can try to trade. Needs to get out of the way of the drone, but is a little bit too slow.
Viper's peak here, thrown inside B. Gravino now going to be decayed down if he lingers for too long. And Senna just headed elsewhere, leaving John behind to keep this pit up. But eventually he's going to leave too.
Westside on the angle. No, Celsius is coming. He saw the barrel, and now he can use that cage to get back towards Plat. Wants to reposition, but a little bit too early. No one there to help.
Really showed too much leg there, Wyatt. And Zekin Franklin was waiting for a drift at the back of the site. The cyber cage wasn't enough to obscure him.
John, low HP, Narrate wins that out.
Foot off the gas so far for Giant X. Serving this round over to Sentinels. And Cloud The IGL needs to get into the side in the 1v3, already down to 70. It's always good for one. That much we've learned today. But digging this high-low setup out is all but impossible. Recovery for Sentinels, they bounce back, but it takes this man on your screen to get them there. Just a moment of magic from the youngster. Zekin saves their bacon. In that round 11. Crazy stuff so far and much to talk about, I'm sure, heading into the half. Let's take a quick break and we'll be back with more of this decided map after this.
One enemy remaining.
बुरा नहीं है 4-7 बुरा नहीं है.
Good recovery on the hand, baby. Good recovery.
Eight four.
Top of the second half of Haven about to come at you, folks. Giant X, the number 2 seed out of EMEA versus Sentinels, who frankly linked into champions this year. A lot to prove after a 4th place finish last year and then a pretty significant roster change. That's all the infusion of some younger blood in the roster. Narrate.
भाई ये third match चल रहा है इसका GX का और
every round that GX win on that defense side, it's paired with an aggressive pop, a moment of unexpected volatility from GX, and Ara is able to get in there and catch Sentinels unaware. 4 rounds on the defense side is going to have to be enough.
And that round 11 should have been a win for GX. That should have been their 5th on the board. They brought it down to that 3 versus 1 that Zekin won in miraculous fashion. And you can kind of see on the Coinbase Econ report that his report quite good on account of
खेलूंगा मैं इसके बाद ये खत्म होने वाला है इसके बाद खेलूंगा.
A hell of a lot of damage.
That head-to-head against Cloud is a pretty good result, accounting for many of Cloud's 9 deaths over that first half. Someone who was frankly taking the game over on Sunset. It was like 20 and 5 at some point. It was pretty absurd. You can see the spend to damage ratio is what gives Zekin such a high econ value. And again, it's tough not to point him as the protagonist on this map. 13 kills, 7 deaths after that first half, and a disgusting, what was it, 1v3, 1v4 moment for that round 11. Keeps them with their head above the surging tides.
And now SEN, they started this map winning the pistol and then winning the bonus. That gave them that early 4-round lead and all of the momentum. GX goes without saying, but they desperately need to win the second half pistol to stay in the game.
Less of a gamble stack approach here from SEN. Distributed heavily in that A direction. The wrinkling here is actually going to be fruitful. They've got confirmation of at least one player pretty far into A long, and Ara has already set foot over the threshold of A.
Bang just ready to throw out that paranoia off some sound cues. Util exchanged, but no gunfire. Everyone's slowed down. Everyone's stalled out.
There's a lot of util drawn out of the defenders, Wyatt. Narrate here forced to fire. Westside will get away and avoid the shock dart reprisal. All of A main is populated by attackers.
SEN at the moment have how much reason
बोल तो रहा हूँ इनका GX का attack मुझे
at
समझ
this
नहीं आता
noise
ये
cut at this time. Now they do. It's that B side that could be
यही
open.
जाएंगे
Garage could
यही
be
हो रहा है
open.
यही हो
And
रहा है.
GX have just picked the absolute perfect moment to get in, exactly as SEN give it up.
Or SEN pick the worst moment to give it up. It really depends how you want to look at
Glass half full, half empty. Depends on your point of view.
Well, I think either way it's about to be spilled over the cobblestones, Wyatt.
And now Flippus does have that fall line back, so he can throw that out towards main, stall out the SEN retake.
Narrate can't really drop out of heaven here. He is too low. And SEN having to play the retake up for making the right call on the side. It's not too bad. Ara with the stopping power, back truck. Deals with Zekin at least, but Zelsis is there. Narrate here from up on high. Judging the peasants, he will drop down onto the box, but makes some noise. He gets a bit of damage on Flickless, but not enough to write home about. And it's John Grabinho. 32 points of health left for the Moroccan mastermind. He needs to step up. He sees the shoulder of the Omen, but Grabinho doesn't give it enough to work with. GX, get that pistol locked up.
They needed it with absolute desperation, and they got it. Perfect timing window to get into the site. SEN were staying on A, they were staying on A, they were staying on A, and after enough noise cut, had to be concerned about that B side. The moment they leave, it's taken by GX. Flickless posts up in hell with that standard breach util, that line with where you can throw the fault line into spawn. And by the time SEN get in, numbers are depleted, and all Grabinho had to do was even just waste time, and they would have won that out in the 1v1 clutch. Or, of course, with the Outlaw. Always has it that second round.
And now, of course, we gamble stack. It looks like Westside and Cloud just down to Ghosts here to facilitate for their duelist. Be equipped as well as possible in the early stages. The double swing potential here as Narrate shows shoulder, but sees Ara coming. Might try and play off some of this util.
Nice.
And well, the Outlaw does his job. Just flattens these Under Armour targets. Westside, yes, that's nice.
And lovely little shot.
Corner check करेगा ये.
Aftershock
करेगा.
Push Narrate out earlier. Fault line comes through a little bit too late, but yeah, don't think John will be getting away from this one.
बढ़िया. आराम बढ़िया.
Now we call that taking responsibility for what we start.
ये बढ़िया
बंदा. Chunked him down to minimal amounts of health.
Outfrag निकालेगा ये या फिर मरेगा.
Will look to simply exit the round, hoping to get some value.
लगता नहीं है.
Even trade himself up. Never not shilling. You gotta respect it. Also, the homage to Sufat BB, his quote-unquote boyfriend, as was discussed in the press conference. He was expressed some, regret that Wolves couldn't be present here. And I think seeing how they showed up in Toronto, many of us would feel the same.
Just going to wait out to go down to the spike explosion, unless maybe Ara does go towards that B side.
Riot message check कर.
He's going to run towards spawn.
Riot message.
Hold up. Wait. Potential for an orb.
Riot app.
Noise! There it is, Elsis.
निकाल दिया इसने
Elsis around with an orb.
Outlaw था भाई उस पे outlaw था.
Ara down, but the Outlaw was given over to Flickless to preserve that. So no harm, no foul really if you're the attack side.
We just saw some good util here from GX. Nothing unbelievable, but just the standard ways of getting players out of those angles into the open sight lines all works out. As clean as they needed it to be, they saved the crucial guns. And now on this bonus, we're able to buy up a rifle for Aura, Guardian for Westside. All things considered, not too bad of a bonus buy here.
Cloud actually has the Outlaw this round. The solo A main player.
GX showing some real desire to get into that B site, but they slow things down. John forced away.
There's a nano swarm in the default location that would also slow them up. And trying to get some early util out of Sentinels is never a bad call.
And you would imagine the alarm bot in that spot will often be broken by a shot dart from Cloud. That's usually the standard. Zekin does spot out Aura in Garage. GX gets a lot of map control right now, but Aura goes down to Zelsis.
Yeah, just to send try and get 3 players on C, they've realized that they need to get in that B direction, and that's nice from Zekin. Grabinho's mostly been good for their first one in this series.
Yeah, this is GX taking a lot of liberties on their bonus round. Going for some individual plays to turn the tides. Cloud going to be able to plant in this default spot, but now in the 3 versus 5, what can GX do realistically?
Only Bang and Zekin susceptible to the one-shot from the Outlaw right now.
And of course,
play it safe.
When you're retaking on this B side, that's where this Viper Wall can come in handy as well. It's just a natural smoke for main.
Narrate takes a hit for that. Tries to get him through the wall. Flickless finds Zekin on the other side. Getting in from the garage side of the map. Zelsis will be slowed up to that effect as well. Caught in the fault line. But John says no more breach util, no more breach, in fact. Down Flickless, puts SEN to the player advantage, but now they're going to deal with this setup from Cloud, and Bang was the only player not set up to deal with that. Defuse goes Elsis, living dangerously punished as Westside executes him with a pistol.
There is simply no way GX should be allowed to get away with a round win. 3 versus 5. They convert. SEN with better weapons coming into this. I mean, ambitious little spam from Narrate. Flickless is just open holding the angle. Second peeks out. Celsius wasn't ready to be there for a trade. A little miscommunication.
The Viper Wall's not in play because they're trying to fight out towards mid. You can't tell me your protocols for dealing with the post plant on B aren't ironclad at this point, at this level.
I guess in a way, there's some justice that both teams win the pistol and the bonus round. So it'll come down to honest gun rounds as to who will win this game out. Oh my gosh, nice shot from R, putting them in position to convert here.
Light armor gets you there. I am a little nervous.
अरे यार.
Representative
ये
of the North American
वो
region.
ये भी नहीं जा रहे, ये भी नहीं जा रहे, वो भी बंदे सी जा रहे हैं.
Scope weapon back to hand. He's already thinned out the herd of Sentinels players. Now we'll look to take that mid.
Thrown down top mid from Bang. Zekin working his way forward, wants to close the gap with that stinger, of course. No one actually in this B site. Drone over top will confirm that.
Bang got in.
Aura wants to just draw out a little attention, a little spam, maybe find out if someone was hiding wrapped around the drone's view.
This Gara spot's starting to become a little more relevant now, Wyatt. As is a commitment here by GX towards the B side of the map. Bang sees Zara coming a mile off and is able to down him. John, patient, collected. Still have himself a frag. Second now with that fast lane, trying to get in Grabino's direction. It's a bit of wayward. Ham-fisted. And Zel's now finally on the wrap. On to B, they are going to end here. West side though in a safe corner. Grabino has the line covered and Zelsus only has a classic. This is looking terrible for Sentinels.
Zelsus just no opportunity to upgrade that weapon. Flank from west side was perfect. Bang does a great job backside getting that first kill, and then Zekin hit a really quality relay bolt that connected onto multiple players. How many times has Grabino got a stunned kill, by the way, in this series? It's like the 3rd time we've seen him do that.
Yep. Well, considering he only needs 1 bullet to kill someone.
Yeah, just hit him in the head. Just don't miss.
Yeah, the guy has been very resilient to any form of disruption. And GX, honestly, like a decent pivot after things start to go a little haywire at B. They don't leave the site. Just a little reposition.
Bit of spam being exchanged. Cloud, if he can get this orb, is going to have the Hunter's Fury. So GX, they want to get that C-long control, smoke it off, make sure they have that tool.
Ara with a judge here.
And the overdrive, of course. Yep. So can just use both of them when he pleases. After shock to break a common turret position, will do so. So that's some passive info gain that Sentinels would have had on B, now removed.
Yeah, now John has to watch it. Giving it to him. Okay. Ara says, what? That's maybe a little bit more than I expected. Ways from the fast lane in place. He's got no interest in trying to recover that weapon. Overdrive will suffice for him late in the rounds when push ultimately comes to shove.
Now, what is the move? Paranoia and Breach Util used on A to try to draw these SEN players away from the C site, where GX are intending on going.
Westside knows he's going to get some action because the alarm bot is now no longer effective inside Garage. Zekin's got to take it up himself.
And Grabino, he had that from the shadows, so he can use that Paranoia on A and get right back to the pack on C. So they have full ready to get in that site. And they've got Westside, this late lurk Garage. Flickless might even be a second player. Maybe Westside goes first, takes contact.
The timing here, beautiful. Westside so patient, so calculated. Emerges just as John had his back turned. Here Karma, Giant X are storming into the rest of the map. Looking really adaptable on this attack side.
Yeah, Giant X are always going to come in with some kind of cool set play around their ultimates. They've always got them. This time, it was working into C-Long, posting up Aura. You hate to re-clear a guy with a judge. That is miserable. But then from there, it's GX running their Omen, their Breach, over towards A-Long. They use the stun, they use the Paranoia, drawing all that attention from the shadows. Grabino right back to C. They hit into that site with the Hunter's Fury. Every time GX have the ult rounds, they're always going to throw something unique at you. They're always going to have a cool set strat.
Timeout here called by Sentinels. They have the resources to have a modest buy coming into the next round, but they likely will feature some smattering of Guardians and maybe not full util. But this is about the round. This is as important as it gets for the North American squad. Can they reverse their fortunes now? But so far they've struggled to really adapt to what GX are throwing at them. It's just a play style that they're a little unfamiliar with. As was evident for those 4 defense side rounds won by the EMEA squad.
They just get completely worked across the map. I mean, they absolutely bought into that fake. Second was in garage, sure, but he's just smoked off. He can't do anything.
It's like GX are getting a lot of what they want here.
अगर A push कर दिया, easy है भाई, मजाक नहीं. A push कर दिया तो easy है.
It being on a killjoy of all people, which meant that Westside could actually, pull a player into garage, further thinning the defensive setup.
लेकिन अगर slow गया तो उसका idea नहीं. लेकिन ये अगर push कर दिया तो गया.
So early.
Now, SEN, they have basically fully invested into this. Not the best weaponry, not the best armor either. But they do have this Viper's Pit to just control all of that short A side. And GX, they could just try to heavily index and fighting through long if they really want to get into A late into this round. And it does require the attention of a second SEN player to stay on A. Someone needs to be looking at long. John needs to know what's going on.
You can't play off the site now.
So Narrate has to be back A jump spotting for eternity, basically.
And I understand that Sentinels do not want to have to retake the A side of the map, but like you mentioned, it can leave them a little limited elsewhere. I mean, look at how passively Bang is holding B. Only the Killjoy util on the C side, but there's going to be early warning there, at least for Zelsis, who's not offered himself up as a free frag early. Alarmbot spotted out. They're going to accelerate into this. I don't know if the Sentinels can respond quickly enough. We're about to find out. Straight to the Nanoswarm they go. Some spray air out from Zelsis. Ara took a hit, but most of that is decay down from the Poison Orb. Westside, though, has eventually fallen. Zelsis, his spray through that smoke yields a kill.
Flickless quite low in HP as well, but one away from the Rolling Thunder. If there's a way that he can find a kill, that could certainly be enough to convert on this 4 versus 5.
Every other SEN player also 1 orb away from ultimate. They could rip that, but Ara just gets
confidence.
Not allowed to swing into that as well. There's no response. Ara doesn't linger for long enough either way. Gravino in trouble though, getting hammered out by that molly. Flickless has to stand tall on the side. His teammate is on the other side of that smoke, so needs to ping them out.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing it again. Hunter's Fury.
I mean, surely Cloud doesn't repeat the Zekin from back here.
Doesn't quite have a beat draw on the spike location. The smoke comes down.
And also, when I said, oh no, it was because Flickless used the ult, but he died before it went off, so he lost it.
Yep.
That is brutal.
I feel like that happened to Zekin a few rounds back. And he tried to pull out that overdrive and died.
Yeah, it did. But I mean, how it's more painful with the Rolling Thunder.
Oh yeah,
that is real rough for GX now.
6 snake bite in the corner. I think that forced.
Yeah, that forces Gravino out. Gravino out in the open. Yeah, he had a paranoia ready as well for the choke, but he just had to run out.
Not too shabby from Sentinels. That's the round they needed.
Maybe trying to make a GX-like play there for a second with Zekin pushing down Beard, but not going to happen.
All the KG util over at A, so Sentinels don't have to over-invest in holding that site right now. It looks like Zelsis is going to drift off of it pretty early.
And I have a drone from Narrate that's going into A long. It's of course not going to spot anyone out, so they can definitely remain confident in just playing other sides of the map.
Zelsis might be hoping for a lockdown mid-hit here to disrupt.
Yeah, and with this Zelsis position, he's keeping the Alarmbot online, and he's also in position for the lockdown if they need to retake on A. So SEN, they're just cool with playing over towards this C side. Second back site.
They might call for a Narrate Hunter's Fury here from Spawn. Zekin, though, holding on it. Might have hit this heard this TP come in. There's Cloud spotted. Yep, Hunter's Fury going to come from the spawn side. Gravino walks into the sight line of Zekin, reveals himself, even though it was John that took the kill. Now looking to anchor. This Hunter's Fury slows things up for GX, but they are committed to this site, and Zekin is more than happy to hear it. There's the step up from Westside, and the anchors are down.
Recon broken. Just SEN trying to get back in while the spike is being planted.
They know he's going to be there
right now.
Shock dart, though, not enough to clear him out. Narrate is down as Cloud just finds the timing to leave that corner. The lockdown is going to give that control back to the defenders. How deep into the fight can they get?
Just going to come down to spam.
We have our expectations set. Yeah, Sentinels don't have a lot to disrupt util-wise.
Cloud gets that recon back, and the fault line is up.
Zelsis lucky to be alive as he's able to get away. Recon doesn't reveal Bang, so he goes for it again. But look at the crosshair placement for Cloud. He basically knows exactly where Bang is. And they're waiting for Zelsis too. Every contingency accounted for GX. An important conversion here in round number 19.
GX had a really quality second wave fight into backside. He was here with Westside, with Flickless, picking off that player towards Plat. Because initially it was Aura. He went in with one of those breach flashes, but goes down right away. Then there was a cage spawn. No one could flood, no one could help. Then they refight backside, claim the kills on the anchors. They force SEN into a bad economic spot. Look at what they've got remaining. Not very much. It's John with a hero rifle. He certainly had some heroic plays. He has gotten some pretty sick multi-kill rounds so far today.
It's time to dig deep. If you're an America's fan, Stinger Ghost, Phantom. Not the most compelling arsenal. At least this stack on A might prove fruitful. GX have shown less of an interest in bouncing off the sides. They tend to commit once they dip their toe in. This breach util, though, is going to be something that SEN have to contend with. It's dangerous to anchor against it, Wyatt.
But they are gambled correctly. 4 players ready to go here on this site. Do GX sniff it out?
Did they see the second player there? I think they've had enough. Well, Sentinels, how long does it take for them to read this?
Yeah, they don't want any of this site. They are out of there. Now with some haste moving towards C. Totally empty. Going to be able to get it for free.
Yeah, I mean, look, Zelsis is going to hear a fair bit of this, and he'll know. He's even pushed ahead of the Viper Wall on the B side of the map, so might be looking to wrap around. Full retake for Sentinels with Overdrive and a Phantom.
Despite, unfortunately, having wasted that breach ultimate, the Rolling Thunder, a couple rounds ago, Flickless has made a lot of progress towards getting one for the end of this game. Could be used at a pivotal moment to close this out for GX. But right now, they have to win this 5-on-5 retake. They have the better weapons to do it.
So far, Westside's able to get clear of that paranoia, but Flickless was impacted. Here's the push backside. Ara, just the player you want to step the flow of Sentinels players. And they get absolutely bloody trounced.
GX just stuffed them in the choke, fighting together, swings from all angles, Overdrive, and no value. Zekin has had no opportunities on this map to make anything happen with it.
Not this half, yeah.
No, he's played a trifecta of Neon games. His first one on Corrode was the best. But can he actually come to life at the end of this game to get SEN back in it? They're down 11-9. SEN, who we absolutely expect to be at champions, versus a GX who we still don't know how the hell they made it here.
And honestly, the work that GX have put in over the last couple of months is really showing fruit.
No, we certainly get it now. Hunter's Fury from Cloud coming into that site, not getting any tags. GX will slow things down for but a moment. Relay Bolt, now Aura through.
SEN have lost their clear info, though, off this overkill. GX don't quite have the stall for the post-plant. No controllers up for the attack side here, and yeah, that allows Bang just to peer into the mix, see what is there. West side served up. They'll stay in the site. GX more than happy to fight tooth and nail for this space they've claimed. It's going to be John looking for a timing for a swing. Again! It's these refights in the site where GX are just better.
Now it's just Bang. Has to clear the feed, but there's a crossfire from the drop. He gets that first up to but the adjustment isn't there. It's as you said, GX, they're so ready to fight together when Sentinels are coming in. They hit all of the shots.
They have no smokes, no paranoia, nothing to give them a material edge in terms of util. It doesn't matter.
It is straight up raw aim. It's Aura getting crucial kills, besting Zekin here on this final map of the series. His champion's debut versus one of the best duelists we've ever seen on the global stage. And he's outperforming him right now on Haven.
What a showing. 21-16. Outlaw to hand, Overdrive in the back pocket. Should have been required. Match point here for Giant X. Sentinels have languished, and that's putting it nicely on this defense side.
They try to push Zekin down C. We saw that earlier from Giant X, but it just does not quite work as well for them. And now things have been slowed down. This execute ready to go off from GX. Flickless just one orb away from getting that Rolling Thunder narrate on the angle.
Gonna get a lot of action, and there's Ara once again, steps up.
A bit too much action than he hoped for. Bang is committing to the backside anchor.
Pinged out, no, he's there, he's cut down so easily, it's on second again. 2 kills will have to be enough for John and Zelsis to put it together.
Westside isolates John. It's all on Zelsis, miles away. Only has the Stinger. Flickless even has the Rolling Thunder on account of the plant. This one is as good as done.
Not the auspicious opening that SEN City were hoping for as they took to the stage here in Paris. But it's much the same fashion that they'd limped out of America's playoffs with. Question marks over the map pool. Question marks over the individuals. Question marks over their postseason prospects. But now we have an answer. At least for now.
Up against a GX team that finished 7th, 8th in kickoff, 9th, 10th stage 1. They bring in Aura, they bring in Flickless, and they just won their first game of Champions.
And it just turns out the Giant X of the Goliath in this parable. Sentinels completely neutralized, often disrupted, set off balance by these aggressive push-ups for Giant X on the defense side. And then on the attack side, they get to lean into Ara's dueling potential. 286 ACS, 22 for 17 with 10 first bloods.
That is an unreal stat line to put up for Aura in his debut global match. What a stunning showing from GX, who display, I think, their unique, captivating play style. With all of that aggression on defense, so many cool set plays. Really well timed, impeccable utility that is a nightmare to deal with for the opposition.
Getting out of this group is far from a sure thing for Sentinels now. If they're going to do it, they have to get past either this team again or PRX. They find themselves in early postings to be 3rd out of 4 at best in this group. Not where they want to be, not at all. The legacy demands more from Sentinels. But so far, Giant X have put in the work. No one can deny that. Going back to the well, to Tier 2, bringing players up from challenges at the end of a disastrous Stage 1. And I'll tell you what, Pipson has whipped them into shape real quick.
I'm so impressed by this GX team. These are some of SEN's best maps as well, by the way. They have an overlapping map pool, and they were able to beat them in this fashion.
The sunset set showing from Sentinels is going to haunt them. We're still iffy on that map. We don't know what to expect from them.
And I gotta say as well, individually speaking, Cloud was absolutely a man possessed on Sunset, puts up 19 on Haven. Grabinho, he started really slow.
So solid, man.
Looked like, oh man, does this guy have nerves right now for his debut? I mean, this is a young team, right? But no, he bounces back, has a great showing on Sunset, great showing on Haven as well.
We're starting to see the value of picking him up. Obviously, Grabinho with the stint on Heretics in the past, right, has been in the scene for quite some time. One of the more veteran individuals at this level, I think, come out from Koi this very year. Giant X have put him in a great position to be that rock-solid foundation for this team. I'm blown away from what we've seen from GX so far, and that just tells you at the depth that we have in EMEA. This is the team that got through Fnatic, plowed them in a 3-0, and ended up being stopped in their tracks against that Team Liquid in the EMEA finals. We're going to go down to Lou on the stage. She is standing by with Grabinho for our Verizon post-match interview.
Fiers représentants des Giant X qui viennent de battre Sentinel, je vais pouvoir être rejointe par Groovy. Groovy, congratulations for this massive win against Sentinels. And I heard that you like interviews, so here I am. First of all, I wanted to ask you, it was a bit complicated at the start, you know, like first time on an international stage, and we know it can be shaky sometimes, but you guys were better today. So my question is, what were you scared about, maybe worried about before the game, and how did you overcome it, basically?
I mean, thank you first of all. Hello everyone. It was like hard
Hello,
game
guys.
for us. We know it's gonna be hard game, because it's new stage. Also, it's the best teams from every region, so it's need to be hard. And we started our first map like always, because in Europe we also were losing first map. And I think this is our routine. I think to start bad first map and play better next.
Look, hey, why do I know that my time coming up?